Chapter 104. Hearing the Protector King's sigh, Fang Chen was even more certain that something must have happened. Otherwise, the Protector King would not have reacted this way. "Uncle One, what exactly happened? Can I help you?" Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen naturally remembered Duan Muan's great kindness to him. If not for Duan Muan, he would not have been able to join the Kamikaze Kenbu. "It's a long story." Duan Muan nodded slightly when he heard this and replied. Then, Duan Muan began to explain slowly, and Fang Chen listened attentively. After a while, Fang Chen finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. This was what had happened. In one of the prefectures of the Xingfeng nation, an evil organization had appeared. They were killing ordinary people without restraint. This news had shocked the entire royal family. Finally, the royal family had gathered all sorts of detailed information and prepared to send out the younger generation of the various royal manors to eradicate this evil organization and train the younger generation at the same time. The best of the younger generation of the Protector King's manors had joined the 10 Great Sect. Therefore, the remaining disciples in the royal manors were all martial artists who were not very strong. The strongest was only at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. The royal family required that the leader of each royal mansion must be at least at the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. This made the Protector King frown. If the Protector King's manors were unable to find a disciple at the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm, they would definitely become the laughing stock of the other royal manors. The Protector King would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. However, in the royal manors there were no disciples above the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. The Protector King had even sent a message to the disciples of the 10 Great Sect to see if they could rush back. However, the message he received was that it would take at least 10 days for them to rush back. Therefore, this method was not very effective. The other royal manors all have disciples above the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm? Fang Chen asked. Protector King Duan Muan nodded slightly and said, "Back then, in order to strengthen the Protector King's manors and train the younger generation, I sent those who were slightly more talented to the 10 Great Sect. Now, those who are left are all disciples who are not very talented. They cannot compare to the other royal manors." Fang Chen nodded slightly. Shortly after, he asked, "When will the imperial family's mission be carried out?" 3 days later, gather at the plaza of the imperial capital. After that, we'll head out to carry out the mission, Duan Muan said. Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he said, "Uncle One, this matter is not as bad as you think." "Oh, Fang Chen, do you have any ideas?" Duan Muan hurriedly asked. Fang Chen said, "Although my current cultivation level is at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, my true strength has long since reached the 5th realm. I wonder if I can take the Protector King's place on this mission?" Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Duan Muan's face was filled with doubt. When he had recommended Fang Chen to join the Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen's cultivation had not yet reached the Qi transformation realm. His true strength was only at the 1st tier of the Qi transformation realm. How long had it been, and Fang Chen was already saying that he had reached the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm? "Fang Chen, have you really reached the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm?" Duan Muan asked. Crash. Fang Chen did not say anything. He used his actions to prove it to Duan Muan. Suddenly, the Qingyun sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, a monstrous sword aura appeared. Immediately after, the 7th level of the Tai dispersing sword was displayed. A powerful aura shot out from the Qingyun sword. Seeing this, Duan Muan's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "The aura is strong. Your strength has definitely reached the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm." "Fang Chen, I did not expect you to reach the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm in such a short time. You're really amazing," Duan Muan could not help but praise. Fang Chen slowly put away the Qingyun sword and smiled. "Uncle One, I hope that I can help you solve your problems. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a knowing smile appeared on Duanmuin's face. Good. This time, you will lead the team. Ah. Duanmuin was very happy. On this day, the Duanmu Palace was very lively. Duanmuin had set up a banquet to welcome Fang Chen. Not for anything else, but for Fang Chen's heaven-defying potential. It was worth it to protect the king. After a night of silence, Fang Chen went to the Chamber of Commerce early in the morning to ask about the Qi transformation pill. However, he was told that the Qi transformation pill had not been refined yet. I wonder if I can meet the alchemy master of your Chamber of Commerce? Fang Chen asked. The staff member shook his head. Master Tianhe does not meet strangers. Fang Chen secretly passed some mid-tier spirit stones to the staff member. Then he said, "Help me out." The staff member took the spirit stones and nodded slightly. I can only let you know. As for whether Master Tianhe will meet you, it is hard to say. After a while, the staff came back with a smile on his face. You're in luck. Grandmaster Tianhe is resting. You can go in now. The staff member led Fang Chen along a small path and into a secluded courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by bamboos. When Fang Chen entered the courtyard, he saw a white-haired old man sitting on a stool in the middle of the courtyard. Master Tianhe, I have brought him here. After saying that, the staff member turned and left. Fang Chen looked at Master Tianhe. The latter was also sizing him up. After a long while, Master Tianhe spoke. Do you want to learn alchemy? Asked Master Tianhe. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Master Tianhe, I came here to ask for a favor. Every day, countless disciples wanted to be apprenticed to Master Tianhe. However, under normal circumstances, Master Tianhe would not accept disciples. Today, Master Tianhe happened to be resting. When the staff member told him, he thought that Fang Chen wanted to learn alchemy. Since he was free, he wanted to see if there were any outstanding warriors. When Master Tianhe saw Fang Chen for the first time, he felt that Fang Chen was a good seedling to learn alchemy. Oh, I see. Master Tianhe frowned slightly. With Master Tianhe's status in Xingfeng Nation, he would not help at all. However, Fang Chen had piqued his interest. I need a transforming energy pill. I hope Master Tianhe can help me refine it, said Fang Chen. If you want a transforming energy pill, just wait in line, said Master Tianhe. Every few days, Master Tianhe would refine a furnace of elixirs for the Chamber of Commerce to sell. The last batch of transforming energy pills had been sold out. However, he would not refine it unless it was time. Master Tianhe, I have an urgent matter. I can't wait. I hope Master Tianhe can help me, said Fang Chen hurriedly. Great Master Tianhe's face slightly changed, and he said coldly, it's not up to you to tell me when to refine pills. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a disciple of Divine Wind Sword Mansion, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. When Fang Chen entered the courtyard, Master Tianhe noticed the symbol on Fang Chen's clothes. He was a disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu. Master Tianhe, if you can help me refine a transforming energy pill, I am willing to pay any price, said Fang Chen, unwilling to give up. You can leave now. Master Tianhe waved his hand and ignored Fang Chen. Seeing Master Tianhe's expression, Fang Chen grinned bitterly and immediately took out a piece of paper. Master Tianhe, this is an elixir recipe that I accidentally found while exploring a ruin. I have studied it carefully. This elixir recipe should have been passed down from ancient times. If you can help me refine a transforming energy pill, I am willing to give this elixir recipe to you, said Fang Chen slowly while holding the paper. Hearing the words elixir recipe, Master Tianhe, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes slightly and immediately looked at Fang Chen. The elixir recipe depends on whether it is valuable, said Master Tianhe. As an alchemy master, Master Tianhe did not care about ordinary elixir recipes, unless they were long-lost elixir recipes or elixir recipes passed down from ancient times. Fang Chen handed the elixir recipe to Master Tianhe and let him take a look. Master Tianhe picked up the elixir recipe and looked at it carefully. At first, Master Tianhe's expression was very indifferent, but after looking at it for a while, his expression suddenly became serious. In the end, Master Tianhe's breathing became a little rapid. This, after a long while, Master Tianhe's eyes were full of passion. He held the elixir recipe in his hand and said excitedly, "If my guess is right, this elixir recipe is definitely passed down from ancient times." "Master Tianhe, what about the elixir recipe?" asked Fang Chen. "Okay, no problem. I will refine the elixir for you now." Master Tianhe readily agreed and let Fang Chen watch him refine the elixir. Fang Chen nodded slightly with a smile on his face. In fact, this elixir recipe was not obtained from the ruin as he said, but from the Scarlet Skeleton. After all, the Yellow Spring sect was very prosperous back then and must have collected a lot of elixir recipes. Fang Chen just asked casually and the Scarlet Skeleton took out such an elixir recipe. At first, Fang Chen was not sure whether this elixir recipe could move Master Tianhe. Now it seemed that this elixir recipe was much more attractive than he thought. Master Tianhe put away the elixir recipe and began refining the elixir in front of Fang Chen without saying a word. "Tell everyone that I will be refining elixir in seclusion for the next 2 days. No one is to disturb me," Master Tianhe ordered his servant. After everything was arranged, Master Tianhe began refining the elixir while Fang Chen watched in the courtyard. Although the process of refining the elixir was not slow, it was not fast either. Fang Chen watched Master Tianhe refining the elixir. From time to time, Master Tianhe would enter a state of epiphany, which made Fang Chen very happy. The Great Tao is simple. All paths lead to the same destination. Even though the Tao of alchemy is different from the Tao of martial arts, there are still similarities between them, Fang Chen thought to himself. If he could often watch Master Tianhe refining elixir, his cultivation might be faster. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Since Master Tianhe was refining elixir in batches, it took a long time. During this time, Fang Chen had been waiting. What Fang Chen did not know was that the outside world was in an uproar because Master Tianhe was refining elixir in seclusion. In the past, Master Tianhe had a rule. When he was refining elixir, he would allow a warrior to watch. Whoever paid the most spirit stones could watch. At this time, there were many warriors in the Chamber of Commerce. Their faces were full of anger. "I paid the most spirit stones. Why can't I go in when Master Tianhe is refining elixir?" A man with a ferocious face asked coldly. "Someone is already watching Master Tianhe refining elixir. You can't go in," the staff said. "Why is there no registration if someone went in? The rule was set by you. Now you don't follow the rule. What is the meaning of this?" Master Tianhe once said that whoever pays the most spirit stones can watch him refine elixir. Why is it not allowed this time? There must be a conspiracy. Chapter 105. In the Chamber of Commerce, a group of people were making a fuss. They thought that there must be a conspiracy behind this. They were not convinced. The warriors who could come here to spend spirit stones to watch Master Tianhe refine pills were either rich or noble. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend them at all. They didn't listen to the staff's explanation. In the end, they didn't listen to the staff's advice and forced their way to Master Tianhe's courtyard. The staff wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. At this time, in Master Tianhe's courtyard, Fang Chen was watching Master Tianhe refine pills. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Then, Fang Chen found that Master Tianhe was forming a complicated seal. The next moment, the medicine cauldron was opened. Master Tianhe waved his hand gently and suddenly, a large number of pills appeared in front of him. Crash! These pills were all put into a bottle by Master Tianhe. "Is the refining done?" Fang Chen asked. "Yes, it's done. There are a total of 100 pills." After Master Tianhe finished speaking, He walked to Fong Chen and handed the bottle to Fong Chen. The pill formula you gave me is too precious. Once the pills are refined, it will definitely cause a sensation in the alchemy world of the entire Xingfeng nation. These 100 pills are for you, Master Tian has said. Fong Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't know much about alchemy, so he didn't know how precious the pill formula given by the bloody skeleton was. Well, Fong Chen pondered for a moment and said, Fong Chen, you don't have to refuse. I have something to tell you. Master Tianhe stopped Fong Chen and said with a smile. Just as Master Tianhe was about to speak, there was a sudden noise outside the courtyard. Master Tianhe raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a hint of displeasure between his eyebrows. Bang! The gate of the courtyard was opened, and a group of people squeezed into Master Tianhe's courtyard. I'm sorry, Master Tianhe. They insisted on coming in. I couldn't stop them, the staff said aggrievedly. Master Tianhe nodded slightly and said, It's not your fault. Master Tianhe, we are all abiding by your rules. Why can this kid come here to watch you refine pills? On the contrary, we who bid so much can't watch. Someone asked. Yes, Master Tianhe, we want an explanation. Master Tianhe snorted and said, Although the previous rules were set by me, this pill refining is not a public matter. Of Master Tianhe. Since Great Master Tianhe had explained, they didn't dare to pester him anymore. They just glared at Fong Chen. Was refining. Master Tianhe, I wonder if you can sell me some qi-transforming pills. I've been waiting in line, someone said. Great Master Tianhe said, I have just given all the refined qi-transformation pills to this little brother. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't dare to be angry with Master Tianhe, but they dared to be angry with Fong Chen. Damn it! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but curse. However, they didn't dare to be angry in front of Master Tianhe. In the end, they left helplessly. After everyone left, Master Tianhe and Fong Chen sat on the stone bench together. Master Tianhe smiled and said, Fong Chen, do you have a similar pill formula? Fong Chen was a little confused. But when Master Tianhe saw Fong Chen's puzzled expression, he hurriedly explained, You provide the pill formula, and I refine the pill. We share the profits. With the pill formula you provided, once the pill is refined, it will definitely attract the entire pill industry of the Xingfeng nation. The wealth will definitely be beyond your imagination, Master Tianhe added. Fong Chen nodded. It turned out that Master Tianhe was interested in his pill formula. Although the Heavenly Pill Hall occupies a place in the pill industry of the Xingfeng nation, the competition in this industry is too fierce. If we don't have good pills, we can't survive at all, Master Tianhe said. Your pill formula gives me hope for the Heavenly Pill Hall to rise again. Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fong Chen pondered for a moment before saying, I do have another pill formula. I wonder how much profit Master Tianhe can give me? 50%. How about we split it 50-50? Master Tianhe asked. Don't underestimate this 50%. The profit will definitely be beyond your imagination, Master Tianhe added. Fong Chen thought carefully and then said, Okay, deal. On the path of martial arts, cultivation would require a lot of spiritual stones. Therefore, Fong Chen naturally wouldn't let go of a way to make money. Anyway, the pill formula was provided by the bloody skeleton. He didn't have to do anything and could enjoy 50% of the profit. Ha ha, okay. From now on, you will be a consecrator of the Heavenly Pill Hall, Master Tianhe said. After that, Fong Chen gave the other pill formula to Master Tianhe and then left. After Fong Chen returned to the Lord Hu King's residence, he said goodbye to the Lord Hu King and went into seclusion. Tomorrow was the day to carry out the mission, so he had to break through to the third LV of the Qi transformation realm today. Half a day later, Fang Chen successfully broke through to the third LV of the Qi transformation realm after swallowing the Qi transformation pill. After reaching the third LV of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen's strength was even more powerful. While Fang Chen was cultivating, Master Tianhe also began to get busy. He issued a series of orders and had all the staff go out to buy materials. The next day, which was also the day of departure, the Lord Hu King, Duan Muwen, found Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, let's go. I will take you to the imperial capital square," the Lord Hu King said. Behind the Lord Hu King were 5 disciples. Among the 5 disciples, the strongest was only at the 4th LV of the Qi transformation realm. They had already heard about Fang Chen's strength from the Lord Hu King and were very respectful of Fang Chen. "This time, we will send 6 people from the Lord Hu King's residence. When we reach the mission location, you have to take care of the 5 of them," the Lord Hu King said on the way. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. After a while, the group arrived at the square. At this time, the square was packed. The disciples of the various Lord Hu King's residences had all arrived at the square. Even the royal family had sent a prince to participate in this mission. When the Lord Hu King arrived, some of the lords who were on good terms with the Lord Hu King greeted him. Of course, there were also some lords who were enemies of the Lord Hu King. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. After everyone had arrived, the martial artist in charge of this mission from the royal family appeared at the front of the square. "Everyone, I believe you know that this mission location is in the Golden Creek County. This time, the 8th prince, who is at the 8th LV of the Qi transformation realm, will be leading you there. First, it is to exterminate the rebels. Second, it is to train you," the martial artist said loudly. "During the mission, you must obey the 8th prince's orders." Everyone nodded. In the Xingfeng nation, there were many lords. Each Lord Hu King's residence sent 5 or 6 people. In total, there were more than 100 people. Next, it was the 8th prince's turn to speak. The 8th prince was very young, but his aura was very strong. "Everyone, you are all disciples of the various Lord Hu King's residences. Normally, you are the ones giving orders. But this time, I hope that you can cooperate with me to exterminate the rebels." Many people responded to the 8th prince's words. It seemed that the 8th prince was very popular in the imperial capital. Fang Chen looked around. Among the 100 people, most of them were at the 5th LV of the Qi transformation realm and above. Only a few were below the 5th LV. Besides the 8th prince, who was the strongest, the rest were only at the 7th LV of the Qi transformation realm. "Alright, the 8th prince will tell you the details of the mission in the Golden Creek County. Now let's go." With a loud roar, the 8th prince led the 100 disciples down the streets of the imperial capital in an orderly fashion, attracting countless onlookers. Chapter 106. The Golden Creek County was very far from the imperial city. It would take at least 3 days to get there. A day after Fang Chen and the rest left, Grandmaster Tian He's wild laughter could be heard from a hidden courtyard in the Heavenly Pill Palace. At this time, in a hidden courtyard, Great Master Tianhe was holding a green pill in his hand. His face was full of excitement. "It's a success! It's a success!" "Grandmaster Tian," he said excitedly. This was the first pill that Fang Chen had given him. It was called the Spirit Tempering Pill. It was a very precious pill that could refine a warrior's soul. He was well aware of the value of the elixir refined by Grandmaster Tianhe. Once the elixir was put on sale, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. In the following days, Great Master Tianhe began to refine another pill according to the pill formula. It took him an entire day before he finally succeeded in refining another pill. With the experience of refining, Master Tianhe began to refine. After another day, Master Tianhe's batch refining was finally successful. The first batch consisted of 100 spirit tempering pills and 100 spirit concentrating pills. The spirit-tempering pill can refine a warrior's soul below the 6th level of the Qi realm. The spirit-concentrating pill is of a higher level and can refine a warrior's soul above the 6th level of the Qi realm. Grandmaster Tian he looked at the pills in his hand and laughed. Next, it was time to sell the pills to the public. The spirit-tempering pill was a low-tier yuan-level pill. It was priced at 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The spirit-concentrating pill was a mid-tier yuan-level pill. It was priced at 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When the Heavenly Pill Palace put these two pills up for sale, the entire alchemy world was shocked. Have you heard? Grandmaster Tian he from the Heavenly Pill Palace recently developed two pills that can refine a person's soul. What? There are pills that can refine a person's soul? Let's go take a look. The spirit-tempering pill and the spirit-concentrating pill can refine a Qi realm warrior's soul. It's not expensive either. Let's see how effective it is. After a series of announcements by the Heavenly Pill Palace, all the warriors in the Imperial City knew that the Heavenly Pill Palace had developed two pills that could refine a person's soul. The soul was the weakest part of a warrior's body. It was very difficult to obtain a soul cultivation method. Even if ordinary martial artists had enough spirit stones, they wouldn't be able to purchase a soul cultivation method. At this time, the medicinal effects of the soul-condensing pill and the soul-tempering pill directly attracted a large number of martial artists. After a few days of fermenting, the entire alchemy world was shaken 3 days later. All the martial artists believed that the effects of the soul-condensing pill and the soul-tempering pill were very good. They lined up in front of the Heavenly Pill Palace to buy them. However, because it was the first batch, Master Tianhe only refined 100 pills each. In just 2 hours, all 200 pills were sold out. The entire Heavenly Pill Hall was still bustling with activity. Are there any more soul-concentrating pills? I want 10. I want 100 soul-concentrating pills. The effect of the soul-tempering pill is too good, I need it. In the Heavenly Pill Palace, such shouts could be heard everywhere. The staff members were also very happy to see such a bustling scene. However, there were no more pills left. In the end, they had no choice but to invite Grandmaster Tianhe to show up. Everyone, please be quiet. After Master Tianhe appeared, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately said, "Since these two pills are newly developed by us, the first batch of pills produced is limited. But don't worry, we have begun to refine the second batch urgently. If nothing goes wrong, the second batch of pills will be available in 3 days." When they heard what Grandmaster Tianhe said, many of the martial artists cheered. Some of them even paid a deposit in advance. Just as Grandmaster Tianhe said, the Heavenly Pill Palace released some more pills 3 days later. However, the number of pills this time was much higher than the first batch. There were 500 pills for each type. However, in less than 2 hours after they were released, they were all sold out. This speed shocked the staff members. Even so, there were still martial artists waiting at the entrance of the Heavenly Pill Palace, hoping that they would be able to buy the next batch of pills. In just a few days, the spiritual stones that the Heavenly Pill Palace earned had exceeded everyone's imagination. Because of these two pills, the Heavenly Pill Palace had started to dominate the alchemy world. Looking at the powerful Heavenly Pill Palace, some of the other forces in the alchemy world felt helpless. In the imperial capital, there was a tall pavilion that reached the clouds. This pavilion was very famous in the imperial capital, as it was called the Elixir Pavilion. The Elixir Pavilion was an alchemy organization in the Divine Wind Nation. This organization was much more powerful than the Heavenly Pill Palace. In the past, the Heavenly Pill Palace had only occupied a small portion of the Divine Wind Nation's alchemy market. If it were not for Grandmaster Tianhe, they would not have been able to survive in the Divine Wind Nation's alchemy market. The Elixir Pavilion had never taken the Heavenly Pill Palace seriously. However, the Elixir Pavilion had no choice but to take the Heavenly Pill Palace seriously now. The Elixir Pavilion had even called for a high-level meeting. At the top floor of the Elixir Pavilion, other than the high-level members of the Elixir Pavilion, no one else could enter. In the meeting hall, many high-level members of the Elixir Pavilion were sitting. Even the Pavilion Master of the Elixir Pavilion was alarmed. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very solemn. The Pavilion Master of the Elixir Pavilion was the first to speak. His face was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Who can tell me what is going on? How can the Heavenly Pill Palace steal our business?" Hearing the Pavilion Master's words, one of the elders said, "Pavilion Master, the Heavenly Pill Palace has recently developed 2 types of soul-tempering pills. The prices are not considered expensive. Once they were put on sale, they were sold out immediately. Because of these 2 types of pills, they quickly occupied the alchemy market." That's right. Now, in the Heavenly Pill Palace, there is a sea of people waiting in line for the pills every day. Even some of our long-term customers have gone to the Heavenly Pill Palace, said another elder. What kind of pills are they? Why are they so attractive? Asked the Pavilion Master. At this moment, an elder handed 2 pills to the Pavilion Master and said, "These 2 pills. The one on the left is called the Soul Concentrating Pill, and the one on the right is called the Soul Tempering Pill." The Pavilion Master picked up the 2 pills and carefully observed them. At first, he did not think much of them. However, after carefully observing them, his face was filled with shock. "How could the Heavenly Pill Palace develop such pills?" exclaimed the Pavilion Master. Although he had never tried them before, with his eyesight, he could see that these 2 pills were not simple. "Pavilion Master, what should we do now?" asked one of the elders. "They have soul-tempering pills, but so do we. Increase our production. Even if we lose money, we have to take back our business," said the Pavilion Master. The imperial capital was in an uproar because of Fong Chen's 2 pill formulas. As for the main character, Fong Chen, he followed a large group of people to the Golden Creek Prefecture. After arriving, the 8th Prince said that he wanted to understand the situation first. It just so happened that before they entered the city, they encountered a human martial artist covered in injuries. They walked over and started asking questions. "Brother, I am a prince of the imperial family. We are here to help you. Can you tell us about the current situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture?" asked the 8th Prince with a smile. Hearing the 8th Prince's words, the martial artist's face revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. He immediately said, "Recently, a group of rebels appeared out of nowhere in the Golden Creek Prefecture. They are tyrannical and are constantly killing civilians. The entire Golden Creek Prefecture is in chaos. If you didn't come, we wouldn't have been able to survive." "Aside from Golden Creek City, has everyone else fallen?" asked the 8th Prince. The martial artist nodded and said, "They haven't attacked Golden Creek City yet. Once they come, Golden Creek City will definitely fall. At that time, the entire Golden Creek Prefecture will fall." After a while, the 8th Prince learned more about the situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture and began speaking. "Everyone, the situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture is not optimistic. However, according to the information we received, the strongest person among the rebels is only at the Qi Transformation's 7th realm. Therefore, we still have the advantage," said the 8th Prince. "There are a total of 10 cities in the Golden Creek Prefecture. We have more than 100 people here. Next, I will divide you into 10 groups and go rescue the 10 cities," added the 8th Prince. Immediately, the 8th Prince began to divide the group. After a while, the groups were divided. In Fong Chen's group, other than the few people from the Protector King's palace, there were 4 people from the Heaven Fiend Palace. When they found out that Fong Chen would be carrying out a mission with the Heaven Fiend Palace, one of the disciples whispered to him, "Brother Fong Chen, you have to be careful of the Heaven Fiend Palace's disciples. They have a grudge with our Protector King's palace." Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded. From the corner of his eye, He sized up the 4 people from the Heaven Fiend Palace and found that they were filled with a murderous aura. "Alright, everyone is divided. Go quickly and return quickly. Be careful not to hurt the civilians," said the 8th prince. "I will wait for your good news in Golden Creek City." Under the 8th prince's command, the 10 groups began to move. The target of Fong Chen's group was a city called Sky Cliff City. This city was at the border of the Golden Creek Prefecture and bordered another country. The Golden Creek Prefecture was at the border of the Xingfeng country, and Sky Cliff City was at the border of the Golden Creek Prefecture. Because this city was at the border of the 2 countries, it was often mixed with good people and bad people. However, Fong Chen did not care about this and quickly headed towards Sky Cliff City. How unlucky. Why are we with the Protector King's palace? Yeah, the Protector King's palace doesn't even have a 5th realm disciple. They will definitely drag us down. Not only do they not have a 5th realm disciple, but they also have a 3rd realm disciple. Are they looking for death? Do they think this is a game? Why do you care so much? The overall strength of the rebels is not strong. With the strength of the 4 of us, it is enough to destroy the rebels and take back the city, said the last disciple of the Sky Fiend Palace coldly. Other than the weakest disciple of the Sky Fiend Palace, who was at the 5th realm, the other 3 disciples were at the 6th realm. They already had a grudge against the Protector King's palace. Now that they saw the weak disciples of the Protector King's palace, they looked down on them even more. Let me tell you first. During the battle, we will not care about your life or death. You better not drag us down, said one of the disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace coldly. We of the Protector King's palace will not drag you down. One of the disciples of the Protector King's palace could not stand the mockery of the disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace and retorted. His retaliation angered the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace. However, at this moment they were stopped by Fong Chen. "We are here to complete a mission, not to quarrel," Fong Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 107. The rebels that had appeared in the Golden Creek County were organized and premeditated. Based on the information he had gathered, Fong Chen felt that their goal wasn't to occupy the Golden Creek County, but something else. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. In the Sky Cliff City, all the martialists had fled. Only the weak commoners were left. They had been chased to the public square by the rebels. "Kill them all at noon," the leader of the rebels ordered. "Boss, we have received news that the Divine Wind Nation has already sent some martialists to the Golden Creek County. It is exactly as the higher-ups have guessed. They have sent some disciples from the royal palaces," the subordinate said softly. "According to the information, there is already a team of 10 people heading towards the Sky Cliff City. As long as they dare to come, we will make sure they do not return," the leader of the rebels said coldly. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. At this time, Fong Chen and the others appeared in the vicinity of the Sky Cliff City. "The Sky Cliff City is right in front of us," Fong Chen said softly as he stopped in his tracks. "Let's charge in directly," one of the disciples from the Sky Fiend Palace said. The other 3 disciples nodded. Fong Chen wanted to stop them, but they didn't listen to Fong Chen's advice. "We still haven't figured out the situation inside. It is very dangerous to charge in without permission. If you are afraid of danger, then don't follow us in." The disciples from the Sky Fiend Palace sneered. Then, the 4 of them rushed into the Sky Cliff City. As the 4 of them disappeared into the distance, the disciple from the royal palace asked, "Brother Fong Chen, what should we do now?" "Let's find a higher place to observe the situation in the Sky Cliff City," Fong Chen said. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace had charged into the Sky Cliff City without any scruples. When they saw the rebels massacring the commoners, they roared angrily. "Rebels, your time of death has come." With a roar, the 4 disciples began to fight with the rebels. When the leader of the rebels saw the 4 of them, his face changed slightly. He said sinisterly, "Ignorant! Kill them! As soon as the rebel finished speaking, countless rebels appeared from every corner of the city. Although these rebels were not very strong, there were too many of them. Bang bang bang. In just a short while, the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend King Palace were unable to hold on any longer. "Boss, if this continues, we're all going to die here," someone asked. "Charge out," the boss said in a deep voice. He regretted it now. If he had known this would happen, they would have listened to Fang Chen's advice. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. "You want to leave?" The bandit leader sneered when he saw the 4 of them trying to escape. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 disciples were captured by the rebels. "These 4 people are disciples of the Heaven Fiend Mansion. Lock them up properly," the rebel leader said. When the 4 disciples were captured, their faces were pale. When they came out, they swore that they would be able to complete the mission. But when they arrived at Sky Cliff City, they were captured by the rebels. Damn it! It's all because of the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. If they had come, we wouldn't have been captured. The 4 disciples vented their anger on the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. They hated the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. If they had the chance, they would have killed all of them. At the moment, Fang Chen was standing on a mountain peak outside Sky Cliff City. He could clearly see everything that was happening there. As expected, Fang Chen pondered and said, "There are too many of them. If we go there rashly, we will definitely alert them. The 4 of them have been captured. What should we do?" asked the disciple of the Hu King's mansion. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "Allow me to think about it." Although the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend King Palace did not force the rebel leader to make a move, Fang Chen could guess that the rebel leader's cultivation was not too high. At most, he was in the Qi transformation 6th realm. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, night had arrived. At this moment, in Golden Creek City, the 8th prince, who was overseeing Golden Creek City, was constantly receiving urgent reports. Damn it! After the 8th prince heard the report, his face was full of dignified expression. He was very clear about the imperial family's intelligence agency. The intelligence agency had investigated in detail and said that the rebels in Golden Creek City were not too strong. Therefore, the disciples of the various kings' mansions were allowed to go and train. But now, the situation was completely different from what the intelligence report had said. In just half a day, the news that he had received was that 5 groups had been wiped out. This made the 8th prince even angrier. However, he could only be anxious. There was nothing he could do. He could only wait. If the losses were too severe, he would ask the imperial family to send troops. At night, Sky Cliff City was pitch black. There was not a single person on the streets. Suddenly, a black figure appeared on the quiet street. This black figure looked around and confirmed that there was no one around before quickly disappearing into the darkness. Fang Chen pondered for an entire afternoon and finally came up with a plan. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. The first thing he had to do was to rescue the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Mansion and then take back the city. In order to achieve this goal, he had to capture the leader of the rebels. With the 4 captains, Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to silently capture the leader of the rebels. After much difficulty, Fang Chen found a place to sneak into Heavenly Cliff City. Then, he quickly headed for the location of the rebels. The leader of the rebels lived in the City Lord's mansion. Fang Chen had already figured out the situation in the City Lord's mansion. There were no guards at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. Fang Chen easily entered the City Lord's mansion. After entering, Fang Chen began to look for the leader of the rebels. In a short while, Fang Chen found the leader of the rebels. "I have to kill him in one strike. Otherwise, I will alert the enemy," Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen secretly released the 4 captains. In this period of time, Captain Tian Hong had also begun to practice the combined attack formation. When the 4 captains worked together to set up the formation, Even a martial artist of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm would not be able to break it. Set up the formation. Fang Chen growled. Immediately, the 4 captains worked together to set up the formation. In the blink of an eye, the formation was completed. When the formation was completed, the 4 captains each stood in a corner and maintained the formation. Fang Chen silently entered the formation. This formation was huge and covered an entire pavilion. When Fang Chen entered the formation, the rebels were finally alerted. "Who is it?" the leader of the rebels asked in a low voice. Fang Chen knew that he had been discovered. He simply said, "You have been trapped in my formation. Be a good boy and surrender." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the rebel tried to sense it. His expression changed. What kind of formation was this? Why couldn't he sense it at all? "You're asking for it." The rebel was furious. He unleashed a fierce attack and began to attack Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen was familiar with the formation, he was able to easily dodge the rebel's attack. Moreover, Fang Chen's prediction was correct. The rebel's cultivation level was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Bang bang bang! In this period of time, Fang Chen dodged the rebel's attacks while using the Tai diffraction sword to attack the rebel. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? The rebel was trapped in the formation. It was impossible for him to inform his subordinate. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Unfortunately, Fang Chen could come and go without a trace in the formation. He couldn't attack him at all. After attacking for a while, Fang Chen felt that it was about time. He said in a low voice, "All of you, come in." Crash! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the 4 captains entered the formation and began to attack fiercely. They began to surround the rebel leader. Back at the Azure Edge Sword sect, the 3 captains were able to trap a martial artist at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm when they worked together. After a while, the rebel leader was finally stopped by the 4 captains. After capturing the rebel leader, the first thing Fang Chen did was to cripple the rebel leader's cultivation level. Then, he had the 4 captains remove the formation. Pass down the order. Have them bring the 4 martial artists they captured during the day here, Fang Chen said coldly. The rebel leader had no choice but to follow Fang Chen's orders. After a while, the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace were brought to the pavilion. Then, the rebel leader ordered his subordinates to leave. "Why is it you?" When the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace entered the pavilion, they were shocked to see Fang Chen sitting beside the rebel leader. "Damn it! The Sky Fiend Palace colluded with the enemy," one of the disciples said. "Do you want to die? It wasn't easy for me to subdue the rebel leader and force him to release you," Fang Chen said coldly. "What? You subdued the rebel leader?" the disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace asked curiously. In the end, they realized that the rebel leader had lost his cultivation level and finally believed Fang Chen's word. "Fang Chen, what should we do next?" the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace asked. Although they hated Fang Chen, they still had to listen to Fang Chen. They had to leave this place first. The situation in Sky Cliff City is beyond our expectations. With our strength, we won't be able to take over the city. Therefore, we need to retreat, Fang Chen said. "Okay, we'll listen to you." The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace instantly reached a consensus and listened to Fang Chen. After a while, the rebel leader led Fang Chen and the rest out of the Sky Cliff City Lord's mansion. "Bring us out of Sky Cliff City," Fang Chen said coldly. The rebel leader's cultivation level had been crippled, so he could only submit. When they reached the city gates, the guard asked, "Leader, why are you going out so late? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and open the gates," the rebel leader said coldly. "Okay." The guard didn't ask any more questions and directly opened the gates. The rebel leader and the rest calmly left Sky Cliff City. When they were far away from Sky Cliff City, the people from the Sky Cliff City met up with Fang Chen and the rest. "Escort him back to Golden Creek City," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace nodded. However, a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. Chapter 108. Golden Creek City, within the governor's mansion. The 8th prince was in charge of the governor's mansion, but his heart was burning with anxiety. 9 groups have failed. There is only 1 group left. I have already made a request to the imperial family. They will send troops over as soon as possible, the 8th prince said in a low voice. He, the 8th prince, had vowed that he would be able to eliminate the rebels and restore peace to the Golden Creek region. But now, in just a few days, 9 out of 10 groups had already failed. There was only 1 group left, and the 8th prince felt extremely humiliated. This matter would affect his position among the princes. But there was nothing he could do now. I wonder what happened to the last group, the 8th prince said softly. At this moment, Fang Chen and the others in the last group were escorting the leader of the rebels and rushing towards the Golden Creek City. After a night of walking, they finally passed through a mountain range. Once they were out of the mountain range, they would be able to see the Golden Creek City. At this moment, Fang Chen and the others were walking in front, while the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace followed behind them. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend King Mansion looked at each other and nodded their heads. In the next moment, the 4 disciples suddenly launched a powerful attack. The 4 people's attacks all gathered on Fang Chen's body. Rumble with a loud sound, Fang Chen was caught off guard and was sent flying by the combined attacks of the 4 disciples. Cough cough. Fang Chen fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. The 5 disciples of the Protector King's mansion reacted instantly. Their faces were filled with anger, and they wanted to speak, but it was too late. Kill them all, the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace said coldly. Immediately, the 4 of them exploded with tyrannical strength. 3 disciples of the 6th level of the Qi Transformation Realm and 1 disciple of the 5th level of the Qi Transformation Realm killed the 5 disciples of the Protector King's mansion in an instant. I hate you. The disciples of the Protector King's mansion were furious before they died. They did not expect that there would be a traitor among them. Crack. When the last disciple of the Protector King's mansion was killed, they turned to look at Fang Chen's body. They wanted to confirm whether or not Fang Chen was dead. However, to their surprise, there was not even a shadow on the ground. There was only some blood. Damn it, he can't have escaped far. Let's chase after him. The 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said sternly. One of the disciples guarded the rebel leader while the other 3 chased after Fang Chen. At that moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with rage. However, he was severely injured and had no way of fighting against the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Mansion. Even if he released the 4 captains, they might not be a match for them. Hence, Fang Chen decisively chose to escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Although Fang Chen was injured, his speed was very fast. In a short while, he had escaped far away. However, Fang Chen did not relax and continued to move forward quickly. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace were chasing after him. He increased his speed again. However, at that moment, Fang Chen discovered that a valley had appeared in front of him. This valley was filled with demonic beasts. Run! Fang Chen did not hesitate and rushed into the valley. Suddenly, the demonic beasts roared in the valley. When the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace arrived, they discovered that the demonic beasts were enraged. Fang Chen has entered the valley. One of the disciples said. That must be it. He must have angered the demonic beasts. He must have been killed by them. Should we go in and take a look? In the end, the 3 disciples chose to leave because they discovered that there were Qi Transformation's 7th realm demonic beasts in the valley. They felt a sense of danger. Fang Chen has entered the valley. He will definitely die. The disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said. When they returned, they met up with another disciple and escorted the leader of the rebels back to Golden Creek City. When the 8th prince found out that the 4 of them had returned to Golden Creek City, he personally came to welcome them. 8th prince, the information was wrong. The strength of the rebels in Sky Cliff City exceeded our expectations. However, we still managed to capture the leader of the rebels. The disciple of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said. Hearing this, the 8th prince's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Good, very good. I did not expect you to actually capture the leader of the rebels. The 8th prince's face was full of smiles. When we return to the imperial capital, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The 8th prince said. Out of the 10 groups, 9 had been destroyed. Only their group had not been destroyed and had even captured the leader of the rebels. This made the 8th prince very happy. The 8th prince did not even ask about the situation of the others. He only praised the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace. 3 days after receiving the news from the 8th prince, the imperial family of Xingfeng Country sent an army to Golden Creek County. The first thing they did when they arrived at Golden Creek County was to exterminate the rebels. The strength of the army was too strong. Everywhere they went, the rebels in the cities were all killed. In just 1 day's time, all 10 cities had been taken back. The rebels this time had infuriated the royal family. Therefore, the experts that were sent out this time were very tyrannical. The only regrettable thing was that some of the disciples of the various royal palaces were completely annihilated. The imperial family had successfully taken control of Golden Creek County. The 8th prince returned to the imperial capital under the protection of many guards. At this moment, at the border between Xingfeng Country and another country, there was a thatched cottage in a dark forest. Outside the thatched cottage, a man with disheveled hair was sitting cross-legged. Boss, Golden Creek County is under the control of the imperial family. Our men are all dead. A subordinate reminded him in a low voice. The man with disheveled hair nodded slightly and said in a hoarse voice, Our current strength is not enough to fight against the imperial family. It is merely Golden Creek County. Our goal was never Golden Creek County in the first place. After saying that, the man with disheveled hair turned around and looked behind the thatched cottage. There were dozens of young cultivators in the open space behind the thatched cottage. They were the disciples of the various royal palaces who had followed the 8th prince here. With these hostages, we can negotiate with those so-called royal palaces. The man with disheveled hair laughed sinisterly. Everything in Golden Creek County was a conspiracy. The reason why they showed weakness was to make the imperial family lower their guard. This way they would be able to capture so many young disciples. After the imperial family took control of Golden Creek County, the Iron Blood Legion protected Golden Creek County. The commoners of Golden Creek County cheered. In a valley not far from Golden Creek City, Fang Chen was lying on a large rock with injuries all over his body. He had almost died. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help cursing. After a few days of recovery, he could finally move his body. However, he still couldn't stand up. That day, Fang Chen resolutely entered the valley. Facing countless demonic beasts, Fang Chen was lucky. He found a very tall rock that was almost hanging in the air. Fang Chen asked the 4 captains to bring him to the rock. Although the demonic beasts in the valley were furious, they couldn't do anything about it. Bastards of the Sky Fiend Royal Palace, I will not let you off, Fang Chen said coldly. What followed was a long period of recovery. After a month, Fang Chen's injuries had completely healed. After tossing and turning, he finally returned to the imperial capital. The first thing Fang Chen did when he returned to the imperial capital was to find the Heavenly Pill Hall. In a hidden courtyard in the Heavenly Pill Hall, Grandmaster Tianhe was chatting with Fang Chen. Brother Fang, where have you been these days? I couldn't find you even if I wanted to. Grandmaster Tianhe's face was full of smiles. In more than a month, the Heavenly Pill Hall had successfully occupied the elixir market in the Divine Wind Nation. Even the elixir dispensary was helpless. Although the elixir dispensary had also launched a soul-tempering elixir, It was nothing compared to the 2 elixirs from the Heavenly Pill Hall. In the end, people still bought the elixirs from the Heavenly Pill Hall crazily and neglected the elixirs from the elixir dispensary. As a result, the elixir dispensary lost a lot of money. In the end, the higher-ups of the elixir dispensary made a decision to cooperate with the Heavenly Pill Hall. It wasn't just the elixir dispensary. Some other elixir organizations also sent their higher-ups to contact the Heavenly Pill Hall. In the end, a few elixir organizations reached an agreement and decided to cooperate. The Heavenly Pill Hall could provide 2 types of elixirs to the elixir dispensary and the other elixir organizations, but the profits had to be split in half. Although the Heavenly Pill Hall demanded an exorbitant price, the elixir dispensary and the other organizations had no choice but to agree. Because of the 2 types of soul-tempering elixirs, the Heavenly Pill Hall had already surpassed the elixir dispensary and become the strongest organization in the Divine Wind Nation's elixir industry. If Fang Chun had said this to Grandmaster Tianhe more than a month ago, Grandmaster Tianhe wouldn't have believed him. But now, everything had become a reality. "How's the elixir sales?" Fang Chun asked. "The sales of the soul-tempering pills and soul-concentrating pills are very high, and the supply can't meet the demand. In just 1 month, we've earned more spirit stones than we've earned in the past year. The entire elixir industry has gone crazy. Even a big force like the Elixir Pavilion has come to cooperate with us." Master Tianhe grinned. Then, Grandmaster Tianhe handed Fang Chun a space ring. "We agreed to split the profits 50-50. These are the spiritual stones that you deserve," Grandmaster Tianhe said. Fang Chun opened the space ring and casually checked its contents. He was instantly shocked. There were a total of 1 billion spiritual stones inside. Moreover, they were all spiritual stones of medium grade. "How can there be so many?" Fang Chun was shocked. "These 2 types of elixirs are too popular. The profits during this time are too high." Grandmaster Tianhe explained the current situation of the Divine Wind Nation's elixir market to Fang Chun. Fang Chun finally understood. "So that's how it is." Fang Chun put away the spiritual stones. 1 billion spiritual stones. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to see that many spiritual stones in their lifetime. Chapter 109. Fang Chun was also shocked by the amount of medium spiritual stones. Even if it was converted to upper spiritual stones, it would be equivalent to 10 million. In the imperial capital, this was considered a huge sum. After recovering from his shock, Fang Chun calmed down. It was obvious that he had underestimated the spending power of martial artists. "Brother Fang, these 2 elixir formulas of yours have allowed the Heavenly Elixir Hall to make a huge profit." Master Tianhe was very respectful towards Fang Chun. Although he was an alchemy master, he did not put on any airs in front of Fang Chun. He knew how terrifying this young man was. Master Tianhe was also afraid of offending Fang Chun. If he offended Fang Chun could give up on cooperating with the Heavenly Elixir Hall and work with other elixir organizations like the Elixir Dispensary. If that happened, the advantage that the Heavenly Elixir Hall had built up would be gone. Therefore, Fang Chun was a money tree that they had to hold tightly in their hand. Mutually beneficial. Fang Chun smiled. Master Tianhe and Fang Chun talked a lot about the Heavenly Elixir Hall. Master Tianhe even asked Fang Chun to invest in the Heavenly Elixir Hall. However, Fang Chun did not agree. Once he invested in the Heavenly Elixir Hall, he would be tied to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. That was not the outcome that he wanted. Therefore, mutually profiting from each other was the best choice. Suddenly, Fang Chun said, "Grandmaster Tianhe, I have a request that I must make of you." "Oh, Brother Fang, what is it?" "If I can help you, I will do my best to help you," Master Tianhe said without hesitation. "Cut off all business with the Heavenly Fiend Palace. Do not sell any elixirs to the Heavenly Elixir Hall," Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Since the disciples of the Heavenly Fiend Palace wanted to kill him, he would not let them off easily. This was just the beginning. Moreover, the Heavenly Fiend Palace had a grudge against the Protector King's palace. Fang Chen could use the Heavenly Elixir Hall to attack the Heavenly Fiend Palace from the side. "Does the Heaven Fiend Palace have a grudge with Brother Fang?" asked Great Master Tian He. Fang Chen nodded. After receiving Fang Chen's confirmation, Great Master Tian He said, "All right, there is no problem. From now on, the Heavenly Elixir Hall will not provide any elixirs to the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. I will also inform the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations." Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. After that, Fang Chen bid farewell to Great Master Tian He and left the Heavenly Pill Hall. On the same day, Great Master Tian He held a meeting with the higher-ups of the Heavenly Pill Palace. In the meeting hall, Grandmaster Tian He was sitting at the head of the table. He was the strongest alchemist in the Heavenly Pill Palace and the only alchemist in the Heavenly Pill Palace. Of course, he was also the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pill Palace. "Palace Master, why did you call for an emergency meeting?" asked one of the higher-ups. Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Pill Palace would not call for such an emergency meeting unless there was an important matter. However, the Heavenly Pill Palace's momentum in the elixir market had been unstoppable recently. Logically speaking, nothing major should have happened. The other higher-ups also looked at Grandmaster Tianhe with puzzlement in their eyes. Great Master Tian He looked around and said, "From today onwards, the Heavenly Pill Palace will stop all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. Furthermore, we will not provide any elixirs to the Heaven Emanations King Mansion in the future." "Palace Master, if this is the case, the Heavenly Pill Palace will lose a big customer." "That's right. Palace Master, the Heaven Emanations King Mansion has a huge demand for elixirs. If we stop providing them with elixirs, they will definitely go to the Elixir Pavilion. Previously, we spent a lot of effort to snatch the Heaven Emanations King Mansion's business from the Elixir Pavilion. Palace Master, please reconsider." Many of the higher-ups reminded him. They did not want to lose such a big customer. "This matter is settled. All you need to know is that if we continue to do business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion, the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations will also get the elixir formulas for the Spirit Tempering Elixir and Spirit Concentrating Elixir," Great Master Tian He said coldly. Upon hearing Great Master Tian He's words, many of the higher-ups were shocked. They understood that this was not Great Master Tian He's idea. It was the idea of the mysterious Almighty behind Great Master Tian He. So what if they offended the Heaven Emanations King Mansion for a mysterious Almighty? I see. Rest assured, Palace Master. From today onwards, the Heavenly Pill Palace will cut off all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. Many of the higher-ups said. They knew how much profit the Spirit Tempering Elixir and Spirit Concentrating Elixir could bring to them. Once the Elixir Pavilion got their hands on the elixir formulas, they would be able to refine the elixirs at a lower cost. At that time, the Elixir Pavilion would not cooperate with the Heavenly Pill Palace. Without the advantage, the Heavenly Pill Palace would not be able to compete with the Elixir Pavilion. At the thought of this, many of the higher-ups gasped. They could offend anyone but that Almighty. The Heavenly Pill Palace was extremely efficient. On the same day, they cut off all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. When the Heaven Emanations King Mansion found out about this, they were furious. "Humph! Even if they don't cooperate with us, there is still the Elixir Pavilion." A voice rang out from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. The people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion were furious. If the Heavenly Pill Palace had not promised to give them a huge discount, they would not have chosen the Heavenly Pill Palace. Now, the Heavenly Pill Palace wanted to cut off all business with them just because they had 2 elixirs. What a joke! Since the Heavenly Pill Palace does not want to cooperate with us, we will cooperate with the Elixir Pavilion. We will work with them to destroy the Heavenly Pill Palace. The people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion said. Immediately, the Heaven Emanations King Mansion sent their younger disciples to the Elixir Pavilion. Because they had made great contributions in suppressing the bandits in the Golden Creek County, the 4 disciples of the Heaven Emanations King Mansion were heavily rewarded by the 8th Prince. Their status in the Heaven Emanations King Mansion also rose. The 4 of them could do whatever they wanted in the Sky Fiend King Palace. They were discussing a collaboration with the Elixir Dispensary. The fact that the Sky Fiend King Palace had sent the 4 of them to deal with such an important matter was enough to show how important this matter was to the Sky Fiend King Palace. The 4 of them staggered out of the Heaven Emanations King Mansion with wild smiles on their faces. At the same time, Fang Chen was hiding in a dark corner. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The 4 of you must die. Fang Chen thought to himself. He would find an opportunity to kill the 4 of them before returning to Kamikaze Kenbu. The 4 of them swaggered towards the Elixir Pavilion. Fang Chen followed closely behind them. However, there were too many people on the way and Fang Chen did not have a chance to strike until the 4 of them entered the Elixir Pavilion. We are from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion, and we are here to discuss a cooperation. The moment they entered the Elixir Pavilion, the leader of the 4 announced loudly. Hearing the words Heaven Emanations King Mansion, all the staff members' faces changed. One of them said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. Our pavilion leader is busy and will not be out." "Humph! How dare you block my way? Are you courting death?" The second leader said coldly. "Quickly report to your pavilion leader that the people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion are here." The third leader said in a low voice. Right at that moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in the hall of the Elixir Pavilion. His face was frosty as he said indifferently, "The 4 of you should return. From today onwards, the pavilion leader has already informed us that the Elixir Pavilion will not cooperate with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion." After speaking, the white-haired old man turned and left. When the 4 of them heard this, their faces changed. However, this was the Elixir Pavilion after all. They could not cause trouble here. "Let's go." After speaking, the 4 of them turned and left. For the entire afternoon, the 4 of them went to a few elixir shops. However, unexpectedly, none of them were willing to cooperate with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. This made the 4 of them furious. "Damn it! Who is the one who is scheming against us?" The leader said coldly. "Let's go back first. This matter is unusual. We need to report it," the second leader said. After that, the 4 of them rushed towards the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. At this time, it was already night time. Although the entire imperial city was brightly lit, there were fewer people on the street. Fang Chen had been secretly watching the 4 of them. When the 4 of them walked to a slightly secluded street, Fang Chen finally decided to take action. Crash! The 4 captains appeared in an instant and set up a formation, trapping the 4 of them within. What's going on? The sudden change caused the faces of the 4 people to be filled with panic. However, after a slight panic, the 4 of them quickly calmed down. "There's an ambush," the leader said in a low voice. "Poochie." Just as the leader finished speaking, an arm suddenly appeared beside the 4 of them. In the next moment, the weakest of them, the 4th leader, was pierced through the throat and died instantly. 4th leader. Seeing the 4th leader die, the 3 of them roared in anger. However, they were trapped in the array and could not leave. "Damn it! How dare you kill my brother? All of you will die!" The leader roared in anger. At the same time, the 3 brothers began to attack the array. However, how could the array set up by the 4 captains be broken so easily by them? Time passed by slowly. After an hour, the 4 captains finally managed to kill a 6th realm Chi transformation realm martial artist with their combined efforts. Poochie. The 3rd leader's death made the leader and 2nd leader even more furious. However, within the array, they could not see the enemy, but the enemy could see them. "Leader, we can't go on like this. Otherwise we will all die," the 2nd leader said in fear. Let's attack with all our might and break the array. The leader said in a low voice. Bang! Bang! Under the strange attacks of the 4 leaders, the second leader also died at their hand. Now, only the leader was left in the array. It was also at this moment that Fang Chun suddenly appeared in the formation. Beside him, the 4 captains stood quietly. Fang Chun, it's you. The leader saw Fang Chun and his face was full of shock. Then, his face turned into anger. When you wanted to kill me, did you think that this day would come? Fang Chun asked indifferently. Fang Chun, you are courting death. The Sky Fiend Palace will not let you off. The leader roared in anger. This place is so remote. Even if I kill you, the Sky Fiend Palace will not know. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, the 4 leaders joined forces to attack the leader. Although the leader was a 6th-level Qi transformation realm martial artist, under the attacks of the 4 leaders, he was forced to retreat. His body was sent flying by the 4 captains. Just as he was trying his best to stabilize his body, a long sword suddenly pierced his body from his back. Puchi! Fang Chun held the Qinyan sword and stabbed it into the leader's body. Fang Chun, you! The leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost his life. After the 4 of them were dead, Fang Chun quickly destroyed the corpses. Then, he removed the array, put away the 4 leaders, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 110. When you wanted to kill me, did you think this day would come? Fang Chun asked calmly. Fang Chun, you're asking for it. The Heaven Fiend Palace will not let you off, the leader roared. This place is so remote. Even if I kill you, the Heaven Fiend Palace will not know. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, the 4 captains joined forces to attack the leader. Although the leader was a martial artist in the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, under the attacks of the 4 captains, he was forced to retreat. His body was sent flying by the 4 captains. Just as he was trying his best to stabilize himself, a long sword suddenly pierced his body from his back. Puchi Fang Chun held the Qinyan sword in his hand and pierced the leader's body. Fang Chun, you! The leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost his life. After the 4 of them were dead, Fang Chun quickly destroyed the corpses and removed the formation. He put away the 4 captains and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The remote streets were very quiet, as if nothing had happened. When he returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. Now, he could easily fight a martial artist in the 5th realm. He could even challenge a disciple in the 6th realm. When Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, he heard that Yuan Batian had reached the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm not too long ago. In response, Fang Chen nodded slightly. With Yuan Batian's potential, breaking through to the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm was within his expectations. Let's exchange for a better weapon first, Fang Chen said with a grin. Previously, Fang Chen had close to 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He had won 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the bet with Yuan Batian. After selling the items in the space ring of the bandits, he had obtained close to 2,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the 1,000,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the elixirs, Fang Chen now had a total of 1.04 billion mid-grade spirit stones. After arriving at the weapon hall, Fang Chen directly asked, "What's the highest grade weapon you have here?" When the staff member heard Fang Chen's words, he was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he said, "In the weapon hall of the intermediate zone, the highest grade weapon is the high-grade Yuan soldier." After saying that, the staff member brought Fang Chen to where the high-ranking Yuan dynasty soldiers were. "There are a total of 10 high-level Yuan soldiers here. Which one do you need?" the staff member asked. Fang Chen took a look and saw that the lowest price for a high-grade Yuan soldier was 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, these spirit stones were nothing to him right now. In the end, Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on a long sword. This longsword had an aura around it, and there was a dragon-shaped sculpture on the hilt. Hidden Dragon Sword. When Fang Chen saw the two words, Hidden Dragon, on the pitch-black longsword, he understood that this was the longsword's name. How much is this Hidden Dragon Sword worth? Asked Fang Chen. The other high-grade Yuan soldiers all had a price tag, but this Hidden Dragon Sword didn't. That was why Fang Chen asked this question. This Hidden Dragon Sword is the highest grade Yuan soldier in the intermediate zone. It's worth 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, said the staff member. Fang Chen nodded. I'll take it. Under the staff member's shocked gaze, Fang Chen handed over 30 million mid-grade spirit stones and took the Hidden Dragon Sword. This fellow is too rich. The Hidden Dragon Sword has been in the weapon hall for many years, and no disciple has been able to afford it. I never thought that this brat would take out 30 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go, said the staff member when he saw Fang Chen leave. For 3 days, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign had searched the entire imperial capital, but there was no news of the 4 disciples. In the end, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign confirmed that the 4 of them had been assassinated. After receiving this news, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace was furious. The 4 of them were the 8th Prince's personal disciples, and they had never thought that they would die in front of so many people. Damn it! Go and investigate. Find the murderer at all costs, roared the Heaven Fiend Sovereign. In the following period of time, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace mobilized the entire Sovereign Palace to investigate this matter. At first, they suspected that the Elixir Pavilion and a few other Elixir organizations had assassinated the 4 of them. But after investigating, they realized that this matter had nothing to do with them. In other words, the 4 of them had been killed by a mysterious expert. After a series of investigations, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace finally determined the location where the 4 of them had been killed. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign's face was filled with anger when he looked at the scene. There are no traces left behind. They must have destroyed the corpses, said the Heaven Fiend Sovereign in a deep voice. To be able to kill the 4 of them silently, the person must be an expert on the Qi ranking or a Qi Sea realm expert, said the Heaven Fiend Sovereign. In the end, the news of the 4 of them being killed reached the 8th Prince's ears. The 8th Prince was furious. The 4 of them had become the 8th Prince's confidants after returning from Golden Creek County. Who would have thought that they would die silently? Investigate this matter, ordered the 8th Prince. But no matter how hard they investigated, they could not find the murderer. During this period, the Heaven Elixir Hall's business was booming. Grandmaster Tian he was grinning from ear to ear. Following the Heaven Elixir Hall, the Elixir Pavilion and the other organizations, their business was booming as well. Of course, Fang Chen, as the person involved, was cultivating in Kamikaze Kenbu. With the Hidden Dragon Sword, I can definitely fight against a 6th-level Qi Transformation Realm martial artist, said Fang Chen with a grin. It's time. Fang Chen put away the Hidden Dragon Sword and slowly walked out of the courtyard. In the middle-class area's square, many middle-class disciples were cultivating. Coincidentally, Yuan Batian was in a particularly good mood today, so he was here to teach the weaker disciples. Senior Brother Yuan, after listening to your explanation, I'm enlightened, said a disciple. Senior Brother Yuan, thank you for your guidance, said another disciple. In the square, all the disciples were praising Yuan Batian. Hearing this, Yuan Batian's face was full of smiles. He liked the feeling of being admired by tens of thousands. But at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from afar. Yuan Batian, I said before that I would return the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and saw that the person who spoke was Fang Chen. Do you think you have the strength to challenge me now? Said Yuan Batian in a low voice. Yuan Batian, it's time to settle old scores, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you're not Senior Brother Yuan's match. That's right. You might be strong, but it's impossible for you to defeat Senior Brother Yuan. Fang Chen, I'd advise you to be a bit more rational. Don't go against senior brother Yuan. Many disciples began to berate Fang Chen. They all thought that Fang Chen was courting death. However, Fang Chen ignored their berating. He icily stared at Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian, are you afraid? Yuan Batian sneered. Fang Chen, are you prepared to die? We still don't know who will live and who will die, said Fang Chen. All right, since you want to die, I'll help you out. Do you dare fight me to the death on the life and death stage? Asked Yuan Batian icily. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, I'll personally kill you, laughed Yuan Batian sinisterly. After obtaining his answer, Fang Chen turned and left. News of Yuan Batian and Fang Chen's life and death battle instantly spread through the middle disciple region. Countless disciples were discussing it. As for the middle disciple region's higher-ups, they were furious. No matter what, they refused to agree to the life and death battle. What kind of joke is this? Both of them have 4th-rank talent in the Sword Dao. If we agree to their life and death battle, then no matter what the result is, one of us will definitely die. No, we won't allow it, said the middle disciple region's supervisor. Although the two of them have enmity, their talent is there for all to see. With a 4th-rank talent in the Sword Dao, give them some time and they'll definitely become one of the 8 kings. That's right, we definitely won't agree to their life and death battle. No matter who dies, it'll be a loss that our kamikaze Kenbu cannot bear. The various higher-ups all spoke up, but no one agreed to the life and death battle. Chapter 111. The upper echelons of the intermediate district almost all disagreed with Fang Chen and Yuan Batian's death match. Both of them were elites of the kamikaze Kenbu. No matter who died in battle, the kamikaze Kenbu would not want to see either of them die. Therefore, the upper echelons finally came to the conclusion that a death match was not allowed. When Fang Chen learned of this situation, he was filled with helplessness. He naturally knew what the upper echelons of the kamikaze Kenbu were thinking. However, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yuan Batian. Fang Chen wasn't the only one thinking this way. Yuan Batian also wanted to kill Fang Chen. However, because of the upper echelon's obstruction, the matter was left unsettled in the end. Fang Chen, one day I will make you wish you were dead, Yuan Batian said to himself when he heard the news. Just like that, the intermediate district regained its peace. All the disciples were working hard in their cultivation. One day, Fang Chen suddenly woke up from his cultivation. His face revealed a trace of helplessness. Sword force had been perfected, but it was very difficult to transform it into sword will. Sword force was the first step in the way of the sword. Warriors who could comprehend sword force were geniuses among geniuses, but there were many in the kamikaze Kenbu. Sword will was the second step in the way of the sword. It was able to transform sword force into sword will. This step had stumped countless geniuses. Geniuses who could truly reach this step were few and far between, even in the kamikaze Kenbu. Fang Chen was stuck at this bottleneck. For the time being, there was nothing he could do. After cultivating in the kamikaze Kenbu for a period of time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. At this moment, Fang Chen was confident that he could defeat or even kill Yuan Batian. Fang Chen's talent in swordsmanship was much stronger than Yuan Batian's, but he started a little later, so he had been chasing after Yuan Batian. Now, he had finally caught up to Yuan Batian. While cultivating in kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen prepared to return to the Fang family. After leaving kamikaze Kenbu and crossing the Lianyun mountain range, Fang Chen returned to the Fang clan in Black Cloud City. After a series of battles in Black Cloud City, the Fang clan had become the undisputed king, and the other forces didn't dare to oppose them. Moreover, many forces knew that behind the Fang family was the Green Edge Sword sect, an overlord sect. The current Azure Edge Sword sect was many times stronger than before, and the number of Qi transformation experts had also increased. Moreover, with the Lufeng sect master and the Seven Heavens sect master as their honorary elders, the Qingfeng sword sect could be said to be the strongest sect in the entire Cyan Cloud County. Ever since the Qingfeng sword sect had become the overlord sect of Cyan Cloud County, they had been secretly protecting the Fang clan. When Fang Chun returned to the Fang clan, everyone in the Fang clan was very happy. Of course, the happiest were the three brothers of the Fang clan. Who would have thought that the publicly acknowledged trash a year ago would become so strong in just a year? When Fang Chun had left Cyan Cloud County for the imperial capital, he had left with the title of Cyan Cloud County's strongest genius. Now, Fang Chun could be considered to have made some small achievement. Chun-er, you're back. Fang Tianyu's face was full of smiles. Chun-er, how have you been in Kamikaze Kenbu? Asked the patriarch of the Fang clan, Fang Tianshan. Fang Chun was overjoyed when he saw that everyone was warming him up. The reason Fang Chun had returned home this time was to give the Fang clan some spirit stones. After all, he had cooperated with the Heavenly Pill Hall and had an endless supply of spirit stones. He wouldn't be able to use them all, so he might as well give some to the Fang clan. In the study, the three brothers of the Fang clan were sitting in their armchairs, looking at Fang Chun. Chun-er, you called the three of us here as soon as you returned. Just what is it? Asked Fang Tianyu. That's right. Chun-er, could it be that you're in some kind of trouble? Asked Fang Tianshan. Chun-er, if you're in trouble, just tell the clan. Our Fang clan will always support you, said Fang Tianbao. Fang Chun nodded slightly and said, the reason I'm returning to the clan this time is to give them some spirit stones. Then Fang Chun took out 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. Here are 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. In the future, treat it as the clan's wealth, said Fang Chun with a smile. The three brothers didn't think much of Fang Chun's words. But when Fang Chun took out 70 million middle-grade spirit stones, they were shocked. After a long time, Fang Tianshan softly said, that's 70 million middle-grade spirit stones. Fang Chun nodded. After receiving Fang Chun's confirmation, the three brothers felt like they were dreaming. 70 million middle-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge sum to the Fang clan. Even the Azure Edge Sword sect wouldn't be able to take out so many middle-grade spirit stones at once. Chun-er, where did you get so many spirit stones? Fang Tianyu did his best to calm himself down as he excitedly asked. The other two stared fixedly at Fang Chun. The pleasant surprise that Fang Chun had given them was simply too shocking. I have some cooperation with the Heavenly Pill Hall. I'm able to get some spirit stones regularly, said Fang Chun simply. Heavenly Pill Hall? Is that the Heavenly Pill Hall that has taken over the medicinal pill market recently? Asked Fang Tianshan. That's right. It's that Heavenly Pill Hall, said Fang Chun. The three brothers were shocked. They hadn't expected Fang Chun to have a relationship with the Heavenly Pill Hall. The Heavenly Pill Hall is definitely a huge medicinal pill organization. Chun-er, you're really amazing to be able to cooperate with them. Fang Tianshan gave him a thumbs up. After a long time, the three brothers put away the 70 million middle-grade spirit stones. Eldest uncle, second uncle, father, we can't let outsiders know that the clan suddenly has so many spirit stones. Even if it's the other members of the clan, we can't let them know, said Fang Chun. Chun-er, don't worry. We know, said the three brothers. Originally, Fang Chun had wanted to give more medicinal pills to the clan. But after careful consideration, he realized that the Fang clan was only a small clan. If he gave them too many spirit stones, it would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, 70 million middle-grade spirit stones was a huge sum for the Fang clan. The 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones from the Heavenly Pill Hall and his own 4 million, they had a total of 1.04 billion middle-grade spirit stones. But not long ago, he had spent 30 million middle-grade spirit stones on the Hidden Dragon sword at the Kamikaze Kenbu Weapon Hall. This time, He had given the clan 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. Now, he only had 900 million left. "It's enough for me," said Fang Chen. After staying in the Fang clan for a few days, Fang Chen discussed with the three brothers and decided to send a batch of Fang clan disciples to the Green Edge Sword sect. After all, the Fang clan wasn't a martial arts family. Compared to the Green Edge Sword sect, they didn't know how to educate their disciples. They might as well send them directly to the Green Edge Sword sect. Fang Chen personally selected disciples of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm and above to be sent to the Green Edge Sword sect. After 3 days of selection, a total of 30 disciples were selected. These disciples were all the elite disciples of the clan. Although you are considered elite disciples among the younger generation of the Fang clan, and even among the younger generation of Black Cloud City, you are still considered the cream of the crop. Fang Chen paused for a moment, then continued, "But this time, you will be sent to the Green Edge Sword sect, the strongest sect in Green Cloud County. There are countless talented disciples in the Green Edge Sword sect. When you arrive, you must work hard to cultivate," said Fang Chen. At some point, Fang Chen had become the benchmark in the hearts of the younger generation of the Fang clan. At this moment, Fang Chen's words filled the hearts of the younger generation of the Fang clan with passion. After Fang Chen spoke, the three brothers of the Fang clan took turns to say a few words. In the end, Fang Chen led the 30 disciples of the Fang clan and left Black Cloud City for the Green Edge Sword sect. A few days later, they arrived at the Green Edge Sword sect. Hearing that Fang Chen had returned, the upper echelons of the Green Edge Sword sect were all dispatched to welcome Fang Chen. Fang Chen. The Clear Wind sect master laughed heartily. "Sect master, elders." Fang Chen clasped his hands in greeting. "I'm here this time to send a batch of disciples of the Fang clan to the Green Edge Sword sect." Before Fang Chen could finish, the Clear Wind sect master said, "No problem. It's just 30 disciples. I'll get the elders to make arrangements for them." "Thank you, sect master," Fang Chen said. "You're the most outstanding disciple of the Green Edge Sword sect. You've made great contributions to the sect." "This is nothing," the Clear Wind sect master said. Fang Chen nodded slightly and said, "Although they're disciples of the Fang clan, I hope that sect master won't give them special treatment. Just let them be like ordinary disciples." "All right." After sending the 30 disciples to the Green Edge Sword sect, Fang Chen returned to the imperial capital alone. After all, his main goal at the moment was to cultivate. After returning to the imperial capital, Fang Chen did not call back the Kamikaze Kenbu. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Pill Hall. When he saw Fang Chen, Master Tianhe's face was full of smiles. "Brother Fang, you're finally here." Before Fang Chen could speak, Master Tianhe took out a spatial ring and handed it to Fang Chen. "This is your profit for this period." Fang Chen checked it and found that there were still 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in the ring. He nodded with satisfaction. "Brother Fang, after this period of sales, these 2 types of pills are gradually saturated. Otherwise, you'd be able to get more profit," Master Tianhe said. "Oh, the sales have dropped?" Fang Chen asked. "That's right. If we don't have a new pill formula, the sales will drop very quickly with just these 2 pills," Master Tianhe said. "Brother Fang, do you have any more pill formulas?" Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "I don't have any pill formulas at the moment, but I can go back and take a look. If I can get them, I'll send them over as soon as possible." "That's good," Master Tianhe said. After chatting with Master Tianhe for a while, Fang Chen turned around and left. When Fang Chen entered the Divine Wind mountain range, he suddenly felt a trace of danger. Yes. Chapter 112. As soon as he entered the Holy Wind mountain range, Fang Chen felt a sense of danger. Immediately, he raised his guard and scanned his surroundings. It was at this moment that a sinister laugh rang out from the Holy Wind mountain range. Hearing the laughter, Fang Chen was able to guess who the person who had arrived was. Yuan Batian. Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he looked into the distance. Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, Yuan Batian's figure emerged from the underbrush. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as he looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, even if I kill you in the Holy Wind mountain range, the upper echelons of the Kamikaze Kenbu won't know. Yuan Batian was dressed in white, and his face was filled with an indifferent smile. Fang Chen seemed to have everything under his control. Yuan Batian, are you in such a hurry to die? Fang Chen sneered when he heard this. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Yuan Batian, but he hadn't expected that Yuan Batian would come knocking on his door. This was perfect. If he killed Yuan Batian in the Holy Wind mountain range, no one would know. When he heard Fang Chen's words, Yuan Batian's face was filled with ridicule. Fang Chen, you're only at the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. I really don't know what kind of courage you have to challenge me. Yuan Batian was originally filled with disdain for Fang Chen, but after learning that Fang Chen had killed Long Jun, who was at the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm, Yuan Batian began to take Fang Chen seriously. Fang Chen's strength was gradually catching up to his. Although he didn't think that Fang Chen would be able to catch up to him, Fang Chen's potential couldn't be underestimated. Yuan Batian didn't want to raise a tiger, so he decided to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Yuan Batian was thinking that although Fang Chen had reached the third realm of the Qi transformation realm, his true strength was only enough to challenge those at the fifth realm. Compared to Yuan Batian, who was at the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm, he was just an ant. Yuan Batian, do you still remember the humiliation you gave me in the primary area? Fang Chen's face revealed a strange smile as he spoke softly. Back then, you were very strong and I was weak. But I said that one day, I would return the humiliation you gave me 100 times over. And today, it is time for me to avenge my humiliation, Fang Chen continued. His cultivation base had reached the third tier of the Qi transformation realm, and his Tai diffraction sword had reached the seventh level. This made Fang Chen even more powerful. Even if he couldn't defeat Yuan Batian in the end, Fang Chen still had the four captains as his trump card. In short, Yuan Batian would definitely die today. Fang Chen, you can't just rely on your mouth. I hope you can say something like that later, Yuan Batian sneered. If that's the case, then I'll let you know that the current me has the qualifications to kill you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the emerald cloud sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the emerald cloud sword was surrounded by a strong sword aura. Seventh level of the Tai Batian. When Fang Chen displayed the seventh level of the Tai Batian, the emerald cloud sword's body trembled. At the tip of the sword, an extremely strong sword light condensed. In the next moment, the sword light separated from the emerald cloud sword and floated in the sky. Then, it transformed into countless powerful sword lights. Die! Fang Chen roared. He waved the emerald cloud sword in his hand, controlling the countless sword lights in the sky and piercing them towards Yuan Batian. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Yuan Batian's face darkened. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura appeared around Yuan Batian. The strength of the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm exploded in an instant. Within his Dantian's true nucleus, dense spiritual Qi continuously emerged. Sky-dominating swordplay. Yuan Batian roared and displayed the sky-dominating swordplay. In the sky, another powerful sword light appeared. This sword light carried an extremely strong aura as it collided with the countless sword lights. Rumble! After the sword light and the sword light collided, the entire sky instantly exploded. The surrounding towering trees were affected and fell to the ground one after another. Crack! Fang Chen's emerald cloud sword and Yuan Batian's long sword collided violently. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. In the next moment, Fang Chun felt a strong force pass from the emerald cloud sword into his body. Bang! Fang Chen's body was forced to retreat. Yuan Batian steadied himself, a sinister expression on his face. Fang Chun, your swordplay may be exquisite, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. Without waiting for Fang Chun to speak, Yuan Batian displayed the sky-dominating swordplay once again. The incomparably strong sky-dominating swordplay was displayed exquisitely by Yuan Batian. Rumble! In the sky, sword lights and sword lights continuously clashed. Fang Chen's emerald cloud sword and Yuan Batian's longsword also clashed violently. Finally, after countless collisions, Fang Chen's emerald cloud sword shattered with a cracking sound. Crack! Seeing the emerald cloud sword shatter, Fang Chen quickly retreated. In the sky, countless sword lights exploded in an instant, blocking Yuan Batian's attack. Yuan Batian licked his dry lips and smiled sinisterly. Fang Chen, your weapon has been shattered by me. What are you going to use to kill me? Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He had originally thought that the emerald cloud sword would be able to tie with Yuan Batian. However, he hadn't expected that the emerald cloud sword would be a low-level Yuan weapon after all. It couldn't compare to Yuan Batian's mid-level Yuan weapon. When he heard Yuan Batian's mocking words, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Then, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This long sword had a golden dragon carved on it. Buzz! When Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from it. Since you want to compete with me in terms of weapons, I'll let you know that I won't lose to you in terms of weapons, Fang Chen said solemnly. How is that possible? Yuan Batian, who had a sinister smile on his face, suddenly froze when he saw the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, he cried out involuntarily. The hidden dragon sword was faintly emitting a powerful aura that made Yuan Batian's heart palpitate. This aura was clearly the aura of a high-level Yuan weapon. How do you have a high-level Yuan weapon? Yuan Batian crazily roared. Yuan weapons were existences above ordinary weapons. It was already pretty good for a cultivator to possess a low-level Yuan weapon. The reason Yuan Batian possessed a mid-level Yuan weapon was because he had obtained it through a fortuitous encounter in some ruins. But he hadn't expected Fang Chen to be able to casually take out a high-level Yuan weapon. Even Yuan Batian couldn't afford such a weapon. Even the cheapest high-level Yuan weapon would cost over 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. He didn't understand how Fang Chen could be so rich. If he knew that Fang Chen possessed nearly 2 billion middle-grade spirit stones, would he go crazy? Of course, now wasn't the time to think about that. The moment Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword, he was prepared to end the battle quickly. After the fierce battle with Yuan Batian, Fang Chen understood that although Yuan Batian's sword technique was tyrannical, he could definitely kill him with the hidden dragon sword. Tai Dispersing Sword. Fang Chen roared and once again used the 7th level of the Tai Dispersing Sword. An incomparably powerful sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword trembled, and a series of cries rang out. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Yuan Batian's expression slightly changed when he saw this scene. Sky-dominating sword technique. Yuan Batian crazily used the sky-dominating sword technique and fiercely clashed with Fang Chen's Tai Dispersing Sword. Crack! A high-grade Yuan soldier was truly a high-grade Yuan soldier. It wasn't something that a mid-grade Yuan soldier could compare to. Just as the hidden dragon sword clashed with Yuan Batian's longsword, a cracking sound was heard. Following that, Yuan Batian was shocked to discover that the mid-ranked Yuan weapon he was so proud of had completely shattered. Having lost his mid-grade Yuan soldier, Yuan Batian was at a disadvantage. Bang! Wielding the hidden dragon sword, he used the Tai Diffraction sword. A tyrannical sword light bombarded Yuan Batian's body. Yuan Batian did his best to block, but he was unable to do so and was sent flying. Lying on the ground, Yuan Batian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had originally wanted to kill Fang Chun, but he hadn't expected to be so heavily injured. He didn't want to die like this. How is this possible? Even now, Yuan Batian still didn't dare to believe that Fang Chun was so strong. I refuse to accept this. Yuan Batian furiously roared. Step by step, Fang Chun arrived in front of Yuan Batian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. When you humiliated me that day, you should have thought of this day, said Fang Chun coldly. Lying on the ground, Yuan Batian raised his head to look at the murderous Fang Chun. A wild smile appeared on his pale face. Ha ha ha, Fang Chun, I admit that I've lost to you, said Yuan Batian. But do you think you can kill me like this? Just as Yuan Batian's voice fell, a tyrannical aura that made Fang Chun tremble suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Yuan Batian's face was ferocious as he abruptly stood up from the ground. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. Boom! The fist that could topple mountains and overturn seas seemed to distort the entire space. Wherever the fist passed, the weeds would turn to dust. Fang Chun, who was caught off guard, was instantly sent flying after being hit by the fist. By the time Fang Chun steadied himself, Yuan Batian's figure had already disappeared. Chapter 113. Yuan Batian had used some kind of forbidden technique to increase his speed to the extreme. Fang Chun had originally planned to let the 4 captains chase after Yuan Batian. However, after sensing Yuan Batian's speed, he shook his head slightly. Even the 4 captains couldn't catch up with Yuan Batian, who had used a forbidden technique. Leaving him alive is a disaster after all, Fang Chun said softly as he looked ahead. Yuan Batian's survival would be a disaster for him. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Fang Chun pondered for a moment. Yuan Batian wouldn't appear in the near future, and he wouldn't dare to. He didn't know when the next time Yuan Batian would appear. During this period, he had to work hard and cultivate. Then, Fang Chun returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. After returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chun began to cultivate in seclusion. Time passed bit by bit. Half a month later, Fang Chun finally obtained another mysterious pill formula from the Crimson Skeleton's mouth. The bloody skeleton had been seriously injured when all the forces of the ancient Sword Continent had besieged the Yellow Spring sect. As a result, some of its memories had been lost. Now that it had worked hard and cultivated, it had finally recovered some of its memories and recalled a certain elixir formula. Fang Chun handed this elixir formula to the Sky Elixir Hall, which made Grandmaster Tianhe very excited. Next, the Sky Elixir Hall began to refine this new elixir. It was imaginable that once this new elixir was released, it would definitely bring a huge amount of wealth to the Sky Elixir Hall. Fang Chun had been cultivating in seclusion during this period. Ever since he had absorbed the power of the broken sword on the black altar in the Sky Light's secret realm, Fang Chun had felt that the golden heart seemed to be transforming. The golden heart was surrounded by silver. Although the silver was very conspicuous, it couldn't hide the color of the heart. On a certain day, Fang Chun entered a state of enlightenment. At this moment, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly, and silver light surged around it. As the golden heart beat, Fang Chun's body twitched. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. However, the golden heart was beating faster and faster. What's going on? Fang Chun was confused. Why hadn't the golden heart finished its transformation? At first, Fang Chun didn't think much of it, but after half an hour, Fang Chun finally noticed that something was wrong. At this moment, his face was pale and his body was extremely weak. The golden heart is actually absorbing my body's energy. Fang Chun was incomparably shocked. Did the transformation of the golden heart require powerful energy? Thinking of this, Fang Chun finally understood why the golden heart had mutated like this. It needed a lot of power. After thinking hard for a while, Xiao Chen discovered that there was nothing in the spatial ring that could provide a large amount of energy to the golden heart. I have to think of a way. Otherwise, all the spiritual qi in the core will be sucked dry, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and racked his brain. Suddenly, a light flashed in his head, and he smiled. I wonder if the golden heart can absorb the energy within the spirit stones. Fang Chen suddenly thought of something. Fang Chen took out a middle-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the middle-grade spirit stone in his hand turned to dust. This, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had absorbed the middle-grade spirit stone's energy at lightning speed. After absorbing that energy, the golden heart became abnormally active. It really can. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He immediately took out a large amount of spirit stones. The thing he didn't lack the most right now was spirit stones. 1,900,000,000 spirit stones was enough for the golden heart to absorb. In the following period of time, Fang Chen continuously picked up middle-grade spiritual stones, while the golden heart was also wildly absorbing them. 3 days later, the golden heart finally calmed down. At this time, the silver light around it had been completely devoured by the golden light. The golden heart had once again regained its golden color, and it was even more vibrant than before. At this time, the golden heart had reached a state of saturation after absorbing the energy of the spirit stones. It was unable to absorb any more. When Fang Chen counted the spirit stones, he was incomparably shocked. Fang Chen was completely dumbfounded. In 3 days, the golden heart had absorbed a total of 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. It actually absorbed that much. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. 100 million middle-grade spirit stones had been completely absorbed by the golden heart just like that. Xiao Chen didn't know what kind of changes the golden heart would undergo after its transformation. Although Fang Chen was shocked that the golden heart had absorbed 100 million middle-grade spirit stones, it wasn't to the point of heartache. After a moment of shock, Fang Chen began to study the golden heart. Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart was slowly wriggling. Every time it wriggled, it would emit a trace of invisible aura. This invisible aura spread throughout Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Fang Chen carefully sensed this aura and discovered that when this aura spread throughout his body actually felt carefree. Could this aura be able to temper my body? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Subsequently, Fang Chen carefully examined the golden heart. He discovered that other than the invisible aura it was emitting, there were no other changes. Forget it, I'll slowly study it in the future. After a long time, Fang Chen said softly. Just as Fang Chen was about to get up, his face suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, the golden heart had undergone a huge change, causing Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Just now, Fang Chen had unintentionally channeled a stream of spirit energy from his true core through the golden heart. However, when it came out of the golden heart, this stream of spirit energy had become incomparably pure. How is this possible? Fang Chen was extremely excited. Could it be that the golden heart can temper spirit energy after its transformation? It should be known that although an ordinary Qi transformation realm warrior's true core could absorb spirit energy, the quality of the spirit energy was very poor. However, a slightly stronger Qi transformation realm warrior could temper the spirit energy in his true core. However, warriors who could temper spirit energy themselves were at least at the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm or above. Under normal circumstances, in a battle of the same realm, if the quality of spirit energy was better than the opponent's, their explosive power would also surpass the opponent's. This was a very important thing on the path of martial arts. What Fang Chen did not expect was that the golden heart could temper spirit energy after its transformation. Moreover, the spirit energy tempered by the golden heart was extremely perfect. Crash! Fang Chen channeled his spirit energy into the golden heart again. When the spirit energy came out, it had all become perfect spirit energy. After discovering this, Fang Chen naturally would not waste the ability of the Golden Heart. He controlled a large amount of spirit energy from his true core and channeled it into the Golden Heart. After a full hour, the spirit energy in Fang Chen's true core had finally become perfect spirit energy. With this level of spirit energy, if I meet an opponent like Yuan Batian again, I will definitely be able to kill him in one strike, Fang Chen said confidently. After cultivating for a long time, Fang Chen prepared to go out for a walk. Not long after, Fang Chen walked into the middle-class area's plaza. At this time, there were many disciples cultivating in the plaza. From time to time, a disciple would greet Fang Chen. Of course, many of them also hated Fang Chen because they were in cahoots with Yuan Batian. Just as Fang Chen was walking, a cultivator suddenly walked up to Fang Chen and icily asked, "Fang Chen, where is senior apprentice brother Yuan?" Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled faintly. "How would I know where Yuan Batian is?" "Fang Chen, don't pretend. You clearly know where senior apprentice brother Yuan is." The disciple sneered. Yuan Batian had told him when he had gone to kill Fang Chen. But after so long, Yuan Batian still hadn't returned. That made Dong San a bit suspicious. Where had senior apprentice brother Yuan gone? With Yuan Batian's strength, Fang Chen simply couldn't kill him. "I don't know." Fang Chen sneered. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to leave, Dong San directly blocked Fang Chen's path. "Fang Chen, I want to challenge you," Dong San said loudly. In the square, many disciples looked over. Dong San's cultivation was only at the early 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was similar to Yuan Batian's. "You don't have the qualifications to make me fight," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen's words made Dong San even angrier. He already hated Fang Chen because of Yuan Batian. Now that he heard Fang Chen's mocking words, he was even more furious. "Fang Chen, are you courting death?" Dong San said coldly. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly turned around, holding a high-grade Yuan weapon, the Hidden Dragon Sword, and instantly used the Tai Diffraction Sword. Pucci with a thrust of the sword, Dong San's body was instantly sent flying backward. This sudden scene shocked all the disciples. Looking at Dong San on the ground, Fang Chen said coldly, "You're just a clown." With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Crash! After Fang Chen left, the whole square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Heavens, how could Fang Chen be so strong? He defeated Dong San in one strike. As expected of a 4th-grade sword talent. He's too strong. Yeah, he defeated Dong San in one strike. I'm afraid even Yuan Batian can't do that. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, Dong San, who was lying on the ground, had a murderous look in his eyes. Damn it, how could Fang Chen be so strong? Did he already kill Yuan Batian? Dong San thought to himself. What happened just now was just a small interlude. Fang Chen didn't care at all. He walked slowly and unknowingly. He came to a very famous place in the middle-class district. There was a tall pagoda here, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. Chapter 114. The Body Refining Tower was used by the disciples in the intermediate area to strengthen their bodies. It was also the specialty of the intermediate area. The specialty of the primary area was the Sword Technique Palace, while the specialty of the intermediate area was the Body Refining Tower. Of course, there were other things in the intermediate area, such as the Sword Forest. However, the Body Refining Tower was a special existence. As everyone knew, on the path of martial arts, although cultivation was important, the strength of the body was also very important. Some warriors had their bodies destroyed in battle because their bodies were not strong enough. As long as their souls were not destroyed, they could rebuild their bodies even if their bodies were destroyed. However, this would cause a great loss to the martial artist. Therefore, the Body Refining Tower in the intermediate area was very important to the martial artist. The body refining tower was built by an almighty in Kamikaze Kenbu. There was a strong gravity in the body refining tower, which was very suitable for martial artists to strengthen their bodies. In front of the body refining tower, some martial artists were observing. At this time, there was a light spot moving quickly on the tower. This light spot moved quickly from the first level to the second level. It stayed on the second level for a while, and then moved on to the third level. Time passed slowly. When the light spot stopped moving, everyone found that it had entered the fifth level of the body refining tower. Yang Yong is really powerful. I didn't expect him to enter the fifth level. Yang Yong is ranked in the top 10 among the intermediate disciples. Although he is only ranked 10th, his strength is very strong. Yes, it is expected that Yang Yong could enter the fifth level. Many disciples saw the light spot stop on the fifth level and discussed it. There were a total of 9 levels in the body refining tower. The gravity on each level was different. Yang Yong's body was strong enough to enter the fifth level. Fang Chen stood outside the body refining tower and looked at the light spot on the tower. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, Yang Yong came out of the body refining tower. He was sweating profusely, but there was a happy smile on his face. Senior brother Yang, congratulations on entering the fifth level of the body refining tower. Many disciples congratulated him. Of course, some disciples were preparing to enter the body refining tower. However, just as they were about to move, a figure suddenly passed by Yang Yong and went directly into the body refining tower. When the figure entered the body refining tower, the door of the body refining tower closed instantly. Damn it! How dare he snatch the body refining tower from me? A disciple said fiercely, but there was nothing he could do. Only one person could enter the body refining tower at a time. Once they entered, there was nothing they could do. Who is this kid? How dare he compete with Brother Hong for the body refining tower? Asked a disciple. The man called Brother Hong looked gloomy as he stared at the light spot on the first floor of the body refining tower. He was furious. Hong Yun was one of the top disciples in the intermediate area. Although he wasn't in the top 10, he was still ranked 15th. Hong Yun's strength had reached the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm. He was only one step away from the late stage of the Qi transformation realm. Once he reached the late stage of the Qi transformation realm, Hong Yun was confident that he would be able to enter the top 10. Hong Yun, don't be angry. Yang Yong grinned. In the intermediate district, Yang Yong and Hong Yun's relationship was well known. The two of them seemed to have grown up together. Although Yang Yong was comforting Hong Yun, he was actually angry at the disciple who had tried to snatch the body refining tower from Hong Yun. Hong Yun didn't say anything. He just stared at the body refining tower with his eyes wide open. Fang Chen had just entered the body refining tower when he felt a gravitational force from all directions. The gravitational force made him extremely uncomfortable. What a strong gravitational force! Fang Chen exclaimed. This was only the first floor of the body refining tower, but the gravitational force was 4 times stronger than the outside world. One could imagine how strong the gravitational force in the body refining tower was. Crack! Fang Chen moved his body slightly. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from his body. It was the sound of the gravitational force pressing against his bones. It seems that I need to get used to it, Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen started to get used to the gravitational force on the first floor. Outside, many disciples realized that after Fang Chen entered the first level, he only moved slightly before coming to a stop. Seeing that the light spot didn't move, many disciples laughed. This kid must be unable to withstand the gravitational force on the first floor. He can't move forward. Humph! How dare he embarrass himself in the body refining tower? He's courting death. Ha ha! I really want to see how this kid will react when he finds out that he is competing with Brother Hong for the body refining tower. Many disciples were laughing at Fang Chen. Even Yang Yong and Hong Yun looked at him with disdain. He can't even withstand the gravitational force on the first floor of the body refining tower. Having said that, Yang Yong said goodbye to Hong Yun and left. If it were the top 10 disciples, Yang Yong would watch them. However, he didn't want to waste his time on such a clown. Hong Yun didn't leave because he wanted to see who dared to compete with him for the body refining tower. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. 15 minutes was neither long nor short. However, it was a long time for Fang Chen, who was on the first floor of the body refining tower. After 15 minutes, Fang Chen's body was finally able to withstand the gravitational force on the first floor. My body is strong enough to withstand the gravitational force on the first floor. However, this happened because I just entered the tower and didn't know how to control my body, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After his body adapted to the gravitational force, Fang Chen started to move. At this moment, many disciples were staring at the body refining tower. Suddenly, they saw the light spot moving. "Look, the light spot is moving," a disciple shouted. Instantly, many disciples looked at the light spot. The light spot on the body refining tower slowly moved from the first floor to the second floor. When everyone thought that it would stay on the second floor, the light spot suddenly left the second floor and entered the third floor. How is this possible? He can withstand the gravitational force on the second floor and enter the third floor directly. A disciple exclaimed. The gravitational force on the first floor was 4 times that of the outside world. On the second floor, the gravitational force was 8 times that of the outside world. Although it was only 2 times that of the first floor, all the disciples who had entered the body refining tower knew that it was not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 is much greater than 2. Amidst the exclamations of the disciples, the light spot stayed on the third floor for a while and then entered the fourth floor. When the light spot entered the fourth floor, it finally stopped moving. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. All the disciples were completely shocked. In the middle-level area, there were only a few disciples who could enter the fourth floor of the body refining tower. They did not expect that the disciple who they laughed at could enter the fourth floor. At this moment, Hong Yun clenched his fists and had a complicated expression on his face. In the body refining tower, Fang Chen did not know that his actions had shocked the outside world. On the fourth floor, the gravitational force was 32 times that of the outside world. Fang Chen felt that his body was being squeezed by the gravitational force, as if he was going to explode. If it were not for the invisible aura from the golden heart to strengthen Fang Chen's body, he would have been crushed by the gravitational force on the fourth floor. It seems that with my current physical strength, I can only enter the fourth floor, Fang Chen said with a grin. In the Kamikaze Kenbu, there was a separate level of physical strength. Of course, this level was only applicable to the body refining tower in the Kamikaze Kenbu. Gold body, silver body, bronze body, and iron body were the 4 levels. As long as one could adapt to the gravitational force on the first floor, his physical body would reach the iron body level. If one could enter the fourth floor, his physical body would reach the bronze body level. My current physical body level should be the bronze body level, Fang Chen said softly. In the history of Kamikaze Kenbu, there were only a few martial artists who had reached the gold body level. However, any martial artist who had reached the gold body level would be able to dominate the world with their physical body alone. At this stage, in the middle level area, only the top 3 disciples had reached the silver body level. They were all experts who could enter the 7th floor. Although Yang Yong had reached the 5th floor in the body refining tower, his physical body level was still the bronze body level. However, even with the same bronze body, Yang Yong was able to reach the 5th level while Fang Chen was only able to reach the 4th level. Yang Yong's bronze body was stronger than Fang Chen's bronze body. On the 4th floor, Fang Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. He tried to resist it for a while, but finally, he could not withstand the gravitational force and left the body refining tower. Crash! When Fang Chen appeared outside the body refining tower, all the disciples looked at Fang Chen. It's Fang Chen! Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed as he recognized Fang Chen. When Hong Yun heard the name Fang Chen, a strange smile appeared on his face. Boy, you are Fang Chen? Hong Yun stepped forward and asked coldly as he walked in front of Fang Chen. Yes, I am Fang Chen. Why did you snatch my time in the body refining tower? Don't you know that snatching other people's time in the body refining tower is very annoying? Hong Yun said. Fang Chen recognized Hong Yun. He knew that Hong Yun was the 15th disciple in the middle level area. I can enter and leave the body refining tower freely. I can enter and leave whenever I want. Can you stop me? Fang Chen asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hong Yun became even angrier. Boy, do you know that I came to the body refining tower before you? I wanted to go in after Brother Yong came out. I didn't expect you to beat me to it, Hong Yun said. Fang Chen did not speak. He just frowned slightly. Humph, do you think you are great just because you entered the 4th floor? Hong Yun sneered. Fang Chen ignored Hong Yun and turned to leave. Chapter 115. Hong Yun's eyes were full of anger. He looked at Fang Chen's back as he left. Then, he turned around and went into the body refining tower. After an hour, Hong Yun came out of the body refining tower. Humph, it's just the 4th level, Hong Yun said coldly. It was easy for him to enter the 4th level, but it was too difficult for him to enter the 5th level. The disciples looked at Hong Yun and looked at each other. After returning from the body refining tower, Fang Chen was about to cultivate when a figure suddenly appeared beside him. First Elder. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and greeted the First Elder. The First Elder of the primary area was very good to Fang Chen, so Fang Chen was also very respectful to the First Elder. Fang Chen, I've come to look for you because I have something to tell you, the Great Elder said. Yes, First Elder, Fang Chen said. The First Elder looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, you have to be careful of the Second Elder and the Third Elder when you are in Kamikaze Kenbu. Hearing the First Elder's words, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and did not speak. The two of them have a lot to do with the dragon army that you killed. They will definitely find a way to take revenge on you. I can protect you now, but I can't protect you forever, so you have to be careful, the First Elder said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded gratefully and said, Thank you for your reminder, First Elder. I'm telling you this because I want you to be careful of them. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave first, the First Elder said and turned to leave. Fang Chen's eyes were gradually filled with coldness as he watched the First Elder's departing figure. He thought to himself in his heart, if all of you wish to die, I don't mind letting all of you die without a burial ground. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. 3 days later, a figure suddenly entered Fang Chen's courtyard. Fang Chen. The figure grinned when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw who it was, he felt a bit puzzled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhuge Yuan, Zhuge Yuan said with a smile. Zhuge Yuan. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He had naturally heard of Zhuge Yuan's name. Although Zhuge Yuan wasn't as famous as the top 10 disciples in the middle zone, his name was still well known. This was because Zhuge Yuan was ranked 11th in the middle class area. He was extremely powerful and had already reached the late stage of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He was many times stronger than Hong Yun. Of course, some people believed that Zhuge Yuan already had the strength to enter the top 10, but Zhuge Yuan didn't seem to care about this ranking, so he didn't challenge the top 10. Fang Chen didn't understand why Zhuge Yuan would come looking for him. May I know why senior brother Zhuge is looking for me? Fang Chen asked. It's like this. I've accepted a mission here that requires a team of at least 5 people. So I came looking for you because I hope you can join me on this mission. Of course, you'll be rewarded, Zhuge Yuan said with a smile. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately stood up and asked, Senior Brother Zhuge, there are many people in the middle-class area who are stronger than me. Why did you choose me? Hearing Fang Chen's question, Zhuge Yuan grinned and said, Fang Chen, I've been secretly watching you for a long time. Not only do you have a 4th-grade sword talent, you're also very powerful. Although your cultivation is only at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, your true strength is at least at the early stage of the 6th realm. I have high hopes for you. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, Yuan Batian hasn't returned for a long time because you killed him. Before Fang Chen could speak, Zhuge Yuan spoke again. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuge Yuan. He didn't expect Zhuge Yuan to be secretly watching him. It seemed that he wasn't careful enough. I really wanted to kill Yuan Batian, but he escaped, Fang Chen said honestly. Fang Chen's words also shocked Zhuge Yuan. The reason why he said that Fang Chen had killed Yuan Batian was only Zhuge Yuan's guess. Now that Fang Chen confirmed it, although he didn't kill Yuan Batian, he was able to make Yuan Batian escape. It was enough to show how powerful Fang Chen was. Fang Chen, I need a disciple like you, Zhuge Yuan said. Then, Zhuge Yuan began to explain the details of the mission to Fang Chen. After listening, Fang Chen found out that the mission Zhuge Yuan was going to do this time was to explore an ancient ruin. This ancient ruin was located in a hidden place in Tianhe County. Usually, as long as the mission hall released this kind of mission, it would be immediately accepted by the disciples. Although the mission was only to explore the ancient ruin, there would definitely be some treasures in the ancient ruin. All the disciples wanted to enter the ancient ruin and obtain the treasures. Zhuge Yuan had received this mission not long ago, but he couldn't find a suitable candidate, so he didn't immediately go. This time, Zhuge Yuan finally found a suitable candidate, and that was Fang Chen. As long as he could convince Fang Chen, the 5-person team would be full, and then they could set off. Of course, the reason why Zhuge Yuan chose Fang Chen was that Fang Chen was strong, and Fang Chen was not as strong as him, so he could be the absolute core of the team. Fang Chen, this ancient ruin will definitely attract some disciples from the top 10 sect, so we can't explore it casually. With your cultivation, you will definitely not be valued by the disciples of the top 10 sect. When the time comes, you can be a surprise, Zhuge Yuan explained. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen finally agreed to Zhuge Yuan's request. First, it was because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't break through for the time being. Maybe he could find a chance in the ancient ruin. Second, it was because he was also tempted by the ancient ruin. People often said that if one could find a chance in the ancient ruin, he might be able to soar to the sky. Although Fang Chen didn't expect to soar to the sky, he could still increase his strength. Okay, I promise you. When do we set off? Fang Chen asked. In 3 days we will meet at the square. We will set off together, Zhuge Yuan said. What about the distribution of benefits after we enter the ancient ruin? Fang Chen asked. Zhuge Yuan explained, the rewards for this mission will be divided equally among the 5 of us. As for the things we get after we enter the ancient ruin, we will depend on our own abilities. How about that? Fang Chen grinned and nodded. In that case, you should get ready. We will set off on time in 3 days. Zhuge Yuan turned and left after he finished speaking. Fang Chen naturally didn't care about the mission reward. It was nothing more than a large amount of spiritual stones. Spiritual stones were nothing to Fang Chen now. Although the Golden Heart had absorbed 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones, Fang Chen still had 8 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, he believed that the Heavenly Elixir Palace would distribute spiritual stones to him again soon. At that time, Fang Chen would definitely become a rich man. In the following time, Fang Chen cultivated while waiting for the mission to begin. On the second day, after the refinement of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen felt that his physical strength had become much stronger. At this time, Fang Chen came to the body refining tower and wanted to give it a try. When Fang Chen entered the body refining tower, he rushed all the way. When he reached the 4th level, his speed finally slowed down. The 4th level doesn't give me much pressure. Fang Chen grinned. Although only 2 days had passed, his physical strength had become much stronger. Originally, he could only reach the 4th level, but this time, he wanted to reach the 5th level. Crash! After Fang Chen adapted to the gravity on the 4th level, he directly entered the 5th level. When Fang Chen entered the 5th level, he suddenly felt a strong gravity from all directions, directly squeezing his body. The pressure on the 5th level is very strong, Fang Chen said in a low voice. After a while, Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat, and he was panting heavily. After staying on the 5th level for an hour, Fang Chen felt that he had reached his limit, so he left the body refining tower. At this time, many disciples outside the body refining tower were shocked. In 2 days, Fang Chen had improved so much. He's definitely a monster. He has improved so much in 2 days. Yes, 2 days ago, he could only stay on the 4th level. Now, he has entered the 5th level. Moreover, he stayed on the 5th level for an hour. He's really a monster. Monster. Not only is his talent in sword principle terrifying, but his physical strength is also terrifying. While the disciples were discussing, Fang Chen quickly left the body refining tower. For Fang Chen, the body refining tower was just a place for him to refine his body. As for the ranking, he did not care at all. When Hong Yun heard that Fang Chen had entered the 5th level of the body refining tower, he was a little shocked. Damn it, how can this guy's physical body be so strong? Hong Yun was furious and growled in a low voice. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Fang Chen arrived at the square. However, when Fang Chen arrived at the square, he heard some noise. Zhuge Yuan, where are you going? A sarcastic voice rang in everyone's ears. Fang Chen looked over and saw 5 people standing in the square. One of them was looking at Zhuge Yuan with a mocking expression. Hong Yun, where I go is none of your business, Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Humph, Zhuge Yuan, even if you don't tell me, I know you're going to do that task. But what I don't understand is that you only have 4 people here. Why don't you give me the 5th place? Hong Yun asked coldly. As long as you give me the 5th place, I don't want the reward. I'll give it all to you, Hong Yun said. Hearing Hong Yun's words, Zhuge Yuan sneered and said, I'm sorry, the team is full. There are no more places. Who's the last one? Hong Yun asked. It's me. At this time, Fang Chen came to Zhuge Yuan's side and said indifferently. Chapter 116. What? Zhuge Yuan actually gave the last spot to you? Seeing Fang Chen, Hong Yun's face was filled with anger. Especially when he heard Fang Chen say that he had gotten the last spot, he was even more furious. When Zhuge Yuan had accepted the mission, Hong Yun had been asking for a spot, but Zhuge Yuan had never given it to him. To the top 10 disciples, this mission was far from enough to attract them. But to the lower-ranked disciples, it was a fatal temptation. Hong Yun wasn't the only one who wanted a spot. The others wanted it too. However, Zhuge Yuan had given out 3 spots in one go. Including himself, there were 4 spots in total. There was only 1 spot left. Hong Yun thought that Zhuge Yuan would give the spot to him, but he didn't expect Zhuge Yuan to give it to Fang Chen. Hong Yun already hated Fang Chen. Now that he heard that Fang Chen had taken the last spot, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhuge Yuan, you'd rather give it to a piece of trash than give it to me? Hong Yun asked, trying hard to suppress his anger. Hong Yun, it's my freedom to give the spot to whoever I want. I hope you won't interfere, Zhuge Yuan said unhappily. Ha ha, a piece of trash actually has the right to participate in this mission. Hong Yun suddenly laughed maniacally. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "It's not up to you to decide whether I have the right or not." Fang Chen's words made Hong Yun even angrier. "Fang Chen, do you dare to fight me?" Hong Yun asked. Hong Yun's cultivation was in the middle of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, while Fang Chen was only in the peak of the 3rd realm. The difference was huge, and Hong Yun believed that he could defeat Fang Chen. "Why wouldn't I?" Fang Chen said. Hong Yu had made trouble for him time and time again. This was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan and the others didn't say anything. Although they wanted to dissuade him, they also wanted to see Fang Chen's true strength. The reason Fang Chen had agreed was because he wanted to show off his strength to Zhuge Yuan's team. At any rate, his cultivation base was very low. Although Zhuge Yuan was there and the others would not say anything about it, it was inevitable that they would feel dissatisfied. Since they were a small team, they had to work together. Thus, Fang Chen wanted to stop them from having such thoughts while they were still in the bud. "Fang Chen, I will let you know that you are not qualified to join this team." Hong Yun laughed maniacally. Fang Chen didn't say anything as he stared at Hong Yun. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Hong Yun's hand. The next moment, the sword soared into the sky and sword light filled the sky. Soaring Sky Sword Technique. Hong Yun bellowed as he unleashed the Flying Heavens Sword Art. The tyrannical Flying Heavens Sword Art was displayed right in front of everyone. When Fang Chen saw this, he did not hesitate at all and directly displayed the Tai Dispersing Sword. Tai Diffraction Sword, Level 7. Swoosh! A dragon roar came from the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, a powerful sword chi shot out from the hidden dragon sword and floated in the sky. Then, under Fang Chen's control, this sword chi turned into countless sword lights. These sword lights drew a strange trajectory in the sky. "What an exquisite sword technique!" a disciple beside Zhuge Yuan said in surprise. "Yeah, although Fang Chen's cultivation is not high, his sword technique is more exquisite than Hong Yun's soaring sky sword technique. A level 4 sword principal talent cannot be judged by common sense. Such an exquisite and peerless sword technique is really rare." The few people sighed slightly when they saw Fang Chen use the Tai Diffraction sword. At this moment, in the sky, the sword light of the two collided with a loud bang, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. Crack! When Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword collided with Hong Yun's longsword, a cracking sound was heard. The sound of the longsword shattering could be heard. "How is this possible?" Hong Yun roared angrily as he realized that his sword had been shattered by Fang Chen's sword. Seeing this sudden scene, Zhuge Yuan and the others were also shocked. After a long while, Zhuge Yuan cried out, "It's the hidden dragon sword, a high-grade Yuan weapon from the weapon hall." The eyes of the other 3 disciples were filled with shock when they heard Zhuge Yuan's shout. They had seen the hidden dragon sword in the weapon hall before. It was a high-grade Yuan weapon and was very expensive. A hidden dragon sword worth 30 million middle spiritual stones. No wonder. Zhuge Yuan sighed. Bang! While the 4 of them were crying out, Fang Chen took advantage of Hong Yun's shock to send him flying with a kick. Hong Yun, who was sent flying, tried his best to stabilize himself. He was in a frenzy and wanted to kill Fang Chen, but Zhuge Yuan stopped him. "Hong Yun, that's enough," Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Since they already knew Fang Chen's strength, there was no need to continue this battle. Fang Chen's Tai Diffraction sword and hidden dragon sword had completely defeated Hong Yun. Such strength had already gained the approval of Zhuge Yuan's team. "Zhuge Yuan, are you trying to stop me?" Hong Yun roared crazily. "Hong Yun, this is the plaza," Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, Hong Yun slowly calmed down. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, I, Hong Yun, will definitely kill you." After saying that, Hong Yun turned and left. Zhuge Yuan and the others smiled at Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so rich." Yeah, that's the hidden dragon sword. It's been in the weapon hall for so many years, but you actually bought it. When they saw the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand, their eyes lit up. One must know that although there was only a difference of one level between a high-level Yuan soldier and a middle-level Yuan soldier, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. After a long while, Zhuge Yuan smiled and said, "All right, since everyone is here, let's set off. However, before we set off, you three should introduce yourselves to Fang Chen." Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, a fatty with a big head and big ears grinned and said, "Fang Chen, I'm Xiao Haobo. I'm Dugu Feng." A skinny man smiled and said, "I'm Ching Fei." Fang Chen nodded slightly when he heard that. Although he had never seen these three people before, their names resounded like thunder in his ears. That was because these three people could be considered as the top disciples in the mid-grade area. Ching Fei was ranked 12th, second only to Zhuge Yuan. Dugu Feng was ranked 13th, and the fatty Xiao Haobo was ranked 14th. After the battle with Hong Yun, Fang Chen had also obtained the approval of the other three. In their hearts, Fang Chen was at least the 15th disciple. Fang Chen, when the news of your battle with Hong Yun spreads, your ranking will definitely soar to 15th. Xiao Haobo grinned and said. Fang Chen shook his head when he heard that. In his heart, the name was not important. Strength was the most important. The few of them chatted for a while before they set off. Our destination this time is Tianhe County. It's very far from here and will take 3 days to reach, Zhuge Yuan said on the way. While Fang Chen and the rest were heading to Tianhe County, several of the top 10 sects had also sent their disciples to Tianhe County. After Hong Yun of Kamikaze Kenbu was defeated by Fang Chen, he was furious and immediately went into seclusion. Fang Chen, just you wait. The day I break through will be the day you die, Hong Yun said coldly. In just 2 hours, Fang Chen and the rest had walked out of the Holy Wind mountain range. Walking on the official road of the Imperial City, the 5 of them met some passers-by. What surprised Fang Chen was that they were talking about the elixir formula that he had given to Master Tianhe. Sai, the Heavenly Elixir Palace is really popular recently. Not to mention the Spirit Condensing Elixir and Spirit Tempering Elixir, the Heavenly Soul Elixir is even more amazing. Yeah, the Heavenly Soul Elixir can actually increase the soul strength of a warrior who has just entered the Qi High Realm. It's amazing. These few days, the Heavenly Soul Elixir sales have been very good. If this continues, the Heavenly Elixir Palace will definitely take over the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations and become the strongest elixir organization in the Divine Wind Nation. Ordinary people can't buy the Heavenly Soul Elixir. The passers-by on the road were complaining. When Fang Chen heard that, he smiled quietly. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhuge, do you know about the Heavenly Soul Elixir they're talking about? Asked Xiao Haobo suddenly. Zhuge Yuan nodded slightly. I know, and I've seen it before. I don't know what happened with the Heavenly Elixir Palace. They were always half dead, but recently, they suddenly rose up and produced 2 kinds of elixirs in succession. They're exceptionally popular, and they've taken over a large portion of the Divine Wind Nation's elixir market. Now, the new Heavenly Soul Elixir is making people line up all the way to the city gates, said Zhuge Yuan. I wonder if this Heavenly Soul Elixir is really as amazing as they say it is, said Ching Fei. Who knows? Let's try it later, said Dugu Feng. I really didn't expect the market to be so popular, said Fang Chen inside. The group of 5 had been hurrying along, occasionally stopping to rest. With the strength of the 5 of them, they would not encounter any bandits along the way. Even if they did, the bandits would just run away. Finally, 3 days later, the 5 of them arrived at the Heavenly River County. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhuge, we're already in the Heavenly River County. Where are we going this time? Asked Xiao Haobo. Zhuge Yuan looked around and said, Our destination is in the south, in the Heavenly River mountain range. The ancient ruins are actually in the Heavenly River mountain range? The Heavenly River mountain range is one of the Heavenly River County's forbidden areas. There are many powerful demonic beasts inside, and ordinary warriors will definitely die if they enter, said Dugufeng. Chapter 117. The Sky River Mountain Range was a forbidden area for the martial artists of the Sky River County. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to leave once they entered. However, as disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, they were not afraid of these rumors and entered without hesitation. Under Zhuge Yuan's lead, Fang Chen and the others entered the Sky River Mountain Range. After entering the Sky River Mountain Range, Fang Chen felt a strange aura. The mountain range was quiet and gave off a dangerous vibe. Everyone, stay alert and be careful, Zhuge Yuan said. Then, the 5 of them rushed into the depths of the mountain range. According to the instructions of the mission, the location of the ancient relic was in the deepest part of the mountain range. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chen was the last to walk. Suddenly, he felt a strong aura appear behind him. In an instant, Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword and used the Tai dispersing sword technique. Whoosh! A ray of sword light shot out and instantly pierced the body of the black shadow. In the next moment, a scream was heard. Bang! With a loud bang, a colorful cat fell to the ground, losing its life. So it's a cat, Zhuge Yuan said when he saw the scene. A Qi transformation 5th realm colorful cat dares to sneak attack us. You must have a death wish. Xiao Haobo grinned. Just now, Fang Chen killed the colorful cat. There was a commotion. Let's go quickly, or we'll be discovered by other beasts, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. Then, the 5 of them moved quickly and disappeared from the area. However, after they left, a very large demonic beast the size of a cheetah appeared beside the multicolored cat's corpse with a bang. Roar! When the beast saw the colorful cat, it roared at the sky. It was furious and its claws tore at the air. Upon closer inspection, this cheetah-like beast was actually a cat-type beast. Obviously, this cat-type beast was related to the colorful cat that had died earlier. Roar! The cat-type demonic beast grabbed the dead tabby cat with its huge claws. Then, with a flash of its body, it quickly chased after them. Time passed bit by bit. When Fang Chen and the others had walked for about an hour, Zhuge Yuan motioned for them to stop and rest for a while. Senior brother Zhuge, why haven't we encountered any other demonic beasts except for that cat? Asked the fatty, Xiao Haobo. Damn fatty! Do you want to meet a demonic beast? That's right. The demonic beasts here are extremely powerful. If we were to encounter a single demonic beast, it would be fine. But if we were to encounter a group of demonic beasts, even if we don't die, we would still lose a layer of skin. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, not saying anything. Looking around, he began to rest. However, just as everyone was talking, they suddenly felt the ground tremble. What's going on? Why is the earth shaking? Fang Chen asked in surprise. The earth trembled and disappeared in a flash. Only Fang Chen felt it. No one else felt it at all. Fang Chen, are you hallucinating? Why did the earth shake? Why didn't we feel it? Asked Qing Fei. Yeah, you must be hallucinating, said Dugufeng. As for Xiao Haobo, he grinned and said, What kind of powerful demonic beast is capable of making the earth shake? The 3 of them laughed mischievously, thinking that Fang Chen was hallucinating. Only Zhuge Yuan saw Fang Chen's expression and walked over to Fang Chen. He whispered, Fang Chen, what did you sense? Fang Chen said, I sensed a powerful aura approaching us. Although it's doing its best to conceal it, I can still sense it. You're saying that the trembling of the earth has something to do with that aura? Zhuge Yuan's expression changed slightly. Fang Chen nodded. It's not safe here. Let's leave quickly. For some unknown reason, Fang Chen kept feeling uneasy, as if danger was about to descend. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Yuan looked around and said, Prepare to leave. Senior apprentice brother Zhuge, we haven't even rested yet. Xiao Haobo grinned. Just as Ching Fei and Dugufeng were about to speak, the earth shook once more. This time, the few of them finally felt the ground tremble. Their faces changed drastically as they looked at Zhuge Yuan. The earth is shaking? Is there danger approaching? Asked Ching Fei hastily. Let's go. Zhuge Yuan shouted, preparing to lead the group away. However, it was already too late. Just as Zhuge Yuan's voice faded, Fang Chen had already taken out the hidden dragon sword. That was because the earth was shaking more and more violently. What kind of demonic beast is it? Cried Xiao Haobua. Roar. Following the earth's shaking, a furious roar came from the distance. In the next moment, a demonic beast the size of a cheetah appeared in front of them. How is this possible? Seeing this demonic beast, everyone cried out. It was clearly very small, only the size of a cheetah. However, every step it took caused the earth to shake. Just how much strength did it require? It's a cat-type demonic beast. Fang Chen suddenly shouted. In the next moment, Fang Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. The multicolored cat we killed before was related to it. Fang Chen roared. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the four of them looked at the demonic beast and discovered that it really was a cat-type demonic beast. Damn it, why is a cat-type demonic beast so big? Zhuge Yuan couldn't help cursing. At this moment, they couldn't escape. They could only fight to the death. No wonder it could make the earth shake when it walked. It's a mutated cat-type demonic beast, said Ching Fei. Roar! The cat demonic beast suddenly stopped and looked at Fang Chen's group with its big eyes. Then, it gently placed the multicolored cat on the ground. It wants to avenge the multicolored cat. Zhuge Yuan shouted. In the next moment, the cat demonic beast made its move. With a stomp of its foot, the entire ground shook. Fang Chen's group couldn't stand still. Bang! The cat demonic beast clenched its claws into fists and punched at the five of them. Wherever the fist passed, even the air dissipated. Tai dispersing sword. Absolute heaven sword technique. Fang Chen's group was shocked. They all displayed their strongest sword technique. The sky was filled with sword light crisscrossing and directly colliding with the cat demonic beast's fist. Crack! A strong force was transmitted from the cat demonic beast's fist. This fist directly shattered the sword light that filled the sky. Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword slashed at the cat demonic beast's fist. Intense sparks appeared, and Fang Chen's hand was in pain from the impact. What a strong defense! Fang Chen exclaimed helplessly. Even the high-grade Yuan weapon, hidden dragon sword, couldn't pierce the cat demonic beast's fist. One could only imagine how strong the cat demonic beast's defense was. It's too strong. This cat demonic beast's strength is at least in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. We can't beat it. Run! Zhuge Yuan shouted. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, the five of them immediately split up and fled. Roar! The cat demonic beast roared. Its body flashed, and it quickly chased after them. Split up! Zhuge Yuan shouted. Then, the five of them turned into 5 streaks of light and fled in 5 different directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had escaped from the battlefield. But just as he thought that he had escaped the cat demonic beast's attack range, an angry roar suddenly came from behind him. Damn it, why is it chasing me? Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. Then, he increased his speed again. Roar! The cat demonic beast was closing in from behind, while Fang Chen was fleeing quickly. Bang! Just as the cat demonic beast was about to reach Fang Chen, it suddenly spat out a ball of fire from its mouth. It directly hit Fang Chen's back. Crack! The ball of fire instantly burned Fang Chen's back. Fang Chen let out a miserable cry. His body was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, Fang Chen released the 4 captains. Crash! The moment the 4 captains appeared, they immediately set up a powerful formation, trapping the cat demonic beast within. Roar! The cat demonic beast's angry roar could still be heard. But Fang Chen's face was grave. The ball of fire that the cat demonic beast spat out was too powerful. It directly burned his back. If the golden heart hadn't released a clear stream at the critical moment to extinguish the ball of fire, Fang Chen would have been burned to a pulp, if not dead. Run. The bloody skeleton informed Fang Chen. Although the four of them controlled the formation and trapped the cat demonic beast, the cat demonic beast was too powerful. They couldn't kill it. After Fang Chen heard the news, he immediately made a decision, and that was to escape. I'll escape first. You guys find a way to follow me. After Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed as he turned and left. After Fang Chen disappeared, the four captains launched a fierce attack on the cat demonic beast. However, the cat demonic beast was too powerful, so they could only launch a sneak attack. In the Heavenly River mountain range, 10 cultivators were moving forward in an open space. Looking at the insignia on their bodies, they should be disciples of the Heavenly Goose Mountain. On their collars there was a wild goose flying. At a glance, one could tell that they were disciples of the Heavenly Goose Mountain. The Heavenly Goose Mountain was one of the top 10 sect of the Divine Wind Nation. Its power spread throughout the entire Divine Wind Nation. It was very powerful. This time, the Heavenly Goose Mountain also received news that an ancient ruin had appeared here, so they sent disciples to explore. There were 10 disciples in total, and the leader was the number 1 outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Goose Mountain, Feng Xueshan. Feng Xueshan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. But his true strength was definitely comparable to a 7th realm martial artist. The Heavenly Goose Mountain disciples led by Feng Xueshan were walking when they suddenly heard an angry roar. Immediately their faces changed. The roar of a beast. Is there a battle? Feng Xueshan stopped and said softly, "Senior brother Feng, should we go take a look? Maybe it's a disciple of the top 10 sect," a disciple said. Chapter 118. As the chief outer sect disciple of Tianyan Mountain, Feng Xueshan was naturally very arrogant. As long as he did not meet an opponent above the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he would be able to deal with them easily. Hearing Feng Xueshan's words, the disciples of Tianyan Mountain nodded. Then, under Feng Xueshan's lead, they rushed towards the source of the beast roar. At this time, the 4 captains controlling the formation were fighting fiercely with the cat demon. Suddenly, Captain Sha Zhao's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "Someone is coming." Hearing Captain Sha Zhao's words, the 3 captains nodded. In the next moment, the 4 of them immediately retreated from the formation. The moment Feng Xueshan and the rest appeared, the 4 captains immediately removed the formation. Roar. A beastly roar could be heard. The cat demon that had been trapped in the formation for a long time suddenly realized that the formation had disappeared. It roared towards the sky and stretched out its claws, twisting the space around it. Retreat! The figures of the 4 captains flashed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The furious cat demon's attention was attracted by Feng Xueshan and the rest. It did not even notice that the 4 captains had disappeared. Roar! The cat demon roared and rushed towards Feng Xueshan and the rest in a flash. "Bastard, you're courting death!" Seeing this, the disciple from Tianyan Mountain snorted coldly. He clenched his fist tightly and the spiritual energy within his true core surged. Finally, all of it gathered in his fist, and he threw a heavy punch at the cat demon. Crack! The disciple originally thought that the cat demon was not strong. But when his fist collided with the cat demon, his heart was filled with fear. "How is this possible?" the disciple cried out. At this time, his entire arm had been torn apart by the cat demon. Feng Xueshan wanted to save him, but it was too late. Poochie! Immediately after, the cat demon tore the disciple's body apart in front of everyone. The disciple died instantly. "Senior brother Feng, this cat demon is strong. What should we do?" a disciple asked anxiously. "Run!" Feng Shuashan narrowed his eyes and looked at the cat demon. His mind was thinking quickly. Finally, he roared. The 4 captains had successfully diverted the cat demon's fury onto the disciples of Sky Goose Mountain, while the 4 of them fled quickly. Because they were connected to Fangchen, they could sense where Fangchen was. Although their senses were a little weak, it did not prevent them from finding Fangchen. After ensuring that the cat demon did not chase after them, the 4 captains finally found Fangchen. At this moment, Fangchen was sweating profusely. He was resting on a green rock. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Fangchen immediately stood up from the green rock. He held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and prepared for battle. "Master, it's us." After hearing the Crimson Skeleton's voice, Fangchen let out a sigh of relief and immediately put away the hidden dragon sword. Immediately after, the 4 captains quickly appeared in front of Fangchen. Fangchen was a little confused. How did the 4 captains get rid of the cat demon's pursuit? After asking, Fangchen found out that a group of people had approached the cat demon. The 4 captains removed the formation and successfully diverted the cat demon's fury onto that group of people. I see. I'm afraid that group of people should also be disciples of the top 10 sect. Fangchen pondered. Since the 4 captains were safe and sound, Fangchen was relieved. Then, he put the 4 captains into a special interspatial ring and quickly moved forward. When they first entered the Sky River mountain range, Zhuge Yuan had told them that they had to split up if they encountered danger in the mountain range. If they could get rid of the danger, they would meet up in the depths of the Sky River mountain range. "Let's meet up with Zhuge Yuan and the others," Fangchen said. In the depths of the Sky River mountain range, Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were sitting cross-legged in an open space. They were battered and exhausted. "Senior brother Zhuge, we've already waited for so long, but Fangchen still hasn't appeared. Could it be?" Xiao Haobo didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew. When the cat demon was enraged, the 5 of them had split up and fled. The cat demon had chased after Fangchen. If Fangchen was fine, he would have already come here to meet up with them. But now, the 4 of them had come here one after another. They had already waited for so long, but Fangchen still hadn't appeared. "Fangchen lured the cat demon away for us," said Qingfei. "My intuition tells me that Fangchen won't die so easily." Dugu Feng, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Zhuge Yuan slowly stood up. His deep eyes looked at the front of the mountain range as he pondered. "Let's wait for a while. If Fangchen still doesn't appear, then we'll proceed according to the original plan," Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other 3 nodded. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At this time, Fangchen still hadn't appeared. Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were finally in despair. Suddenly, Zhuge Yuan stood up. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, Qingfei and the other 2 also quickly stood up. They glanced at the front of the mountain range, then turned around and followed Zhuge Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as the 4 of them turned around and left, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, everyone heard the sound of the grass rustling. "Listen," Zhuge Yuan stopped and said in a deep voice. "Could it be?" Qingfei asked. The 4 of them stopped and turned around to look. To their surprise, they discovered a familiar head gradually emerging from the bushes. "Ha ha ha, I knew Fangchen wouldn't die so easily." The first to speak was Dugu Feng. He laughed wildly. "Fangchen, you're not dead. That's great." Qingfei laughed as well. "Fangchen, we've been waiting for you for a long time. When you didn't appear, we thought you were killed by the cat demon." Xiao Haobo grinned. When Fangchen walked in front of the 4 of them, Zhuge Yuan clenched his fist and punched Fangchen's shoulder. He grinned and said, "You made us worry for so long." "I made you worry." Fangchen grinned. He could feel that the 4 of them cared for him from the bottom of their hearts. He was very happy. "Fangchen, the cat demon was targeting you. How did you get rid of it? Ching Fei asked curiously. Yeah, the cat demon is a monster in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. It's very strong. How did you escape? Xiao Haobo asked. Feng Qin nodded and said, when the cat demon was chasing me, it encountered some martial artists. I guessed that they were martial artists from the 10 Great Sect. I plotted to draw the cat demon's anger onto them and then escape. Hearing Feng Qin's explanation, the 4 of them laughed. They didn't know which unlucky sect disciple had been tricked by Feng Qin. Alright, since you're here, let's move on. It seems that a sect has already reached the entrance of the ancient ruins. Zhuge Yuan smiled. Then the 5 of them quickly rushed towards the entrance of the ancient ruins. At this time, in a hidden place in the Sky River Mountains, a battered and exhausted Feng Xueshan stood quietly. His face was full of anger. Damn the cat demon! Feng Xueshan roared angrily. When he left Sky Goose Mountain, he had vowed that he would definitely complete the mission this time. But just as he arrived at the Sky River Mountains and before he reached the entrance of the ancient ruins, he had encountered the powerful cat demon. In the process of fighting the cat demon, the disciples of Sky Goose Mountain had died one by one. When Feng Xueshan tried his best to escape from the cat demon, he realized that the 9 disciples he had brought with him had all died in battle. He was the only one left. Damn it, who is killing our disciples of Sky Goose Mountain? If I, Feng Xueshan, find out, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Feng Xueshan roared. When Feng Xueshan had first seen the cat demon, he had clearly sensed 4 auras. But these auras had disappeared too quickly, and Feng Xueshan hadn't had time to observe them before he was attacked by the cat demon. No matter what, let's go to the ancient ruins first. When I get the treasures in the ancient ruins, I'll go back and redeem myself, Feng Xueshan said. At the end of the Sky River Mountains, there was a wide plain. It wasn't really a plain, but it was wider. In this wide area, there were many ancient martial art practitioners. These ancient martial art practitioners were all disciples of the 10 Great Sect. In the middle of the wide area, there were a few disciples in fiery red robes. These disciples had a fiery red flame on their collars. They were disciples of Flaming Mountain. Flaming Mountain was one of the 10 Great Sects. It was one of the top sects and was very powerful. This time, the leading disciple of Flaming Mountain was the top disciple of Flaming Mountain's outer sect, Huahen. His cultivation had reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Just as Huahen was observing the entrance of the ancient ruins, a hearty voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Brother Huahen, I didn't expect Flaming Mountain to come so early. Hearing this voice, Huahen slightly turned his head to take a look. Soon after, a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, So it's Brother Feng Yin from the Clear Wind Lake. You guys are not too late. Breeze Lake was an average sect among the 10 Great Sect. Feng Yin was the top disciple of Breeze Lake's outer sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, and he was only one step away from the 7th realm. I wonder what other sects will come this time. After greeting Huahen, Feng Yin said faintly. Just as the 2 of them were chatting, a group of people suddenly appeared in the open area. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu. Oh, I didn't expect Kamikaze Kenbu to send disciples this time, Feng Yin said with a disdainful smile on his face. Kamikaze Kenbu wants to surpass the 10 Great Sect. Naturally, they would send disciples to this ancient ruins to train their disciples, Huahen said with a grin. Kamikaze Kenbu was considered a special power in the Xingfeng nation. When Kamikaze Kenbu was established, the 10 Great Sects had already existed. When Kamikaze Kenbu was established, the 10 Great Sects were the dominant powers in the Xingfeng nation. Kamikaze Kenbu's top disciple, the House Master, declared that one day, Kamikaze Kenbu would surpass the 10 Great Sects and become the strongest power in the Xingfeng nation. At that time, the 10 Great Sects looked down on Kamikaze Kenbu. However, with Kamikaze Kenbu's hard work and the emergence of some amazing disciples, Kamikaze Kenbu finally grew to become a great power second only to the 10 great sects. However, Kamikaze Kenbu still could not gain the recognition of the 10 great sects. Chapter 119. So what if they're here? It's impossible for them to get the treasure right under the noses of the 10 great sect, Hua Hen said coldly. Brother Hua Hen is right. The Kamikaze Kenbu won't have a share in this ancient ruin. Feng Yin grinned. Feeling the hostility of the 2 great sects, Zhuge Yuan's expression turned serious. He stood on the ground and stared at the stone door in front of him. It's the disciples of Flaming Mountain and Breeze Lake, Xiao Haobo whispered. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up the disciples of Flaming Mountain and Breeze Lake, especially Hua Hen and Feng Yin. Hua Hen's strength has reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He's the strongest among them. Feng Yin is slightly weaker, Qing Fei said. Fang Chen, once we enter the ancient ruin, you must pay attention to Hua Hen. He's the number 1 disciple of Flaming Mountain's outer sect. He's tyrannical and violent. If you meet him, you'll most likely be killed by him, Dugu Feng warned. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. Feng Shueshan had arrived. Strange. Why did Tianyan Mountain only send 1 disciple this time? Feng Yin was a little confused. Could it be that Feng Shueshan broke through to the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm? Hua Hen asked suspiciously. Although they were confused, they still greeted Feng Shueshan. After all, he was also a disciple of the 10 great sect. Brother Feng, why did you come alone? Feng Yin asked with a smile. Yes, Brother Feng. Did Tianyan Mountain only send you 2 this time? Hua Hen asked. Feng Shueshan, who was already angry, became even angrier after hearing their questions. His face was cold as he ignored them. Looking at Feng Shueshan's expression, it seems like something happened. Could it be that he met a powerful demon beast in the Sky River Mountains that killed his disciples? The 2 whispered. Fang Chen glanced at Feng Shueshan. He had also guessed that the disciples of the 10 great sect that the 4 captains had tricked were from Tianyan Mountain. However, he didn't expect that other than Feng Shueshan, all the other disciples had died in battle. You 2 were the first to arrive here. Do you have a way to enter the ancient ruins? Asked Zhuge Yuan. The entrance to the ancient ruins has a layer of membrane. It's very hard and it's a bit difficult to break it. However, when we came here, we investigated clearly. The entrance to the ancient ruins will be at its weakest when the sun is high in the sky. At that time, we will join forces to attack it and we will definitely be able to break the membrane, Feng Yin explained. After all, it was related to how to enter the ancient ruins. Even if Feng Yin hated the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, he must make it clear because they needed the strength of the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan nodded slightly. It was already afternoon. If he wanted to wait until the scorching sun hung high in the sky, he would have to wait until noon tomorrow. Just as Zhuge Yuan and the others were about to find a place to rest, Feng Shueshan suddenly stepped forward and said, Hua Hen, did you encounter any demonic beasts on your way here? No, Hua Hen replied. What about you, Feng Yin? Feng Shueshan asked. Also no. Feng Yin didn't understand and replied. Hearing their replies, Feng Shueshan's gaze turned to the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu. His eyes were filled with an icy qi. For this trip to the ancient ruins, I estimate that only 3 of the 10 great sects have come, said Feng Yin. When I entered the Heavenly River mountain range, I was tricked. The 9 disciples I brought all died at the hands of a cat demon at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. I'm guessing that the person who tricked me must be one of you. Hearing this, Hua Hen and Feng Yin nodded slightly. No wonder Feng Shueshan had come alone. So he had been tricked. The 2 of them said they didn't encounter any demonic beast. Then the person who tricked my heavenly goose mountain must be your kamikaze Kenbu. Feng Shuashan's tone was extremely vile. Feng Shuashan, what proof do you have? Zhuge Yuan frowned and icily asked. When he had seen Feng Shuashan, he had already guessed it. But he couldn't admit it now. If Feng Shuashan learned of it, he would definitely attack them. Just based on the two of them saying they didn't encounter any demonic beasts, you suspect my kamikaze Kenbu. What if I say we also didn't encounter any demonic beast? Zhuge Yuan's attitude was very unyielding. Humph, does your kamikaze Kenbu think you can be compared to the 10 great sects? Feng Shuashan walked step by step towards Zhuge Yuan. The kamikaze Kenbu's disciples all stood up when they saw Feng Shuashan walk over. They prepared themselves for battle. Feng Shuashan, don't be unreasonable. If you insist on framing our Divine Wind Sword Mansion, our Divine Wind Sword Mansion doesn't mind fighting with you. Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. Feng Shuashan's expression was sinister as he looked at Zhuge Yuan. He wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Hua Hen and Feng Yin. Brother Feng, the most important thing right now is to enter the ancient ruins. If you fight, both sides will be injured. What will you do if you can't open the ancient ruins? Said Hua Hen. That's right. If you want to settle your personal grudges, you can talk about it after entering the ancient ruins, said Feng Yin. Hearing their words, Feng Shuashan weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he chose to take a step back. His gaze was icy. Humph, you'd best not let me find any evidence. Otherwise, there's no need for you to return to Kamikaze Kenbu. You can just stay in the ancient ruins. After saying that, Feng Shuashan sat down cross-legged on the ground. As for Hua Hen and Feng Yin, they looked at Zhuge Yuan with interest. Fang Chen was calculating inside. Even if Feng Shuashan started a fight with them, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, the attitude of the 10 great sects disciples made Fang Chen very unhappy. If they said they didn't, then Feng Shuashan would believe them. But if the kamikaze Kenbu said they didn't, then he wouldn't believe them. Wasn't that clearly looking down on the kamikaze Kenbu? Just like that, in this tense atmosphere, time passed by bit by bit. Unknowingly, it was already night time. Stars gradually appeared in the sky one after another. The stars in the sky were constantly blinking. At this time, the crescent moon was also hanging high in the sky. The 3 great sects' disciples, as well as the kamikaze Kenbu's disciples, had all entered a state of rest, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. At night, the Sky River mountain range was very quiet. It seemed that even the demonic beasts had gone to rest. The night passed and dawn finally arrived. After a long wait, time finally stopped at noon. At this time, the scorching sun hung high in the sky and the surrounding air was extremely hot. Time's up. Hua Hen suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the stone door in front of him as he spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Hua Hen's words, many disciples focused their gazes on the void stone gate. Feng Yin said, "Can we begin?" Just as Feng Yin was speaking, ripples appeared on the void stone gate in front of the vast land. These ripples gradually dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. When these ripples completely dissipated, the thin film finally reached its weakest point. "Everyone, attack the thin film together!" Hua Hen roared. In the next moment, under Hua Hen's leadership, all the disciples attacked. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and displayed the Tai diffraction sword. A sword light directly pierced towards the void stone gate. Rumble! As everyone's attacks collided with the void stone gate, a crack suddenly appeared on the thin film. Then, the crack began to expand and finally, the thin film shattered. "It's broken," Hua Hen said. "Let's go in," Feng Yin said in a low voice and led the disciples of the Breeze Lake into the void stone gate. Seeing this, Hua Hen also led his disciples and charged into the cave. Before Feng Shuashan entered, he looked thoughtfully at Zhuge Yuan. Then, a fierce light flashed in his eyes and he entered the void stone gate. On the vast land, Only the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu were left. Senior brother Zhuge, let's go in too. Otherwise, the thin film will recover, Xiao Haobo said. In the blink of an eye, the shattered thin film began to slowly recover. Once the thin film recovered, they could no longer enter. Be careful when you enter, Zhuge Yuan reminded. Especially Feng Xueshan. Once you meet him, run away immediately. Don't fight with him. Then, under Zhuge Yuan's lead, Fang Chen and the others also entered the ancient ruins. After everyone had entered the ancient ruins, the thin film on the void stone gate was instantly restored. Chapter 120. When he stepped through the void stone door, Fang Chen felt dizzy. It was as if he was in darkness and the world was spinning. In just a moment, Fang Chen felt that his body was no longer shaking. He slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling light shone directly into his eyes, causing Fang Chen to unconsciously reach out to block the light. After gradually adapting to the dazzling light, Fang Chen looked around for the others. Is this the ancient ruins? Beside Fang Chen, Du Feng asked. Obviously, everyone was already in the ancient ruins. Fang Chen looked around and saw that the 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbu were all together. The disciples from the other 3 sects had disappeared. They must have been randomly teleported away. This is the ancient ruins. According to the information, this ancient ruins might have been left behind by a Qi High Realm expert. There are many spiritual treasures here, Zhuge Yuan said. Senior Zhuge, what should we do next? Xiao Haobo asked. Zhuge Yuan thought for a moment and said, I have a map here. It's the map to the core of the ancient ruins. Let's go according to the map. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, everyone nodded. After that, Fang Chen and the others quickly walked on the plains. The ancient ruins was a small independent space. It was unknown which almighty expert had fallen here. In short, after Fang Chen entered the ancient ruins, he vaguely felt a trace of uneasiness. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During this time, Zhuge Yuan and the other 4 people were moving quickly. They walked out of the plains, over the mountains, through the valleys, and came to a forest. In this forest, there were tall and strong ancient trees. Let's take a rest first, Zhuge Yuan said after looking around and seeing that there was nothing unusual. At this time, in an open space in the ancient ruins, a group of people stood quietly. Brother Feng Yin, how about we make a deal? Feng Xueshan of Tianyan Mountain asked with a smile in his eyes. Oh, what deal? Feng Yin asked. Brother Feng Yin, I want to kill the 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbu. I need your help. Feng Xueshan said in a deep voice. Hearing Feng Xueshan's words, Feng Yin pondered for a moment and immediately asked, What can you give me? As long as your breeze lake can help me kill the 5 people from the Kamikaze Kenbu, when the time comes, I can help Brother Winchant stop Huahen and let Brother Winchant obtain the highest inheritance of the ancient ruins, Feng Xueshan said. Although there was no evidence to prove that the Kamikaze Kenbu was the one who killed the Tianyan Mountain disciples, Feng Xueshan seemed to be convinced from the bottom of his heart that they were the culprits. Therefore, when they first entered the ancient ruins, Feng Xueshan wanted to launch a fierce attack on Kamikaze Kenbu. Because of Kamikaze Kenbu Zhuge Yuan, Feng Xueshan alone was no match for the 5 of them, so Feng Xueshan came to find Feng Yin to cooperate. Of course, there was also a reason why Feng Xueshan wanted to cooperate with Feng Yin. Feng Yin's temper was better than Huahen's, so cooperation would be easier to succeed. Aren't you afraid of offending Huahen and Flaming Mountain? Feng Yin asked. Looking at Feng Yin's face, Feng Xueshan shook his head slightly and said, I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. Huahen's temper is well known. If there were other ways, I would never be his enemy. But now, I must get rid of the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself when I return to Tianyan Mountain. Therefore, in order to achieve my goal, I'm willing to do anything. I hope Brother Feng Yin can help, Feng Xueshan said. Feng Yin heard this and finally nodded in agreement. It was not for anything else, but to be able to obtain the highest inheritance of the ancient ruins. After all, every warrior who entered the ancient ruins wanted to obtain the inheritance, but only one person could obtain the highest inheritance. If it was a fair competition, he might not be able to win against Huahen. But with Feng Shueshan's help, his chances were very high. "Okay, I promise you," Feng Yin said. "Thank you, brother Feng Yin." Feng Shueshan grinned. Then, Feng Yin took out a communication jade pendant and handed it to Feng Shueshan, saying, "If you find the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples, crush the communication jade pendant. I'll rush over immediately." "Okay, it's a promise." Feng Shueshan took the jade pendant and left. After Fang Chen and the others rested for a moment, they continued to move forward. However, after they advanced for a distance, they suddenly stopped in their track. Because at this moment, on a hill not far from them, there was a bewitching flower, causing them to be extremely shocked. "Demon Dragon Flower, it's actually the Demon Dragon Flower." Zhuge Yuan was the first to speak. His voice was full of joy. "It's worthy of being an ancient ruins. I didn't expect to get the Demon Dragon Flower just after entering." Qing Fei smiled. "This demonic dragon flower is obviously quite old. Look around it. There are no other weeds on the hill except for the demonic dragon flower. That's enough to show how overbearing the demonic dragon flower is," Xiao Haobo said. "That's right. The older the demon dragon flower, the more overbearing its medicinal effect is," Du Gufeng said. Fang Chen's eyes were also filled with shock, because no one knew more about the demon dragon flower than him. Back in the Divine Wind Sword Mansion, when the bloody skeleton was recalling the pill formula of the Heavenly Soul Elixir, it also recalled another type of elixir. This type of elixir was of a higher grade than the Heavenly Soul Elixir. The Heavenly Soul Pill was a high-grade Yuan grade pill, and this kind of pill was a top-grade Yuan grade pill. Its medicinal effect was countless times stronger than a high-grade Yuan grade pill. And the main medicinal herb needed to refine this kind of pill was the demon dragon flower. Back then, the bloody skeleton said that in order to refine the soul-fixing pill, one must have the demon dragon flower. Moreover, the older the demon dragon flower, the stronger the medicinal effect of the soul-fixing pill. However, the bloody skeleton had told Fang Chen that a long, long time ago, the demon dragon flower had existed on the ancient sword continent. But now, the demon dragon flower had long since disappeared and could not be found. Even in the underground black market, there was a price but no supply. And now, just as they entered the ancient ruins, they found more than one demon dragon flower. 3 demon dragon flowers. Fang Chen was very excited. "Senior brother Zhuge, what do we do?" Qing Fei asked excitedly. "Let's take it first," Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. In the next moment, Zhuge Yuan tiptoed and carefully appeared in front of the hill. Looking at the demon dragon flower, he reached out his hand and grasped it. But just as Zhuge Yuan's hand touched the demon dragon flower, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. In the next moment, a beastly roar could be heard. Roar. From behind the hill, a demonic beast suddenly appeared. This demonic beast's strength was at least at the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhuge Yuan's body was sent flying. "Not good!" Fang Chen shouted. Holding the hidden dragon sword in his hand, he immediately used the Tai diffraction sword. Sword light filled the sky and pierced towards the demonic beast. "Let's attack together and kill him!" Qing Fei and the others shouted as they unleashed their strongest attacks. Bang bang bang! The 5 of them instantly clashed with the demonic beast. The scene was spectacular. At this moment, Feng Shueshan had just entered the forest. He was racking his brains to find Fang Chen and the others. But after searching for a long time, he still could not find them. Just as Feng Shueshan was about to rest, he suddenly heard the roar of a beast. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In a short while, Feng Shueshan arrived at the source of the roar. It was at this moment that Fang Chen and the others killed the demonic beast with all their might. The moment the demonic beast fell, Feng Xueshan discovered Fang Chen and the others. "It's you guys." Feng Xueshan's face was filled with anger. A communication jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand, and he gently crushed it. On the battlefield, Fang Chen and the others looked at the demonic beast that had lost its life. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. "Senior brother Zhuge, are you alright?" Ching Fei asked. "I'm fine." "Quickly collect the demonic dragon flower," Zhuge Yuan said. But just as Zhuge Yuan was about to collect the demonic dragon flower, an angry roar suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Feng Xueshan had originally planned to wait for the Breeze Lake disciples to arrive before revealing himself. But when he discovered the demonic dragon flower, he was extremely agitated. He was afraid that Zhuge Yuan would take it away. Therefore, Feng Xueshan took the initiative to walk out from his hiding place. "Feng Xueshan," Zhuge Yuan said when he saw Feng Xueshan. "You want to take the demonic dragon flower for yourselves?" Feng Xueshan asked with narrowed eyes. "Feng Xueshan, what do you mean? This demonic dragon flower was discovered by us in the first place. What do you mean by taking it for yourselves?" Xiao Haobo was a bit dissatisfied. Feng Xueshan laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Haobo's words. "Humph, the things inside are ownerless in the first place. Those who are fated will obtain them. Who told you that this demonic dragon flower belongs to you?" "I, Feng Xueshan, also want the demonic dragon flower. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. After all, you were the ones who discovered it. Give me a price." Feng Xueshan's words caused Fang Chen and the others to frown. This Feng Xueshan was clearly aiming for the demonic dragon flower. "Sorry, we're not selling the demonic dragon flower." Fang Chen took a step forward and walked to the side of the hill. With a grab of his hand, the 3 demonic dragon flowers were directly collected into his spatial ring. Feng Xueshan was infuriated. "Brat, I'm talking to Zhuge Yuan. Who are you to interrupt?" "Fang Chen's words are my words," said Zhuge Yuan. "It seems you don't plan on giving the demonic dragon flower to me," said Feng Xueshan. "So what if we do?" asked Fang Chen. "Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being vicious." Chapter 121. "Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, I'm not late, am I?" Suddenly, a hearty laughter rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Feng Yin from the Breeze Lake. "Feng Yin," Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice after seeing Feng Yin. The appearance of Feng Yin and the others had changed the situation. Originally, the kamikaze Kenbu had the absolute advantage, but the appearance of Feng Yin and the others had put them at a disadvantage. "Brother Feng Yin, you're not late." Feng Xueshan grinned. "Brother Feng Yin, I found 3 demonic dragon flowers. I originally wanted to give them to you, but they were snatched away. What do you think we should do?" "Feng Xueshan, you're slandering us," Xiao Haobo said angrily. Hearing the 3 words, Feng Yin's face slightly changed. He immediately asked, "Brother Feng, is what you said true? They took away the demonic dragon flowers?" "Yes, it's true. Moreover, it seems to be from a very long time ago," Feng Xueshan said. Feng Yin nodded, then turned to look at Zhuge Yuan and said, "Are you going to take the initiative to take out the demonic dragon flowers, or do you want me to do it myself?" "Feng Yin, don't go too far," Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. "We found the demonic dragon flowers first. They should be ours. It's impossible for you to snatch them away," Dugu Feng said. Fang Chen sighed softly. It seemed that a huge battle was unavoidable. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, the kamikaze Kenbu, am not to be trifled with," Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, a ferocious smile emerged on Feng Xueshan's face. He looked at Feng Yin and grinned. "Brother Feng Yin, I'll deal with Zhuge Yuan. How about I leave the rest to you?" "No problem," Feng Yin said. As soon as Feng Yin's voice fell, Feng Shueshan's body suddenly appeared in front of Zhuge Yuan like a ghost. He clenched his fist, gathered all the strength in his body on his fist, and attacked Zhuge Yuan directly. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Zhuge Yuan sneered. A long sword suddenly appeared. In the next moment, he lightly tapped his foot and displayed an overbearing sword technique. While Zhuge Yuan and Feng Shueshan were fighting, Feng Yin and the others also began to attack Fang Chen and the others. "Kill them for me," Feng Yin said in a deep voice. Hearing Feng Yin's order, all the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake launched a fierce attack. Tai Diffraction Sword. At this moment, Fang Chen also displayed the Tai Diffraction Sword, and then burst out with his strongest power. Pucci, the combination of the Hidden Dragon Sword and the Tai Diffraction Sword was too powerful. Wherever the sword light passed, the disciples at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm died instantly. In just the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had killed 2 disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake. This scene made Feng Yin's face turn completely solemn. Feng Yin thought that killing the 4 weak disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu did not require him to take action, but when he found out that Fang Chen had unscrupulously killed 2 disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake, he was completely enraged. "You're courting death." Feng Yin was enraged. A folding fan appeared in his hand. With a tap of his foot, his body leaped into the air. In the next moment, countless rays of light shot out from the folding fan in his hand. These rays of light contained a strong killing intent, and they directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, sensed danger approaching. He blocked with the Hidden Dragon's sword in front of his chest. The rays of light from the folding fan all collided with the Hidden Dragon's sword, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. High-grade Yuan soldier. Seeing that his attacks were all blocked by Fang Chen, Feng Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He immediately said, "I've taken a fancy to your high-grade Yuan soldier." After Feng Yin finished speaking, he once again displayed his tyrannical power and fought fiercely with Fang Chen. Fang Chen relied on the power of the Tai Diffraction sword to fight fiercely with Feng Yin. For a while, Feng Yin was unable to gain the upper hand. "Damn it, this kid's cultivation is only at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. Why is he so strong?" Feng Yin said in a low voice as he fought. At the same time, on the other side, the battle between Zhuge Yuan and Feng Shueshan had also entered a white-hot stage. Zhuge Yuan's cultivation was the same as Feng Shueshan's, at the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, although the battle between the two was exceptionally fierce, it was difficult to determine the victor. "Zhuge Yuan, this time you will definitely die. None of your Kamikaze Kenbu disciples can stop Brother Feng Yin's attack." Feng Shueshan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, sneered. We still don't know who will win." After Zhuge Yuan finished speaking, he once again displayed his tyrannical battle strength. In addition to these 2 battles, some of the other disciples were also completely tangled up in a chaotic battle. Although Qing Fei and the other 2 were strong, they were unable to withstand the opponent's numbers. As time passed, the 3 of them were gradually at a disadvantage. Bang bang bang! After a series of collisions, Fatty Xiao Haobo was hit by the combined attacks of several Breeze Lake disciples, and his body was sent flying. Seeing that the fatty was about to be killed by the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake, at this critical moment, Fang Chen took advantage of the battle with Feng Yin and instantly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the fatty Xiao Haobo. Using the Tai Diffraction sword, the sword light flashed. With a swoosh, the 2 Breeze Lake disciples who wanted to kill Fatty Xiao were instantly killed by Fang Chen. "Kid, you're courting death." Seeing this, Feng Yin roared angrily and directly attacked Fang Chen. The battle here was so loud that it directly caused the entire forest of demonic beasts to be shaken. Just as everyone was fighting fiercely, all of a sudden, a furious roar was heard. "Not good, it's a demonic beast." Suddenly, Zhuge Yuan cried out involuntarily. Just as Zhuge Yuan's voice fell, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly rushed towards them. A demonic beast at the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Feng Xueshan, who was in the middle of a battle, suddenly felt this aura and his face changed drastically. Damn it! Feng Xueshan couldn't help but curse. Feng Yin and he looked at each other. The two seemed to have thought of something and joined forces to use their most powerful attack. In an instant, Feng Xueshan and Feng Yin had forced Zhuge Yuan and the others into the depths of the forest. Go! Sensing that the monstrous aura was getting closer and closer, Feng Xueshan roared and quickly retreated with the Breeze Lake disciples. Want to leave? Seeing this, Fang Chen used the Tai Diffraction sword. The sword light crisscrossed and killed 2 Breeze Lake disciples. I won't let you go! Feng Yin roared angrily. In an instant, Feng Yin and Feng Xueshan disappeared. Fang Chen and the others' faces changed slightly. Being forced here by Feng Yin and the others, they were infinitely close to the demonic beast. Suddenly, Fang Chen shouted, Senior Brother Zhuge, you all must leave quickly. No, this demonic beast is too strong. Once we leave, you'll definitely die, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. If you don't leave, you'll also die, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, we want to fight side by side with you, Fatty Xiaohaobo said. The other 2 were also unwilling to leave alone. Time was running out. Fang Chen said directly, quickly leave. I have a way to escape. Let's go. Hearing Fang Chen's shout, Zhuge Yuan glanced at Fang Chen and said, Let's go. Then, Zhuge Yuan and the others instantly left. The moment Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 left, the demonic beast with a strong aura appeared before Fang Chen. This demonic beast had 2 heads and its body was as big as a hill. Fang Chen couldn't even see its feet. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Although he was shocked, Fang Chen didn't forget to release the bloody skeleton and the others. Crash! As soon as the bloody skeleton and the other 3 appeared, they set up a formation to trap the demonic beast. Rumble! The demonic beast found itself trapped in the formation and kept waving its fists, trying to break the formation. Master, leave quickly. This demonic beast is too strong. Our formation can't resist it, the bloody skeleton said hurriedly. Fang Chen didn't think too much and fled. Not long after Fang Chen fled, there was a loud boom as the grand array shattered. The bloody skeleton and the other 3 were instantly sent flying. Roar! A furious roar sounded. The next moment, the demonic beast grabbed the 4 of them and tore them apart. Crack! The bodies of the bloody skeleton and the other 3 instantly shattered and lost their vitality. The demonic beast left the 4 corpses and quickly rushed into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, it could be a day or 2. Anyway, it was a long time. Suddenly, 4 balls of soul light appeared faintly in this open space. The moment these 4 balls of soul light appeared, the surrounding air froze. Damn it, we were actually controlled by a human martial artist. This is a disgrace, one of the balls of soul light roared angrily. If it weren't for this demonic beast's tyrannical strength, destroying our bodies and scattering the soul seeds in our minds, we wouldn't have been able to regain our freedom. We must take revenge. Yes, we have to find a human martial artist as soon as possible and seize his body. The 4 of them reached an agreement in an instant and then began to look for a human martial artist. After successfully seizing his body, they would take revenge on Fang Chen. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know all of this. In a certain open space, Feng Xueshan looked at the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake. In this fierce battle, the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake suffered heavy losses, which made Feng Yin very angry. Damn it, a mere kamikaze Kenbu dares to kill the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake. Feng Yin roared angrily. Brother Feng Yin, we all underestimated the kamikaze Kenbu. Especially the disciple who fought with you. His cultivation is clearly at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, but his true strength is comparable to yours. I'm guessing that Zhuge Yuan is just a cover. This time, the kamikaze Kenbu sent their disciples here to let that disciple gain experience, Feng Shueshan said faintly. Humph, no matter what, I want them dead, Feng Yin said in a low voice. Chapter 122. 3 days later, Fang Chen came out of the mysterious forest. Phew, I'm finally out. I wonder how Zhuge Yuan and the others are doing. Fang Chen looked back at the forest where he almost lost his life and sighed. I guess Zhuge Yuan and the others have escaped. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said. Then, Fang Chen continued to move forward. The ancient ruins were very vast. He had just entered and he had already obtained the demonic dragon flower. Perhaps there were more important things inside. Let's go, Fang Chen said and quickly moved forward. Fang Chen moved forward quickly in the ancient ruins. From time to time, he would encounter some demonic beasts, but none of them were a match for Fang Chen. As time passed, Fang Chen felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he was unable to break through. He needed to find an opportunity. One day, Fang Chen came to a mountain peak. Of course, Fang Chen was attracted by a strange aura. This mountain peak was very hidden. If Fang Chen had not happened to pass by, he would not have discovered the mountain peak. When Fang Chen stepped on the mountain peak, his expression changed slightly. This was because he discovered that there was a stream on the mountain peak. The stream faintly emitted a strange aura. This is Fang Chen carefully observed the stream water. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Soon after, he exclaimed, "Body refining paste." The stream was not big. It could only accommodate one warrior. However, this was not an ordinary stream. It was the legendary body refining paste. In ancient times, there was a magical water called body refining paste. Although it was called body refining paste, its shape was indeed water. It was said that warriors who soaked in the body refining paste could strengthen their physical body. However, as time passed, the body refining paste was gradually lost in the ancient sword continent. No one knew that there was actually a body refining paste in this ancient ruin. It's really a body refining paste. Fang Chen was very excited. The strength of his physical body could only be considered bronze body. If he could soak in the body refining paste, he would definitely be able to evolve from bronze body to silver body. If his body became stronger, so would his strength. He might even be able to break through the shackles and reach the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm. But why is this body refining paste so special? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the water was rippling with traces of a gray aura. This gray aura seemed to be blocking the aura of the body refining paste. Could it be that after the passage of time, this body refining paste has lost its effectiveness? Fang Chen muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it and plunged into the body refining paste. When Fang Chen drilled into the body refining paste, all the pores on his body instantly opened. Drops of body refining paste directly drilled into Fang Chen's body. After a moment, Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. The body refining paste wanted to drill into his pores, but the gray aura in the water seemed to be blocking it. What is this gray aura? Fang Chen was puzzled. At this moment, Fang Chen's foot found that there was something in the body refining paste that tripped his foot. He looked down and was shocked to find that there were several white bones in the body refining paste. White bones, Fang Chen said. Could it be that these warriors also wanted to absorb the body refining paste and ended up dying here? Fang Chen's mind quickly pondered. At this moment, the gray aura in the water suddenly began to drill into his body. When the gray aura drilled into his body, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea. What's going on? Fang Chen said in shock. He tried to circulate the spirit qi in his true core, trying to expel the gray aura, but it was no use. Hiss hiss hiss, the gray aura was eroding Fang Chen's body. I must stop it, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Dong. When the grayish aura reached the heart, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Melodious sounds came from the golden heart one after another. In the next moment, the golden heart began to wildly absorb the grayish aura. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the gray aura in Fang Chen's body was completely absorbed by the golden heart. The golden heart seemed unwilling to give up and continued to absorb the gray aura in the body refining paste. At this moment, the gray aura in the body refining paste seemed to feel a trace of danger and kept moving away from Fang Chen. The golden heart can absorb the gray aura. Fang Chen smiled when he saw this scene. Just like this, after a quarter of an hour of absorption, the grayish aura within the body refining paste finally disappeared completely. At this moment, the true appearance of the body refining paste was exposed to Fang Chen. The color of the body refining paste was blue, and there were ripples in the blue water. There wasn't a trace of the gray aura, and the body refining paste seemed very sacred. At this moment, Fang Chen's golden heart gradually slowed down and finally returned to its original state. At this moment, Fang Chen was surprised to discover that there was a dark aura around the golden heart. So that's how it is. Fang Chen sighed when he saw this dark aura. Then, spirit qi surged out of his true core and directly swallowed this dark aura. The gray aura from before was the resentment of the cultivators who had died in the body refining paste. It had turned into a gray aura that hadn't dissipated for a long time. After being absorbed by the golden heart, it was thoroughly purified and then swallowed by the spirit qi. If I didn't have the golden heart, I wouldn't have been able to safely absorb the body refining paste. Fang Chen felt a wave of fear, but he also felt the tyrannical power of the golden heart. In the following time, Fang Chen began to absorb the body refining paste to refine his body. Time passed bit by bit, and the body refining paste continued to enter Fang Chen's body, refining Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen was immersed in the body refining paste for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chen finally couldn't absorb the body refining paste anymore. At this moment, the blue color of the body tempering ointment was mixed with some black. Fang Chen opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he jumped onto the mountain peak. As expected of the body refining paste, I feel that my body has strengthened several times. Fang Chen sighed. He was confident that he could enter the body refining tower again and enter the 7th level or even higher. Of course, the most important thing now was to look for opportunities. As for the body refining tower, he would think about it later. It's a pity that I can't take the body refining paste away. Otherwise, I would be able to soak in it for a while. Fang Chen grinned. However, just as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Soon after, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen cried out. After such a long time, he was finally going to break through. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to break through. Rumble! In the sky, thunder roared. Wild spiritual qi formed a spiritual qi vortex above Fang Chen's head. In the middle of the spiritual qi vortex, a cylinder instantly drilled into Fang Chen's head. In Fang Chen's dantian, the true nucleus was wildly absorbing the spiritual qi that entered his body. The 3rd realm to the 4th realm of the qi transformation realm was a hurdle. Some warriors were stuck at this hurdle for a long time and couldn't cross it. Even for Fang Chen, it had taken him a very long time to achieve a breakthrough. After an hour, the spiritual qi in the true nucleus reached a state of saturation. The spiritual qi vortex above Fang Chen's head also gradually dissipated. Kacha! As a cracking sound was heard from the true core, Fang Chen's face broke into a wide grin. I broke through, Fang Chen said, puzzled. After that, Fang Chen began to inspect his body. The moment he broke through to the 4th realm of the qi transformation realm, Fang Chen felt that his entire body was filled with power. Most importantly, the true nucleus's space had become much larger. The spiritual chi stored in it had more than doubled compared to when he was at the third realm of the chi transformation realm. I've finally broken through to the fourth realm of the chi transformation realm. Fang Chen grinned. If he met Feng Yin now, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Fang Chen knew that the reason why he was able to break through so easily this time had a lot to do with the body refining paste. After adjusting his body slightly, Fang Chen descended from the mountain peak and prepared to leave. Someone is breaking through up ahead. Feng Xueshan, who was walking, suddenly sensed a strange movement in front of him. Could it be a disciple of the kamikaze Kenbu? Feng Xueshan's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Feng Xueshan appeared at the foot of the mountain peak. At this time, Fang Chen had just finished his breakthrough and walked down the mountain peak. When Feng Xueshan saw Fang Chen, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face as he said sinisterly, "Kid, it's you." Feng Xueshan. Fang Chen also noticed Feng Xueshan, but there was no trace of panic on his face. "Kid, it's your bad luck to have met me," Feng Xueshan said sinisterly. "Today, I will kill you." "Feng Xueshan, do you think you can kill me?" Fang Chen asked back. After breaking through to the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen was very confident in his own strength. With Feng Xueshan's cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill him. That strange movement just now must have been because you were breaking through. But even if you broke through, you are still only a fourth realm martial artist. I don't understand who gave you such courage. Feng Xueshan sneered. Feng Xueshan had repeatedly tried to kill a disciple of the kamikaze Kenbu. He was even willing to cooperate with Feng Yin, which made Fang Chen want to kill him. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Today, one of us will die here. But I'm sorry, the person who will die will not be me, but you," Fang Chen said calmly. Chapter 123. Feng Xueshan wanted to kill Fang Chen, and the latter naturally wanted to kill him as well. Both of them had their own thoughts as they stared at each other. Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Xueshan's robes fluttered even though there was no wind. In the next moment, dense spiritual energy surged out from his body. The peak of the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm? Fang Chen's eyes burned with passion. This was his first battle after advancing to the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm. He also wanted to see how strong his true combat power was, leaving traces of a wild goose palm. Following Feng Xueshan's roar, spots of silver light appeared on both of his palms. The silver light gradually increased until it covered both of his palms. The leaving traces of a wild goose palm was one of the secret techniques of Tianyan Mountain. Although it was only a second-grade technique, this palm technique was considered one of the top techniques among second-grade technique. Feng Xueshan immediately executed the wild goose, leaving traces palm the moment he made his move. One could imagine just how heavy his killing intent towards Fang Chen was. Rumble! When Feng Xueshan attacked with both palms, the silver light that covered both of his palms suddenly floated in the air. Immediately after, the silver light turned into two virtual palms. As soon as these two virtual palm shadows appeared, the surrounding air dissipated in all directions. "Kid, you should be proud to die under my leaving traces of a wild goose palm," Feng Xueshan growled as he attacked with both palms. Seeing the two palms shooting towards him from the sky, Fang Chen's expression gradually turned serious. Tai Diffraction Sword, Level 7. He suddenly took out the Hidden Dragon Sword and used the Level 7 of the Tai Diffraction Sword with ease. At this moment, Fang Chen used the Tai Diffraction Sword with extreme power. Boom! While Feng Xueshan was still in shock, the Tai Diffraction Sword ruthlessly collided with both of his palms. In the sky there was a loud explosion. In the next moment, the palms were pierced by the Tai Diffraction Sword. A powerful wave swept across the entire ground. Seeing this, Feng Xueshan quickly retreated. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Feng Xueshan tried his best to stabilize himself as he cried out. Not long ago, when he joined forces with Feng Yin to encircle and annihilate the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen's strength was not so strong. He did not expect that only a few days had passed. Even if he broke through to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, he still can't be this powerful. It had only been a short exchange, but Feng Shueshan's face was filled with shock. Fang Chen, who had broken through to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, had truly exceeded his expectations. I don't believe that you can withstand my wild goose leaving Scar's palm. Feng Shueshan gradually regained his composure and roared. In the next instant, Feng Shueshan executed the wild goose leaving Scar's palm again. However, the palm shadow this time was countless times more powerful than the previous one. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and said, "Although the wild goose leaving Scar's palm is exquisite, it's still a little lacking compared to the Tai Diffraction Sword." The incomplete Tai Diffraction Sword was already a 1st-tier technique. The complete Tai Diffraction Sword was comparable to a 2nd-tier technique. Therefore, in terms of techniques, Fang Chen did not fear the wild goose leaving Scar's palm of Tianyan Mountain. After breaking through to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen felt that his strength had increased in all aspects, especially his understanding of the way of the sword. At this moment, seeing that Feng Shueshan had executed the strongest wild goose leaving Scar's palm, Fang Chen did not hold back anymore. He activated his sword force and integrated it into the Tai Diffraction Sword. The spiritual qi of the true core instantly flowed into the hidden dragon sword. Buzz! The hidden dragon sword received a powerful force, and a sword hum sounded from the blade. "Let's end this!" Fang Chen roared, and the Tai Diffraction Sword was executed once again. In the sky, countless rays of sword light appeared, and these rays of sword light collided with Feng Shueshan's 2 palm shadows. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and in the sky the two collided, causing intense sparks to fly. Below, Feng Shueshan pushed off the ground and leaped towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen stabbed out with the hidden dragon sword in his hand. "Wild goose leaving Scar's palm!" Feng Shueshan roared, and his palms shook violently. A silver light flashed, and in an instant, Feng Shueshan's palms were like iron pliers, tightly gripping Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword. Feng Shueshan's palms gripped Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword, and a smile appeared on his face as he said coldly, "Humph, a mere weapon wants to hurt me? What a delusion!" "Is that so?" Fang Chen asked in return. Just as Feng Shueshan was about to retort, his face suddenly changed. He felt a sharp pain in his palms. Crash! A ray of sword light flashed, and Feng Shueshan let out a miserable cry. 2 streams of blood instantly gushed out from his wrist. Following Feng Shueshan's miserable cry, his palms had already been chopped off by Fang Chen, and they fell to the ground. "My palms, my palms!" Feng Shueshan saw that his palms had been chopped off by Fang Chen, and his heart was filled with fear as he cried out loudly. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand as he walked step by step towards the panicking Feng Shueshan. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain, so Feng Shueshan had to die. "You dare to chop off my hands? Wild Goose Mountain won't let you off." Feng Shueshan saw Fang Chen walking over, and he retreated while roaring furiously. "The prerequisite is that you can return to Wild Goose Mountain alive." Fang Chen sneered and said, "Unfortunately, you won't have that chance." Crack! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword in his hand stabbed into Feng Shueshan's head without hesitation. With a bang, Feng Shueshan's body slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with everlasting regret. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to easily kill Fang Chen. He hadn't expected that in the end, he would be killed by Fang Chen instead. Wild Goose Mountain's #1 outer sect disciple had died in the ancient ruins just like that. At this point, All the disciples from Wild Goose Mountain that had come to the ancient ruins had been wiped out. After killing Feng Xueshan, Fang Chen picked up Feng Xueshan's spatial ring and turned to leave. After that, Fang Chen found a safe place and began to search through Feng Xueshan's spatial ring. Wild Goose Mountain's number 1 outer sect disciple should have some things in his spatial ring. Fang Chen stood on top of a stone as he inspected Feng Xueshan's spatial ring. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that there were some spiritual stones in Feng Xueshan's spatial ring. Of course, these spiritual stones were just a drop in the ocean for Fang Chen. They weren't worth his attention at all. After that, Fang Chen discovered some spiritual herbs in Feng Xueshan's spatial ring. However, these things could basically be bought on the market. In the end, Fang Chen's gaze locked onto a book. Wild Goose Leaving Scar's Palm, Fang Chen said when he saw the words on the book. The Wild Goose Leaving Scar's Palm was a grade 2 cultivation technique. When cultivated to the great perfection realm, its power would be extremely tyrannical. Feng Xueshan had only learned a little bit of it. As a grand outer sect disciple of Wild Goose Mountain, only this cultivation technique isn't bad. The others are all trash, Fang Chen couldn't help but say. After that, Fang Chen placed the items in Feng Xueshan's spatial ring into his own spatial ring. I wonder where senior apprentice brother Zhuge Yuan is, Fang Chen said softly. Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were walking quickly on an empty piece of land in the ancient remains. In the distance, there were disciples of the Breeze Lake. Zhuge Yuan, you won't be able to escape, Feng Yin roared as he chased. After a while, the disciples of Breeze Lake caught up to Zhuge Yuan's group. Ever since Feng Yin had left with Feng Xueshan, he had been leading the disciples of Breeze Lake to search for opportunities all over the place. Coincidentally, they had met Zhuge Yuan's group of 4 here. Feng Yin, do you really want to make things difficult for my kamikaze Kenbu? Zhuge Yuan asked gravely. Zhuge Yuan, your kamikaze Kenbu disciples killed my Breeze Lake disciples. How can I not take revenge for this? Feng Yin's expression was ice-cold. If you hadn't joined forces with Feng Xueshan to destroy my kamikaze Kenbu, how could such a thing have happened? There's no point in saying more. I'm going to take your dog life, said Feng Yin furiously. As soon as Feng Yin's voice fell, he attacked like lightning, wanting to kill Zhuge Yuan. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Zhuge Yuan and Feng Yin's cultivation were on par, and their strength was also on par. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Feng Yin to kill Zhuge Yuan. If it had been at the beginning, Breeze Lake might have been able to destroy Kamikaze Kenbu with their advantage in numbers. However, after a round of baptism, many disciples of Breeze Lake had died. The current Breeze Lake had no advantage over Kamikaze Kenbu. Bang bang bang! The fierce battle between Zhuge Yuan and Feng Yin was very chaotic. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Yin suddenly stopped attacking and looked coldly at Zhuge Yuan. Feng Yin, our strength is on par. As long as I don't die, you won't be able to destroy Kamikaze Kenbu, said Zhuge Yuan. Don't be complacent, Zhuge Yuan. When I join forces with Flaming Mountain's Huahen, you'll definitely die, said Feng Yin coldly. Feng Yin, our strength is on par. If we continue fighting, we won't be able to determine the winner. Why don't we just call it quits? After all, we entered the ancient ruins for the inheritance. Once we get the inheritance, we'll compete, said Zhuge Yuan. Zhuge Yuan didn't want to be entangled with Feng Yin. Once the battle dragged on, either Feng Xueshan or Huahen would be able to kill them. Zhuge Yuan, you're lucky this time. The day I get the inheritance will be the day you die, said Feng Yin coldly. There wouldn't be any outcome if they continued fighting. Feng Yin didn't want to waste any more time. Their goal was the highest inheritance in the ancient ruins. As long as he got the inheritance, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill Zhuge Yuan and the others. Let's go. After Feng Yin finished speaking, he turned and left with the disciples of Breeze Lake. The moment Feng Yin left, the ancient ruins suddenly trembled violently. "What's going on?" The violent trembling made Zhuge Yuan and the others' faces change. They looked around and didn't find any danger. Dong! As the earth trembled, countless dazzling lights appeared in the sky. Rumble! The earth only trembled for a moment before stopping. The moment the earth stopped trembling, the dazzling light in the sky became even more vigorous. Chapter 124. The palace that was suspended in the sky was surrounded by intense flames. In an instant, an aura that caused one to tremble appeared in the ancient ruins. "That's..." Zhuge Yuan's eyes flickered as he stared at the flame palace in the sky. In the next moment, Zhuge Yuan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Let's go!" Then, Zhuge Yuan led the other three and quickly rushed to the center of the ancient ruin. Zhuge Yuan wasn't the only one who saw it. All the warriors in the ancient ruin saw the flame palace floating in the sky. The appearance of this flame palace was too sudden, causing all the warriors to be shocked. "The highest inheritance has appeared. Let's go!" From time to time, a warrior's shout could be heard. Feng Yin led the disciples of the Breeze Lake and rushed to the flame palace at the fastest speed. Of course, the happiest one was Hua Hen of the Flaming Mountain. At this time, Hua Hen's fist was full of flames. With a bang, he killed a monster with a punch. Hua Hen was about to speak when he suddenly felt the temperature in the air become extremely hot. What's going on?" Hua Hen was puzzled. However, just as Hua Hen was puzzled, a flame palace suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, Hua Hen's eyes were full of passion. "The highest inheritance in the ancient ruin is actually the inheritance of fire. Ha! The heavens are helping me." Hua Hen was very excited. The cultivation techniques of the Flaming Mountain were related to fire. Their cultivation techniques were overbearing and fierce. At this moment, Hua Hen was even more excited after seeing the flame palace in the sky. "No matter what, I must obtain the highest inheritance. No one can stop me." As Hua Hen spoke, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Hua Hen led the disciples of the Flaming Mountain and ran quickly. At the same time, Fang Chen, who had just obtained the wild goose leaving Scar's palm from Feng Shueshan's interspatial ring, was studying this palm technique. Everyone thought that Fang Chen was only talented in swordsmanship, but what they didn't know was that Fang Chen's talent in martial arts was also very good. Fang Chen majored in swordsmanship, but after obtaining such a palm technique with great difficulty, he naturally wanted to study it. Fang Chen naturally understood that there was no harm in having more skills. Fang Chen recited the chant of the wild goose, leaving Scar's palm in his mind as he continued to study it. Just as Fang Chen was circulating the mnemonic chant of the flying goose mark palm, the golden heart suddenly trembled. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that his perception of the flying goose mark palm had deepened considerably. Is this the effect of the golden heart strengthening?" Fang Chen asked, puzzled. All this time, Fang Chen thought that the golden heart could only speed up the cultivation of sword art. He did not expect the golden heart to have an effect on other cultivation techniques as well. Then, Fang Chen tried to practice the wild goose leaving Trace's palm. After practicing for a while, Fang Chen discovered that although the golden heart could increase the speed of his practice of the scarred goose palm, it was still far slower compared to his practice of swordsmanship. "That's not bad," Fang Chen grinned. Fang Chen pondered for a moment as he could not practice the wild goose mark palm in a short period of time. Then, he put the book away. Just as Fang Chen was about to stand up, the ground suddenly trembled and the surrounding temperature became extremely hot. In the next moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that in the sky, there was a flame palace. "Is the flame palace the core of the ancient ruins?" Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he said in a low voice. Before entering the ancient ruins, Fang Chen and the others thought that the ancient ruins was just a place where an ordinary Qi High Realm warrior died. However, after being in the ancient ruins for a few days, Fang Chen gradually discovered that the ancient ruins were not as simple as they seemed. At this moment, when he saw the flame palace in the sky, he was even more shocked. "Let's go." Fang Chen did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the flame palace. The moment the flaming palace appeared, all the demonic beasts in the entire ancient ruin prostrated themselves on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. In a forest somewhere there were 4 silhouettes. Looking at their attire, they were the disciples of the flaming mountain. "Damn it, this body is not suitable for me," suddenly, a disciple said in a hoarse voice. "Bloody be content. After we get out we can find a suitable body," Captain Sha Zhao said. "That's right. The most important thing now is to find Fang Chen and kill him," Captain Dream Demon said in a low voice. It turned out that after the 4 captains escaped from Fang Chen's control, they walked around the ancient ruins in spirit form. Finally, one day, they found a flaming mountain disciple who was alone. After some scheming, they obtained the 4 bodies as they wished. "Let's go. Let's find Fang Chen," Captain Tianhong said. Just as the 4 captains were talking, the flame palace suddenly appeared in the sky. "What's going on?" The 4 captains felt their bodies trembling. They looked at the sky and saw the flame palace. "Damn it, just whose place of death is this? Why does the flame palace's appearance make us feel so terrified?" asked the skeleton in shock. "This ancient ruins is not simple," Captain Tianhong said. "Let's go," Captain Dream Demon said hurriedly. Then, the 4 captains disappeared into the forest. The flame palace was covered in flames, floating in the sky in the center of the ancient ruins. Below the flame palace there was a mountain. On top of the mountain there was a stairway. It seemed like one had to enter the flame palace from the stairway. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After an unknown amount of time, someone arrived at the scene. The first to arrive was Captain Win Chant. When Win Chant realized that he was the first to arrive, his face was full of smiles. "Haha, the highest inheritance is mine." Win Chant laughed wildly and stepped onto the mountain. "Yes, stairway. We can only enter the flame palace from the stairway," Win Chant said. Then, Feng Yin took a step forward and stood directly on the heaven stairway. Boom! When he stood on the stairway, Win Chant felt pressure coming from all directions. "What a strong repulsive force," Win Chant said in a low voice. Although the pressure was great, it still could not stop him from moving forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Yin took one step at a time and soon arrived at the central position of the heaven stairway. It was not until half an hour later that Fang Chen was finally unable to move forward. "Damn it, why is the pressure on the stairway so great?" Win Chant said in a low voice. At this time, the disciples of the Flaming Mountain also arrived. "Win Chant, you're early," Hua Hen said coldly when he saw Win Chant. After Hua Hen arrived, he also stepped onto the mountain and walked onto the stairway. The stairway had a total of 99 steps. It did not seem long, but after stepping on the stairway, one knew that it was too difficult to reach the top. After Hua Hen entered the stairway, Zhuge Yuan and the others also arrived. "This stairway must be a test," Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. Then, Zhuge Yuan looked around and found that Fang Chen was not there. His face changed slightly and he immediately said, "Let's go up first." At this time, Win Chant had already set foot on the 50th step, but with his strength, he could no longer move forward. Damn it, Win Chant could not help but curse. Under everyone's gaze, Hua Hen broke out a tyrannical power and went all the way, surpassing Win Chant in a short while. "How is this possible?" Win Chant cried out when he saw this scene. Hua Hen was only slightly stronger than him. How could he surpass him so easily? 50th step, 60th step, 70th step. When Hua Hen reached the 75th step, he finally stopped because he could no longer move forward. "The pressure is so great," Hua Hen said in a low voice. His eyes were full of passion as he looked at the flame palace at the top of the stairway. "The inheritance is mine. No one can snatch it from me." Then, Hua Hen directly sat cross-legged on the 75th step and began to cultivate. Seeing this scene, Win Chant also seized the time to cultivate. Zhuge Yuan and the others also stepped on the stairway one after another. Zhuge Yuan's strength was more tyrannical than the others. When he reached the 48th step, he could no longer move forward. Xiao Haobo and the other two basically did not reach the 40th step and could not move forward. Just when everyone was trying to reach the top of the stairway, Fang Chen arrived. Everyone was working hard, and they did not notice Fang Chen's arrival at all. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Fang Chen looked at the stairway at the top of the mountain and raised his eyebrows slightly. What is this stairway testing? Fang Chen knew that this stairway must be a test. In order to enter the Flame Palace, one must pass the test, but he did not know what the test was. Chapter 125. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then stepped onto the stairway to heaven. As soon as he stepped onto the stairway to heaven, Fang Chen felt a tyrannical force coming from all directions, squeezing him. Yes, physical strength and martial comprehension. Fang Chen was slightly startled, then said in a low voice. It turned out that the stairway to heaven was a test of physical strength and martial comprehension. Fang Chen quickly climbed up the stairway to heaven, and soon reached the 40th step. When Fang Chen surpassed Xiao Haobo and the others. It's Fang Chen, he's still alive. Xiao Haobo was the first to see Fang Chen, and cried out involuntarily. Hearing Xiao Haobo's voice, Qing Fei and Du Gufeng also opened their eyes and looked over, and found that Fang Chen's figure had already appeared on the 40th step. Haha, as expected, Fang Chen is not dead, Qing Fei said with a smile. Fang Chen is lucky, he won't die, Du Gufeng said with a grin. Fang Chen nodded slightly to them, and then continued to move forward. After a while, Fang Chen surpassed Zhuge Yuan. Fang Chen, are you alright? Zhuge Yuan was a little shocked when he saw Fang Chen and asked slightly. I'm fine, Fang Chen said. Then, under Zhuge Yuan's shock, Fang Chen calmly stepped onto the 50th step, and then he surpassed Feng Yin. How is this possible? Feng Yin's face changed when he saw Fang Chen surpass him. His cultivation was obviously low, and his strength was not as good as his, so how could he surpass him so easily? The stairway to heaven was a test of physical strength and martial comprehension. Fang Chen's physical body was naturally needless to say. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's physical body was already strong enough. In addition, he had absorbed a large amount of body refining paste, so his physical body was far more tyrannical than ordinary people. As for martial Tao comprehension, the golden heart was imperceptibly changing Fang Chen's comprehension of martial Tao as time passed. It was even changing Fang Chen's talent. Therefore, after discovering the stairway to heaven test, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Who among them was most likely to reach the top of the stairway to heaven and enter the Flame Palace? There were only two possibilities. One was Hua Hen and the other was Fang Chen. After Hua Hen rested for a while, he once again charged forward. When he reached his destination, he finally came to a halt. Fang Chen walked up the stairway step by step. Time passed by bit. When Fang Chen reached the 70th floor, he finally felt a little pressure. However, this pressure wasn't enough to stop Fang Chen from advancing. 71, 72, 73, 80. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Fang Chen stepped onto the 80th floor. This scene surprised even Hua Hen. It's him! Hua Hen cried out. Feng Yin and the others were even more shocked. They were on the heaven stairway and naturally knew how difficult the heaven stairway test was. However, they didn't expect that Fang Chen could easily reach the 80th step of the heaven stairway. Fang Chen is really heaven-defying. He actually surpassed Hua Hen. Qing Fei grinned. From the beginning, I felt that Fang Chen wasn't simple. Although his cultivation is very low, his strength is very strong. Du Gufeng said in a low voice. Haha, it would be interesting if Fang Chen enters the Flame Palace first. Xiao Haobo laughed. However, when Fang Chen reached the 80th floor, He finally stopped because the pressure here was too great. He could no longer move forward. Humph, you've only surpassed me temporarily. The final winner will definitely be me. Hua Hen sneered. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Fang Chen glanced at Hua Hen and also sat cross-legged. However, Fang Chen didn't cultivate. Instead, he took out spiritual stones and let the golden heart absorb them. Right now, the fastest way to reach the top of the stairway to heaven and enter the flame palace was to let the golden heart absorb enough spiritual stones to enhance its physical strength. Hiss hiss hiss. While the others were cultivating diligently, Fang Chen was letting the golden heart absorb the spirit stones. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After half a month, Hua Hen made a breakthrough and surpassed Fang Chen to reach the 90th floor. Feng Yin and Zhuge Yuan also reached the 60th floor, while the others reached the 40th floor. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and didn't move. Humph, trash! Sitting cross-legged on the 90th floor, Hua Hen's eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at Fang Chen and said coldly. Time passed quietly. A month later, Hua Hen's physical body had another breakthrough and reached the 95th floor. This was the closest he was to the Flame Palace. The Flame Palace seemed to be within his reach. Ha ha ha, the inheritance of the Flame Palace must be mine. Hua Hen laughed eerily. In this 1 month's time, everyone had made progress. Only Fang Chen had his eyes closed the entire time, not moving at all. In a month, the golden heart had absorbed about 200 million medium spiritual stones. It was twice as much as the last time. Just when everyone thought that Fang Chen couldn't catch up with Hua Hen, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual stone on his palm turned into powder. 200 million medium spiritual stones. Fang Chen grinned and felt a little helpless. The number of medium spiritual stones absorbed by the golden heart was obviously more than the last time. However, after absorbing 200 million medium spiritual stones, the golden heart had evolved a little. At this time, the golden heart was constantly releasing an invisible aura. This aura was constantly strengthening Fang Chen's physical body. My physical body has strengthened a lot, and my understanding of martial arts has also increased. I don't know if I can enter the Flame Palace in one go. Fang Chen opened his eyes and said. In the next moment, Fang Chen slowly stood up. Fang Chen is finally going to make a move? Zhuge Yuan saw this scene and said. Fang Chen will definitely reach the top this time. Du Gufeng said. In the expectation of Zhuge Yuan and the others, Fang Chen's body exuded a terrifying aura. Then, Fang Chen took a step forward. Whoosh, whoosh. 81st floor, 82nd floor, 83rd floor. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen reached the 90th floor. When he reached here, Fang Chen's body stopped. Feng Yin and the others thought that Fang Chen would stop here. However, they were wrong. After a slight pause, Fang Chen continued to move forward. 91st floor, 92nd floor. When Fang Chen reached the 98th floor, Hua Hen's face finally changed. No, it's impossible. You can't set foot on the 99th floor. Hua Hen roared angrily. Originally, he thought that he was the most likely warrior to obtain the highest inheritance. However, Fang Chen, who suddenly appeared, actually reached the 98th floor. This made Hua Hen very worried. Sorry to disappoint you. Fang Chen turned around and looked at Hua Hen. There was a trace of a sneer on his face, and he immediately said. The moment Fang Chen's voice fell, his foot suddenly stepped directly on the 99th floor. Boom! In the sky, a clap of thunder sounded. The entire Flame Palace was covered with dark clouds. The moment Fang Chen stopped in his tracks, a blinding light erupted from the 99th step of the stairway to heaven, directly blocking Fang Chen's body. No! Hua Hen roared angrily. He was unwilling to accept this. Hiss! After the dazzling light dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Fang Chen had disappeared. The 99th floor of the stairway returned to its original state. Fang Chen entered the Flame Palace. Zhuge Yuan saw this scene and said faintly, "Damn it! Why can he enter the Flame Palace?" Feng Yin and Hua Hen's hearts were filled with hatred for Fang Chen. At this time, in the Flame Palace, Fang Chen did not know what was going on. He entered the Flame Palace in a daze. After entering the palace, Fang Chen found that it was very quiet and very simple. Just as Fang Chen looked around, a melodious voice suddenly entered his ears. "Fated person, you were able to reach the top of the stairway. That means you have passed my test." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen raised his head. He was surprised to find that a figure had appeared in the sky above the Flame Palace. "Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands. "This figure should be the master of the Flame Palace. When I first set the stairway to heaven, there were 2 tests. Only those who completely passed these 2 tests would have the qualifications to inherit my inheritance." The figure continued, "In other words, if you don't reach the standard, then even if you obtain my inheritance, you won't be able to cultivate it. You were able to reach the 99th floor. That means your physical body is strong enough. Furthermore, your comprehension of the martial path is also higher than ordinary people. You have the qualifications to become my successor. I, Daoist Tianxu, was at the peak of the Qi High Realm. What a pity." Daoist Tianxu sighed. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, Daoist Tianxu suddenly waved his hand. A ray of light directly entered Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a sharp pain in his mind. "This is my, Daoist Tianxu's, lifelong inheritance. I hope you can bring it to greater heights." After Daoist Tianxu finished speaking, the figure disappeared. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, trying his best to look at the huge amount of information in his mind. Finally, Fang Chen sorted out the information. There were 3 parts to the inheritance. The first part was Daoist Tianxu's comprehension of the martial path. The second part was Daoist Tianxu's lifelong knowledge of the martial path. The third part was Daoist Tianxu's body-refining skill. As expected of a warrior at the peak of the Qi High Realm. This skill is really exquisite. Fang Chen only took a glance and sighed. Although Daoist Tianxu's lifelong knowledge isn't a sword skill, it doesn't matter. Fang Chen said with a grin. Daoist Tianxu's lifelong knowledge was a rank 3 skill called the Solitary Emptiness Fist. "Daoist Tianxu, I won't let you down." Fang Chen cupped his hands and said in a deep voice. Chapter 126. Creak. The gate of the Flaming Palace opened again, and a fiery red figure entered the palace. "Kid, hand over the inheritance." Hua Hen had finally reached the 99th step of the stairway to heaven through his own efforts, including using a forbidden technique. He thought that he could get the inheritance. However, when he reached the 99th step, he found that the shadow in the Flaming Palace had already dissipated. The only explanation was that Fang Chen had already gotten the inheritance. Therefore, Hua Hen wanted to force Fang Chen to hand over the inheritance at all costs. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw Hua Hen enter. He didn't expect Hua Hen to reach the 99th step. "Kid, hand over the inheritance or I'll kill you," Hua Hen said coldly. "The inheritance is indeed with me, but I won't hand it over to you," Fang Chen said. Why would he hand over the inheritance that he had worked so hard to get to Hua Hen? Moreover, Hua Hen wasn't a good person. "You're courting death," Hua Hen snorted coldly. He clenched his fist, channeled all his strength, and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen didn't show any weakness. He threw a punch at Hua Hen. Dang! Dang! After the two punched each other, Fang Chen was surprised to find that Hua Hen had actually taken a few steps back. "Well, you're injured," Fang Chen said as he stared at Hua Hen. Hua Hen was furious and roared, "Even if I'm injured, don't think that you can escape from me." Hua Hen finished his words and attacked Fang Chen again. A fierce attack was launched instantly. The two of them fought fiercely, but when Fang Chen used the Tai dispersing light sword, Hua Hen was instantly defeated. Damn it, if I didn't use a forbidden technique, I wouldn't have lost to him, Hua Hen roared in his heart. After a moment of fierce fighting, Hua Hen was stabbed in the arm by Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword. His body was directly pushed back. Hua Hen steadied himself and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. A hint of fear appeared in his heart. He was currently seriously injured and was no match for Fang Chen. In an instant, Hua Hen made the decision to retreat. Brat, just you wait. I won't let you go. After Hua Hen finished speaking, his body flashed and he left the Flame Palace. When Hua Hen came out of the Flame Palace, all the warriors stared at Hua Hen, wanting to know if he had obtained the inheritance. Hua Hen was already very angry. After seeing everyone's gaze, he coldly snorted. Immediately, he pushed off the ground and directly descended from the sky stairway, disappearing from everyone's sight. Why did Hua Hen leave? Did he obtain an inheritance? Zhuge Yuan asked doubtfully. Just as everyone was puzzled, Fang Chen walked out of the Flame Palace. Fang Chen came out, a disciple exclaimed. After seeing Fang Chen, Feng Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of heat. Even if he didn't obtain the inheritance, he must have gained a lot of benefits. The moment Fang Chen came out of the Flame Palace disappeared into thin air. The 99 steps of the sky stairway also dissipated in an instant. Many warriors on the sky stairway fell directly to the mountain peak. Brat, you obtained the inheritance? Feng Yin stared at Fang Chen unkindly and asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows, glanced at Feng Yin and said, So what if I obtained it? So what if I didn't? It seems that you obtained the inheritance. Brat obediently handed over. Feng Yin grinned. Feng Yin, don't go too far. Zhuge Yuan and others walked to Fang Chen's side and said coldly. Zhuge Yuan, it's none of your business. You'd better not interfere. Feng Yin said strongly. Beside Feng Yin stood several disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake. They were also glaring at Fang Chen, wanting to force Fang Chen to hand over the inheritance. Fang Chen's face was indifferent. He looked at Feng Yin and asked, You want the inheritance? Of course. Feng Yin said. Then do you dare to make a bet with me? Fang Chen asked. What bet? Feng Yin was puzzled. The two of us will fight. Whoever wins will get the inheritance. Fang Chen said. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Feng Yin was secretly delighted. Fang Chen, you. Zhuge Yuan and others were worried about Fang Chen. After all, Feng Yin's strength was comparable to Zhuge Yuan's. Fang Chen was not his opponent. Senior brother Zhuge, just watch. Fang Chen said confidently. Then Fang Chen took a step forward and coldly looked at Feng Yin. Make your move or you won't have a chance. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Feng Yin's heart burned with anger. He clenched his fist, and the spiritual energy in his true core instantly poured into his fist. Then he punched at Fang Chen. Feng Yin's strength was comparable to Feng Xueshan, so in Fang Chen's eyes, he was just an ant. The funny thing was that Feng Yin was secretly delighted, thinking that he could defeat Fang Chen. Tai Diffraction Sword, 7th level. Seeing Feng Yin make his move, Fang Chen instantly displayed the 7th level of Tai Diffraction Sword. Sword light instantly filled the sky. Fang Chen did not intend to waste time. He directly integrated the sword power into the hidden dragon sword, and then controlled the sword light to bombard Feng Yin. Rumble, when the sword light that filled the sky collided with the fist light, it instantly exploded. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuan and the others were also shocked. Fang Chen's strength is tyrannical to this extent. Zhuge Yuan thought to himself. Just as Zhuge Yuan was shocked, Fang Chen once again launched a fierce attack. The hidden dragon sword combined with the Tai Diffraction sword was extremely powerful. Moreover, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 4th realm of Qi transformation, and he had once killed Feng Xueshan. So a mere Feng Yin was nothing to him. Tai Diffraction sword. When Fang Chen displayed the Tai Diffraction sword again, Feng Yin finally felt that something was wrong. How is this possible? When Feng Yin's fist technique was broken, he cried out involuntarily. However, it was too late. The hidden dragon sword pierced through his fist and directly into his arm. Bang! Feng Yin's body directly flew out, and the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake surrounded Feng Yin. How can you be so strong? Feng Yin's heart was filled with unwillingness. How could a warrior with such a low cultivation be so strong? It must be the inheritance of the Flame Palace. Feng Yin thought to himself. But at this time, Feng Yin no longer had the strength to fight. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. I give up fighting for the inheritance. Feng Yin shouted loudly. You give up just because you say so? Fang Chen didn't intend to let Feng Yin and the others leave from the beginning. Hearing Feng Yin's words, Fang Chen sneered. Brat, you dare to kill our Breeze Lake's disciples? A disciple beside Feng Yin asked coldly. Whether I dare to kill or not, you'll know once you try. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a sword light flashed. Suddenly, a Breeze Lake disciple fell to the ground, lifeless. Stop! My Breeze Lake gives up the inheritance! Feng Yin roared. However, Fang Chen didn't want to let a tiger return to the mountain. Every step was filled with killing intent. When Fang Chen arrived in front of Feng Yin, all the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake had already been killed by Fang Chen. Looking at the surrounding disciples falling one by one, Feng Yin roared loudly, Madman, you're a madman! Go to hell! Fang Chen sneered and used the Tai diffraction sword. A cold light directly pierced Feng Yin's body. Feng Yin's eyes were wide open. He died with remaining grievances. This series of changes shocked Zhuge Yuan and the others. Fang Chen's strength was tyrannical to the point that he could casually kill Feng Yin. After a long time, Zhuge Yuan slowly said, Fang Chen, your progress is too fast. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Zhuge Yuan's strength was comparable to Feng Yin's. Fang Chen was able to kill Feng Yin, so naturally, he was stronger than Zhuge Yuan. Fang Chen, you're really domineering. You killed all the disciples of Breeze Lake. Fatty Xiao Haobo grinned. Not killing them is tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Dugu Feng said. Fang Chen, well done. I've long been displeased with the disciples of Breeze Lake. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to kill them. Ching Fei said. After Fang Chen killed Feng Yin and the others, he nodded slightly to Zhuge Yuan and the others and said, Their interspatial rings are yours. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Yuan and the others grinned. This time, Fang Chen had gained the most from the ancient ruins. They had gained almost nothing. Fang Chen let them take the interspatial rings as compensation. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan and the others began to collect the interspatial rings. In the end, Fang Chen took out 400 million mid-grade spirit stones and handed it to the four of them. Fang Chen, what's the meaning of this? Zhuge Yuan and the others were shocked when they saw the huge number of mid-grade spirit stones and asked. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have had the chance to participate in this expedition to the ancient ruins. After entering the ancient ruins, I've obtained a lot. In fact, I've even obtained the highest level of inheritance. On the other hand, you guys have obtained almost nothing. Those 3 demonic dragon flowers, I have some use for them. I hope you can sell them to me. Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Yuan and the others didn't say anything else. Each of them received 100 million mid-grade spirit stones with smiles on their faces. That was 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even Hua Hen and the others' gains this time weren't worth 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Thinking of this, Zhuge Yuan and the others felt that Fang Chen was even more unfathomable. There weren't many people who could take out 400 million mid-grade spirit stones so casually. Fang Chen will definitely be friends with you. As for the demonic dragon flowers, you can take them away. The four of them laughed. 400 million mid-grade spirit stones was a huge sum for the four of them. However, to Fang Chen, it was just a drop in the ocean. Previously, he had one. 8 billion mid-grade spirit stones left. After the Golden Heart absorbed 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, he was left with 6 billion. After giving the 4 of them a total of 400 million, Fang Chen still had 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones left. Chapter 127. The trip to the ancient ruin was considered to be over. Fang Chen had gained a lot. Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 had also gained a lot. The 5 of them chatted for a while, and prepared to leave the ancient ruin. Just as they were about to leave the ancient ruin, 4 ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Following that, 4 silhouettes sped towards them. The flaming mountain disciples have returned? Zhuge Yuan frowned and said in a low voice. But I didn't find any traces of fire. They're just a few disciples. There's nothing to be afraid of. Fang Chen glanced at the 4 of them and said. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the 4 flaming mountain disciples appeared in front of Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fang Chen, it's time for you to die, one of the disciples said in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard that. How did the flaming mountain disciples know his name? Moreover, the voice sounded very familiar. Bloody, why are you talking so much nonsense? Captain Sha Zhao snorted and said. Just as Captain Sha Zhao finished speaking, a gray aura suddenly filled the entire area. Fang Chen and the others instantly realized that they were already in a formation. When Fang Chen discovered the formation, he finally understood that the 4 people in front of him were not flaming mountain disciples. They were the 4 captains that he had controlled earlier. The 4 of them didn't die. Instead, they broke free from my control, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Trapped in the formation, Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were a little flustered. However, Fang Chen was slightly calmer. Bang! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was punched by the black shadow and his body was sent flying. When he finally stabilized himself, another black shadow appeared and attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but curse, damn it. The 4 captains attacked Fang Chen repeatedly, but Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were not in any danger. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword tightly in his hand and listened carefully to the situation around him. At a certain moment, the spiritual energy in Fang Chen's true core surged out in an instant. The hidden dragon sword in his hand suddenly slashed toward the void. Fang Chen pushed the Tai diffraction sword to the extreme. The hidden dragon sword seemed to slash at the void. However, when the hidden dragon sword slashed down, a miserable shriek was heard from the void. Bang! With a loud bang, the blood-colored skeleton's body fell to the ground. There was a sword mark on its arm. Bloody, are you all right? The other 3 team leaders asked worriedly when they heard the bloody skeleton shrieking. Fang Chen listened to the voices of the 3 captains and determined their location based on their voices. Then, he quickly used the Tai diffraction sword. Whoosh! A ray of sword light flashed. Captain Sha Zhao was also hit by Fang Chen, but he was not seriously injured. After hitting 2 people consecutively, the 4 captains' faces darkened. Captain Tian Hong said in a low voice, "Let's work together and kill him." Fang Chen's current strength was comparable to a 7th-level Qi transformation realm warrior. The 4 captains' cultivation bases were restricted to the 6th-level Qi transformation realm, so even if they were trapped by the formation, they couldn't kill Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! After a series of attacks, the 4 captains finally used their trump card. The combined attack of the 4 captains was extremely powerful. Fang Chen, die! Suddenly, Captain Tian Mo roared. The combined attack of the 4 captains turned into a battle-axe in the sky. This battle-axe was filled with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. A tyrannical aura of death surged from the battle-axe. When Fang Chen saw this, he held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and used the Tai diffraction sword. The 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword. Just now, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Fang Chen had naturally cultivated the 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword. The 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword was more than twice as powerful as the 7th level. Its power was terrifying. This was the first time Fang Chen had used the 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand danced in the sky. Thousands of rays of sword light merged into the hidden dragon sword. Finally, the hidden dragon sword carried a tyrannical aura and collided with the battle axe. Boom! The two collided, and the formation shook. Crack! The 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword was too powerful. The battle axe couldn't withstand it at all. In just an instant, the battle axe was shattered by the hidden dragon sword. The moment the battle axe was shattered, the 4 captains' bodies were suddenly sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The bloody skeleton looked at Fang Chen in disbelief and cried out, "Go to hell!" Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword and stabbed 4 times in a row. Immediately, the 4 captains died one after another. Crash! The moment the 4 died, the formation shattered. Fang Chen and the other 4 appeared on the mountain peak. "Fang Chen, are you okay?" Zhuge Yuan asked worriedly when he saw Fang Chen. "I'm fine." Fang Chen nodded slightly and said. Then, Zhuge Yuan and the others saw the corpses of the flaming mountain disciples in the distance and said, "Fang Chen, you have a grudge against the flaming mountain disciples." "Kind of," Fang Chen replied vaguely. He didn't want others to know that he was related to the Yellow Spring sex monster. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." After Zhuge Yuan finished speaking, the 5 of them quickly left the ancient ruins. After an entire day, the 5 of them finally came out of the ancient ruins. When they left the void stone gate, they felt the ground tremble. Under their gaze, the void stone gate disappeared into the void. Fang Chen felt that the disappearance of the void stone gate should have something to do with the flame palace. However, they didn't think too much about it. They glanced at the void stone gate that disappeared and finally turned to leave. "Be careful. Don't encounter any cat demons," Zhuge Yuan reminded. The 5 of them walked carefully in the Sky River mountain range at a fast speed. After 3 days, they finally walked out of the Sky River mountain range without encountering any cat demons. However, during this period, Fang Chen and the others encountered a group of mounted bandits. However, they were all killed by them. "We're finally out." After walking out of the Sky River mountain range, Fatty Xiao Haobua revealed a smile and grinned. "The mission is complete. We should go back and submit it," Zhuge Yuan said. 3 days later, the 5 of them arrived at the imperial capital. Fang Chen told Zhuge Yuan and the others that he had something to attend to and would return later. He asked the 4 of them to go back to Kamikaze Kenbu first. After that, Fang Chen bade farewell to the 4 of them and went to the Heavenly Elixir Palace. The staff of the Heavenly Elixir Palace recognized Fang Chen. When they saw Fang Chen, they immediately brought Fang Chen to Master Tianhe's residence. "Brother Fang, you're here," Master Tianhe said with a smile. "Master Tianhe, how's the business recently?" Fang Chen asked. "Although a new type of elixir has been developed recently, it's still a little high-end. Ordinary warriors can't afford it at all. Hence, the business isn't as good as before. However, the Heavenly Elixir Palace still earns a lot of spiritual stones." After Master Tianhe finished speaking, he took out an interspatial ring. "Here are 800 million medium spiritual stones. It's your bonus," Master Tianhe said. Fang Chen nodded and put away the 800 million medium spiritual stones. He then said, "Master Tianhe, this time I'm here to tell you about a new elixir recipe." "Oh, a new elixir recipe? What kind of elixir is it?" Master Tianhe's eyes lit up when he heard the words, "new elixir recipe." "Steadying soul elixir," Fang Chen said calmly. "Steadying soul elixir?" Master Tianhe asked doubtfully. After that, Fang Chen took out the elixir recipe for the steadying soul elixir and handed it to Master Tianhe. After a while, Master Tianhe's excitement turned into seriousness. He looked at Fang Chen with his deep eyes and said, "Brother Fang, although the steadying soul elixir is very effective, it's very difficult to refine it. The main ingredient of the steadying soul elixir is the demonic dragon flower. Even for our heavenly elixir palace, it's not easy to find the demonic dragon flower," Master Tianhe said. However, before he could finish his sentence, he stopped talking. This was because he was staring at Fang Chen's palm. There was a beautiful flower on Fang Chen's palm. Demonic dragon flower. You actually have the demonic dragon flower. Master Tianhe was very excited. I got it by accident. There are 3 stalks in total. You can use them to refine the steadying soul elixir. As for the demonic dragon flower, it'll depend on your heavenly elixir palace's ability. Fang Chen handed the 3 stalks of demonic dragon flower to Master Tianhe. After Master Tianhe took the demonic dragon flower, he was very excited. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Brother Fang. I'll ask the heavenly elixir palace to search for the demonic dragon flower." After that, Fang Chen chatted with Master Tianhe for a while and then left. When they returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, it was already nighttime. Fang Chen went to rest directly. The next day, Zhuge Yuan found Fang Chen and told Fang Chen that the task had been completed. The reward was divided into 5 portions, including his. However, Fang Chen refused because he did not lack spiritual stones. He asked Zhuge Yuan to give his share to the others. "Fang Chen, I'll thank you on behalf of them." Zhuge Yuan grinned. "It's okay," Fang Chen said. When Zhuge Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He immediately turned to Fang Chen and asked, "Fang Chen, are you interested in going to the body refining tower?" "Yes, the body refining tower," Fang Chen asked. "Our strength has increased more or less in the ancient ruins, so we agreed to go to the body refining tower together. Do you want to go with us?" Zhuge Yuan asked. Fang Chen thought for a while and finally agreed to go to the body refining tower with Zhuge Yuan. Chapter 128. When the 5 of them arrived at the body refining tower, they caused a huge commotion. "Isn't that Zhuge Yuan? Are they going to challenge the body refining tower too?" a disciple asked. "Senior Zhuge Yuan reached the 5th level last time. I wonder if he will be able to go further this time." The arrival of Zhuge Yuan and the other 4 caused a commotion among the disciples outside the body refining tower. At this moment, a person was challenging the tower. Fang Chen and the others could see clearly that a light spot was moving continuously on the 4th level. After 15 minutes, the light spot appeared on the 5th level and left the body refining tower. When the light spot disappeared from the body refining tower, Hong Yun's figure appeared in front of everyone. Hong Yun had successfully entered the 5th level of the body refining tower from the 4th level with a smile on his face. However, when he saw Zhuge Yuan and the other 4, his smile disappeared and was replaced by anger. "Humph!" Hong Yun snorted and left the body refining tower. "Who will go first?" Zhuge Yuan looked at the 4 of them and asked. "Senior Zhuge, you go first." Qing Fei grinned. "All right, I will go first." Just as Zhuge Yuan was about to enter the body refining tower, a figure suddenly entered the body refining tower before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The person was very fast. After entering the body refining tower, he went up to the 5th level at the fastest speed. When the light spot appeared on the 5th level, it slowed down. However, the light spot continued to move forward. After a minute, the light spot entered the 6th level, which shocked everyone. "Who is it that entered the 6th level? It must be one of the top 10. Otherwise, no one could enter the 6th level. I think it is Yang Yong, who is ranked 10th. While the disciples were discussing, the light spot stopped at the 6th level and disappeared. Many disciples cheered when Yang Yong appeared. Yang Yong was full of smiles. When he saw Zhuge Yuan, he snorted. Everyone knew that Zhuge Yuan and Yang Yong had a bad relationship in the intermediate area. Sometimes they would even fight. "Zhuge Yuan, You are also here to embarrass yourself. Yang Yong sneered. It's none of your business, Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Let's see how far you can go, sneered Yang Yong. Zhuge Yuan ignored Yang Yong's sarcastic words and stepped out of the body refining tower. Zhuge Yuan and the others had tempered their bodies for more than a month on the stairway to heaven in the ancient relic. Therefore, Zhuge Yuan entered the body refining tower very quickly and soon appeared on the 5th level. It's just the 5th level. What's there to be arrogant about? Seeing the light spot stop at the 5th level, Yang Yong sneered. However, before Yang Yong could finish his words, the light spot had already entered the 6th level. Look, the light spot has entered the 6th floor. Everyone cried out in surprise. Being able to enter the 6th floor was enough to prove the strength of Zhuge Yuan's physical body. At this moment, Yang Yong had a complicated expression on his face. His eyes were filled with hatred. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the light spot on the 6th floor. He thought to himself, with Senior Zhuge Yuan's physical strength, he should be able to enter the 7th floor. To be able to enter the 7th floor, one's physical body had to be at least at the silver body level. If it was before, Zhuge Yuan would definitely not be able to enter the 7th floor. However, after the baptism on the stairway to heaven, Fang Chen believed that Zhuge Yuan had the strength to enter the 7th floor. Just as Fang Chen was thinking to himself, the light spot shook again. This time, every movement of the light spot caused everyone to cry out in surprise. Under everyone's gaze, the light spot crossed the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor. Wow! There was an uproar in front of the body refining tower. Countless disciples were shocked. There was a huge difference between the 7th and 6th floor of the body refining tower. Entering the 6th floor required a bronze body, but entering the 7th floor required a silver body. Gosh, Zhuge Yuan has reached the silver body level and entered the 7th floor. No wonder Zhuge Yuan can enter the top 10 at any time. He is really powerful. Another disciple who has reached the silver body level. Zhuge Yuan has hidden his strength well. Many disciples exclaimed. At this moment Yang Yong's face was grave. He was not reconciled to the fact that Zhuge Yuan could enter the 7th floor, but he could not. Zhuge Yuan stopped at the 7th floor and walked out of the body refining tower. The moment Zhuge Yuan walked out, everyone in front of the body refining tower cheered. Zhuge Yuan looked at Yang Yong meaningfully, then walked to Fang Chen and the other three and said, "It's your turn." The next to enter the body refining tower was Xiao Haobua, who stopped at the 4th floor. Qing Fei also stopped at the 4th floor. The most unexpected one was Du Gufeng. He was the most inconspicuous of the three, but his explosive power was the strongest. He was able to break through to the 5th floor with brute force. After the three of them had finished, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Seeing Fang Chen enter the body refining tower, Hong Yun sneered. There is no pressure at all. Standing in the body refining tower, Fang Chen grinned. Hong Yun and the others thought that Fang Chen had reached the 4th floor, but they did not know that Fang Chen had already reached the 5th floor. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fang Chen reached the 5th level of the body refining tower in one breath, which shocked countless warriors. However, what happened next shocked them even more. Fang Chen entered the 6th floor calmly. They thought that the 6th floor would be Fang Chen's final destination, but Fang Chen actually entered the 7th floor. Since he could enter the 7th floor, his physical body must have reached the silver body level. Everyone was shocked, except for Zhuge Yuan and the other three. On the stairway to heaven, Zhuge Yuan and the others knew that Fang Chen's physical body was much stronger than theirs. It was not surprising that Fang Chen could enter the 7th level of the body refining tower. In fact, it was reasonable. Fang Chen's physical body is stronger than mine. I think he can enter the 8th floor, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. Just as Zhuge Yuan's voice faded, the light spot on the 7th level suddenly moved again and entered the 8th level in an instant. What? He actually entered the 8th floor? Yang Yong and Hong Yun were shocked and exclaimed. Fang Chen entered the 8th floor. It's incredible. His physical body is so strong that it is comparable to Shu Feiqi's. That's right. In the middle zone, only Shu Feiqi and Fang Chen are able to reach the 8th level of the body refining tower. Is Fang Chen's strength comparable to Shu Feiqi's? Many disciples were shocked and discussed. When Fang Chen came out of the body refining tower, he looked calm and did not feel proud of entering the 8th floor. It will be difficult to enter the 9th floor, Fang Chen thought to himself. In order to enter the 9th floor, one must reach the golden body level. His physical body should be at the peak of the silver body level. However, Fang Chen believed that with the help of the golden heart, he would be able to enter the 9th floor soon. Fang Chen, I was right. You can enter the 8th floor, Zhuge Yuan said with a grin. Ching Fei and the other two were chatting with Fang Chen. On the other hand, Yang Yong and Hong Yun looked cold. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, Yang Yong suddenly stepped forward and said coldly, Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Fang Chen was stunned and immediately looked at Yang Yong. Yang Yong obviously knew his cultivation and thought that he could suppress him, so he wanted to take him down a notch. A strong physical body does not mean that you are strong. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Yang Yong said coldly. Hong Yun, who was beside Yang Yong, looked at Fang Chen mockingly. I don't want to fight with you, Fang Chen said and turned to leave. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Yang Yong's face darkened and he shouted angrily, Fang Chen, I will teach you a lesson in the intermediate area disciple competition in a month's time. Fang Chen's entry into the 8th floor of the body refining tower had shocked the entire intermediate area. Many senior officials of the intermediate area came to visit Fang Chen. After sending off the upper echelons with great difficulty, Fang Chen prepared to rest for a while. But suddenly, a scarlet-robed figure appeared in the courtyard. Yes. Fang Chen looked at the figure in red with confusion. Fang Chen. The figure in red smiled and looked at Fang Chen. You are? Fang Chen asked. Shu Feiqi. The figure in red replied. Fang Chen was shocked. The person in front of him was the top disciple in the intermediate area, Shu Feiqi. You are not only talented, but also physically strong, Shu Feiqi said. I hope to fight with you. I am not your match. Fang Chen sighed. Shu Feiqi was the top disciple in the intermediate area. He was at the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen was not his match. However, although Shu Feiqi was at the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, his true strength was comparable to the peak of the 7th realm. He had not broken through because he did not want to enter the advanced area. Normally, as long as one reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, one could enter the advanced area and become an advanced disciple. This was not what Shu Feiqi wanted. Shu Feiqi had said that he would only become an advanced disciple when he reached the 9th floor of the body refining tower. However, all the disciples in the middle class area knew that Shu Feiqi was strong. They also thought of him as a martial artist at the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Chapter 129. After Shu Feiqi left, Fang Chen went into seclusion to cultivate. Fang Chen had heard about the intermediate region's disciple competition that would be held a month later. Although he wasn't Shu Feiqi's opponent now, he hoped that he would be able to fight against Shu Feiqi in a month's time with his hard work. Fang Chen was ready to accept the inheritance of Heavenly Void Taoist. The first part of the inheritance was martial comprehension. Because of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen only used 3 days to accept it. It had to be said that Heavenly Void Taoist's martial comprehension was very beneficial to Fang Chen. It made Fang Chen's martial comprehension deeper. After 3 days, he accepted the first part of the inheritance. Next was the second part. The second part of the inheritance was Heavenly Void Taoist's lifelong secret technique, Heavenly Void's Solitary Void Fist. This fist technique was a third-grade cultivation technique and was extremely powerful. Fang Chun started to cultivate this fist technique. He circulated the chant of the fist technique into his golden heart and used it to cultivate. In a secluded place in the Divine Wind Country, a man's face was filled with anger. Beside him stood a black shadow. "How is it? Do you agree to my deal?" The black shadow said with a hoarse voice. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that the man with a face full of anger was Yuan Batian, who wanted to kill him. Yuan Batian used a forbidden technique at the crucial moment to increase his explosive power and escape. After escaping, Yuan Batian had been recovering. Finally, during this period of time, he had recovered. However, he still needed some time to kill Fang Chen. Yuan Batian accidentally broke into this secluded cave and found the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Originally, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect wanted to kill Yuan Batian. However, after thinking about it, it seemed that Yuan Batian could be used. Therefore, they proposed a deal with Yuan Batian. "Okay, I agree. But you have to promise me that I can kill Fang Chen," Yuan Batian said in a low voice. "No problem. In a month, I can help you reach the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. At that time, not only Fang Chen, but even the stronger disciples won't be your match." The black shadow grinned. "But don't forget your promise," the black shadow said. Yuan Batian nodded. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been cultivating the solitary emptiness fist. Today, half a month later, there was finally some progress in the solitary emptiness fist. The solitary void fist was a rank 3 cultivation method. There were a total of 3 fists. After half a month, Fang Chen finally mastered the first fist. The power of the heavenly void fist was very strong. Just the first fist's power had already surpassed the 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword art. This made Fang Chen very happy. "I've finally mastered the first move of the solitary heavenly void fist." Fang Chen grinned. After successfully cultivating the first fist, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to cultivate the second fist in a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't plan to cultivate the second level for the time being. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then took out a book with the words, "Leaving traces of a wild goose palm," written on it. That's right. Fang Chen planned to cultivate the leaving traces of a wild goose palm as well. After all, it was a second-grade cultivation technique. Its power couldn't be underestimated. Anyway, there was no harm in having more skills. Cultivating the leaving traces of a wild goose palm was much easier than cultivating the heavenly void fist. Fang Chen used 10 days to completely cultivate the leaving traces of a wild goose palm. Moreover, because of the golden heart, Fang Chen had already cultivated the leaving traces of a wild goose palm to perfection. Although the power of the leaving traces of a wild goose palm wasn't as strong as the heavenly void fist, it was still comparable to the Tai diffraction sword art. After cultivating these 2 cultivation techniques, Fang Chen took out the third part of the heavenly void Taoist's inheritance, the reckless bull technique. The frenzied bull technique was a body-tempering technique of the empty sky Taoist. After cultivating it, the martialist's body would have the frenzied bull's strength. This frenzied bull's strength would make the martialist's physical body extremely strong. "I hope the reckless bull technique can make my body reach the golden body level," Fang Chen said in a low voice. The reckless bull technique was divided into 3 levels. Fang Chen started cultivating from the first level. 3 days later, Fang Chen finished cultivating the first level of the reckless bull technique. At this time, he felt that his body was much stronger. There are only 2 more days until the disciples' tournament. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and prepared to go to the body refining tower. At this time, many disciples were cultivating hard. When Fang Chen arrived at the body refining tower, he found that there was no one there. "Let's go in and try." Fang Chen entered the body refining tower and went to the 8th level with ease. Then, he started to break through to the 9th level. At this time, Fang Chen used the first level of the Reckless Bull technique. Suddenly, a reckless bull's strength appeared in his body. In a short time, Fang Chen's body became extremely strong. Crack! Fang Chen took a step forward and wanted to enter the 9th level. However, he was strongly repelled. What a strong repelling force! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his body was sent flying. Even though he had cultivated the first level of the Reckless Bull technique, he could not enter the 9th level. This made Fang Chen speechless. The 9th level was too strong. Let's cultivate on the 8th level for a while, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and started to cultivate his body strength under the abnormal gravity on the 8th level. Time passed by slowly. After 2 days, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes on the 8th level of the body refining tower. At this moment, Fang Chen's Reckless Bull technique had reached the completion realm of the first level. Let's try again, Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen started to try again. After activating the first level of the Reckless Bull technique, his body's strength surged. He directly rushed to the 9th level. Fang Chen thought that he would be repelled, but to his surprise, he succeeded in entering the 9th level of the body refining tower. Dong! As soon as Fang Chen entered the 9th level of the body refining tower, a bell chime was heard in the middle area. The bell rang 9 times in a row, shocking the entire intermediate area. At this time, Fang Chen was still in the body refining tower, unaware of this. The gravity on the 9th level of the body refining tower is too abnormal, Fang Chen said in a low voice. At this time, it was difficult for him to speak. The gravity on the 9th level was too abnormal. Finally, after 1 minute, Fang Chen was repelled and left the body refining tower. At this time, when the higher-ups in the intermediate area heard the bell ring 9 times in a row, their faces changed and they rushed to the body refining tower. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Fang Chen had already left. The bell rang 9 times. This has not happened in Kamikaze Kenbu for almost 100 years. Someone must have entered the 9th level of the body refining tower, an old man with a white beard said. It seems that the disciple did not want us to know who he was. He has already left, another elder said excitedly. I did not expect that there was such a genius in the intermediate area. In the intermediate area, there are only 2 people who are most likely to enter the 9th level. They are Xu Feiqi and Fang Chen. Both of them have reached the 8th level. However, I feel that Xu Feiqi is more likely. After all, Xu Feiqi is much stronger than Fang Chen. No matter what, pay close attention to the 2 of them, the old man with a white beard said. Also, the disciples' grand competition will continue as usual. After that, the higher-ups left. At this time, Fang Chen did not know that the bell had rung 9 times in a row, which had shocked the higher-ups in the intermediate area. In 1 month, Fang Chen had made great progress. A month ago, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a disciple at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. After a month of crazy cultivation, Fang Chen had not only mastered the leaving wild goose palm, but also the solitary void fist. This had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as time passed, Fang Chen's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. Now, Fang Chen was confident that he could compete with Xu Feiqi. Today was the day of the intermediate area's disciples' grand competition. After Fang Chen came out of the body refining tower, he went straight to the martial arts practice field. When he arrived at the martial arts practice field, it was already packed with people. Fang Chen, over here! Zhuge Yuan shouted when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen came in front of Zhuge Yuan, with Ching Fei and the other 2 beside him. Fang Chen, why are you so late? Zhuge Yuan asked. Fang Chen smiled faintly and did not speak. Just then, a hunchbacked old man appeared on the martial arts practice field. He waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Suddenly, the noisy martial arts practice field quieted down. All the warriors were waiting for the hunchbacked old man to speak. I believe that everyone knows that the intermediate area's disciples' grand competition is held to increase everyone's cultivation and to let everyone learn from each other, the hunchbacked old man said slowly. The rules of this grand competition are the same as before. Disciples are not allowed to kill each other. If anyone is found to be trying to kill each other, they will be severely punished. 2-on-2 battles will determine the new top 10 disciples. They will be handsomely rewarded. The hunchbacked old man's short words were enough to excite countless disciples. At this time, in another area, Yang Yong and Hong Yun were walking together. They turned to look at Fong Chen, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Fong Chen, even if I can't kill you, I will make you lose face in the grand competition, Yang Yong said to himself. At the front of the martial arts practice field, Xu Feiqi had a smile on his face. He looked at Fong Chen, then turned to leave. Chapter 130. With the approval of the higher-ups, the intermediate regions tournament finally began. There were over 100 disciples in the intermediate region, and they fought in pairs. The first to go up was Xu Feiqi. Xu Feiqi's opponent was a Qi transformation 5th realm disciple. When the disciple realized that his opponent was the strongest in the intermediate region, Xu Feiqi, he immediately admitted defeat. I admit defeat. The disciple's face was clearly filled with helplessness. This time, the disciples' grand competition had adopted the strategy of eliminating the participants directly. This meant that once he admitted defeat, he would lose the right to participate in this tournament. Even though he was filled with helplessness and unwillingness, he had no choice. Fighting Xu Feiqi would be suicide. Xu Feiqi wins, the judge announced loudly. Xu Feiqi had a slight smile on his face the entire time. After hearing the judge's announcement, he nodded slightly and left the martial arts arena. One disciple after another walked onto the martial arts arena. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Finally, after 2 hours, it was Fong Chen's turn. Fong Chen's opponent was an early Qi transformation 6th realm disciple. This disciple was usually in seclusion, and did not know much about Fong Chen. Therefore, when he saw that Fong Chen was his opponent, his eyes flashed with joy. Even the heavens are helping me. The disciple was secretly delighted. At this moment, the higher-ups on the main platform were discussing Fong Chen when they saw him walk onto the martial arts arena. He's Fong Chen, right? The one with the same 4th-grade talent as Yuan Batian. That's right. He's Fong Chen. I heard that his talent is very strong, and he's very strong. I wonder how far he'll be able to go this time. On the martial arts arena, Fong Chen stared at his opponent, and his opponent stared back at Fong Chen. Following the referee's command, a long sword suddenly appeared in his opponent's hand. Then, he activated all the spiritual qi in his body and directly injected it into the longsword before attacking Fong Chen. Too weak, Fong Chen muttered. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword in Fong Chen's hand danced, and a sword cry resounded through the sky. The Tai dispersing light swordsmanship was instantly unleashed. An incomparably tyrannical sword light pierced towards his opponent. With a poochie sound, his opponent's sword light was shattered by Fong Chen's hidden dragon sword. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Fong Chen defeated his opponent with a single strike. Fong Chen wins. When the referee finished reading, there was an uproar in the martial arts practice ground. Although they all knew that Fong Chen was very powerful, they didn't expect that Fong Chen would be so tyrannical. What an exquisite swordsmanship! This kid is not simple, someone on the rostrum said. It's not just the exquisite swordsmanship. Did you notice that the long sword in his hand is the hidden dragon sword that has been in the weapon hall for many years? Another person said in a low voice. Hearing this elder's words, the other higher-ups finally noticed the hidden dragon sword in Fong Chen's hand. When they saw the hidden dragon sword, their eyes were filled with complex emotions. They naturally knew how tyrannical the hidden dragon sword was. After all these years, not a single disciple could afford the hidden dragon sword. He's really not simple. There aren't many disciples who can take out 30 million mid-tier spiritual stones. Where did this kid come from? Someone asked. I don't know. I heard that he's from the Cyan Cloud County. A high-grade Yuan weapon, the hidden dragon sword. Coupled with such exquisite swordsmanship, this kid's combat power is at least at the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Even Yuan Batian can't compare to this level of talent. At the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he can easily defeat a 6th realm disciple. Not only were the rostrum discussing this, but the martial arts practice ground was also filled with discussions. Other than Zhuge Yuan and a few other insiders, the other disciples were all shocked. However, even though they were shocked, the competition still continued. After Fang Chen, there were no other dark horses. The competition was very normal. After 6 hours, the first round of the competition finally came to an end. In the entire first round of the competition, the biggest dark horse was Fang Chen. Moreover, after the first round, Fang Chen's popularity was very high. Some disciples believed that Fang Chen would definitely enter the top 10. After a short break, the second round of the competition began. Half of the disciples were eliminated in the first round. Most of them were weak disciples. Those who could enter the second round were not weak. Therefore, the second round of the competition was even more intense. The first match of the second round was still Xu Feiqi. As expected, Xu Feiqi's opponent surrendered immediately. Fang Chen was the 20th disciple to fight. His opponent was still a 6th realm Qi transformation realm disciple. When the disciple faced Fang Chen, he had no choice but to surrender. Although the second round of the competition was more intense than the first, it was much shorter. After 2 hours, the second round of the competition ended. Next up was the third round of the competition. There were a total of 30 warriors who entered the third round of the competition. Among these 30 warriors, the weakest was at the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. In the third round, Fang Chen's opponent was a warrior at the middle 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He did not surrender. Instead, he fought Fang Chen. Tai Diffraction Blade. Fang Chen immediately used the 8th level of the Tai Diffraction Blade. A powerful sword light pierced towards his opponent. Devil Sky Sword Technique. The long sword in his opponent's hand danced violently. He wanted to block Fang Chen's attack, but the Tai Diffraction Blade was too powerful. Puchi. His opponent's long sword shattered the moment it came into contact with Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword. What followed was Fang Chen's powerful strength. With a bang, his opponent was sent flying. Fang Chen had won once again. It's hard to find a worthy opponent in the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Someone on the VIP platform laughed heartily. Yeah, this kid's strength can at least make it to the top 10. He might even make it to the top 5. It's possible for him to make it to the top 10, but forget about the top 5. Those who can make it to the top 5 are all monstrous geniuses. The third round of the competition ended quickly. There were a total of 15 disciples who entered the fourth round. After drawing lots, Fang Chen was a little surprised that he had drawn a bye. This meant that Fang Chen could directly enter the fifth round. When the fourth round of the competition began, Xu Feiqi's opponent was Hong Yun. Hong Yun could not even defeat Fang Chen, let alone Xu Feiqi. Hong Yun admitted defeat immediately. The next match was Yang Yong's. Yang Yong's opponent was the disciple in 9th place. After a fierce battle, Yang Yong defeated the disciple in 9th place with a slight advantage. This scene caused countless disciples to exclaim in surprise. Fang Chen stood in the middle of the martial arts arena, facing all of this calmly. Fourth round, fifth round in the afternoon, the disciples' tournament was nearing its end. Countless disciples had been eliminated, and now there were only 4 disciples left. Fang Chen was very lucky. He had drawn a bye for 2 consecutive rounds, allowing him to directly enter the finals. First place Xu Feiqi, second place Lu Yang, third place Ao Tian, and last place Fang Chen. The 4 of them had entered the finals. The disciples in the top 10, as well as those who had been eliminated, were furious when they saw Fang Chen enter the finals. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good. He can even enter the finals like this. Many people were unhappy that Fang Chen had entered the finals. They felt that Fang Chen did not have the qualifications to enter the finals. However, Fang Chen did not care about these comments. Next up is the finals of the Disciples Tournament. The first round of the finals is between first place Xu Feiqi and third place Ao Tian. When the referee finished reading, the entire martial arts arena was in an uproar. They could finally see a peak battle. Although Xu Feiqi's cultivation was suppressed to the Qi transformation 6th realm, his true strength was at least at the peak of the Qi transformation 7th realm. As for third place Ao Tian, his cultivation was also at the Qi transformation 6th realm. However, overall, he was still slightly weaker than Xu Feiqi. On the martial arts arena, Xu Feiqi and Ao Tian looked at each other. Xu Feiqi, this time I will defeat you and reach the middle division, Ao Tian said in a low voice. You are not my match, Xu Feiqi said. Whether I am or not is not for you to decide. We will only know after the battle, Ao Tian said. All right, then let's fight with all our might, Xu Feiqi said simply. Crash! Just as Xu Feiqi's voice fell, a tyrannical aura surged out from Ao Tian's body. In the next moment, a golden longsword appeared in Ao Tian's hand. This golden longsword was a mid-level yuan weapon, and it was very powerful. The golden longsword in Ao Tian's hand danced unceasingly. Rays of tyrannical sword light danced in the sky. His imposing manner shook the heavens. Proud cloud sword technique. All of a sudden, Ao Tian let out a low roar and instantly displayed the proud cloud sword technique. In the sky, countless sword lights directly gathered together and turned into the shape of a cloud. Although this cloud-shaped sword light didn't have the slightest trace of a dangerous aura, no one dared to underestimate this cloud. This was because the proud cloud sword technique was Ao Tian's famous sword technique. It was very powerful, and the reason why Ao Tian could reach the top 3 was because of this. When he saw Ao Tian use the proud cloud sword technique, Xu Feiqi smiled faintly and said, "This is good too. We can end this battle in one go." As soon as Xu Feiqi said that, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a buzzing sound. Long Sky Sword Technique. Xu Feiqi shouted in a low voice as he unleashed the Long Sky Sword Technique. A sword light suddenly appeared within the pitch-black long sword. This ray of sword light was very ordinary, and it directly hit the cloud in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. When the plain-looking sword light hit the clouds, it instantly shattered the clouds and headed straight for proud heaven. The cloud did not even have the strength to resist before it was shattered. Seeing this, Ao Tian's face changed and he shouted, "How is this possible?" At this time, many of the higher-ups on the VIP platform were discussing. Xu Feiqi's sword technique is very powerful. It seems to have reached the minute subtlety realm. Yes, with Xu Feiqi's current sword technique, it would be easy for him to defeat Ao Tian. If he had not met Xu Feiqi, Ao Tian might have been able to improve further. While the higher-ups on the VIP platform were sighing, there was a commotion in the martial arts arena. Oh my god, Xu Feiqi is so powerful. He is so powerful. An ordinary ray of sword light was able to pierce through Ao Tian's attack. Xu Feiqi hid his strength too well. If he had not deliberately suppressed his cultivation, he would have reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Yes, Xu Feiqi is very stubborn. He wants to reach the 9th level of the body refining tower before he is willing to enter the advanced area. Fang Chen heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples and nodded slightly. Chapter 131. Pucci. Ao Tian tried his best to avoid this ordinary sword light, but no matter how hard he tried, he was still locked on by the sword light. With a Pucci sound, a sword wound appeared on Ao Tian's arm, and blood flowed out. Ao Tian's body kept retreating. When he tried to stabilize his body, the clouds in the sky had already shattered. Ao Tian's hands were trembling and his face was filled with unwillingness. After struggling for a while, Ao Tian raised his head and looked at Shu Feiqi with his deep eyes. Shu Feiqi, you are very strong. I have lost. After saying that, Ao Tian tiptoed and left the martial arts arena. Ao Tian had lost the match, which meant that he could only compete with the loser of the other match for third place. This was a huge blow to Ao Tian. Shu Feiqi wins, the referee announced. Shu Feiqi nodded slightly and left the martial arts arena. The next match was naturally the battle between the dark horse Fang Chen and the second-ranked Lu Yang. When the two of them stood on the martial arts arena, Lu Yang's eyes flashed with disdain. Fang Chen, you are very unlucky. You will definitely lose if you fight with me, Lu Yang said in a deep voice. Is that so? I don't think I will lose, Fang Chen said casually. Humph. Anyone can talk big, but the final result will often be beyond your expectations, Lu Yang said. I don't think the result will be beyond my expectations, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen's words made Lu Yang frown a little. Then, Lu Yang said, in that case, I will use my actions to prove to you how naive your thinking is. As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, the long sword in his hand trembled violently. Then, Lu Yang displayed the Clearwater swordsmanship. Clearwater swordsmanship. The Clearwater swordsmanship was Lu Yang's main swordsmanship. It was extremely powerful. When Lu Yang displayed the Clearwater swordsmanship, Fang Chen directly displayed the Tai dispersing light swordsmanship. Tai dispersing light swordsmanship, 8th level. The 8th level of the Tai dispersing light swordsmanship was displayed. An extremely powerful sword light appeared in the sky and collided with Lu Yang's sword light. Bang bang bang. After the two collided, a deafening sound was heard. Fang Chen and Lu Yang's bodies continuously retreated. When Fang Chen finally stabilized his body, he discovered that Lu Yang had already launched an attack. Good timing, Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He once again displayed the 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword technique. At the same time, Fang Chen held the sword in his right hand, while his left hand fiercely brandished. When the two sword lights collided, Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword also collided with Lu Yang's long sword. Because the force was too tyrannical, the hidden dragon sword directly caused a crack to appear on Lu Yang's long sword. Damn it! Lu Yang couldn't help but curse when he saw this. However, at this moment, Lu Yang felt another tyrannical aura. Yeah, you're courting death. Lu Yang sneered when he realized that Fang Chen was using a palm technique to attack him. At this moment, a bright light appeared in Fang Chen's left palm. This light contained tyrannical power. Fang Chen had already practiced the leaving traces palm to the perfection realm. Although its power wasn't as tyrannical as the Tai diffraction sword technique, it could still achieve unexpected results when caught off guard. Bang! Lu Yang's palm blasted out and directly collided with Fang Chen's palm. However, when the two palms collided, Lu Yang discovered that something was wrong. With a bang, Lu Yang's body flew out. In the sky, Lu Yang's sword light was instantly shattered by Fang Chen's sword light. In this round of competition, Fang Chen had the upper hand. On the rostrum, many of the higher-ups were surprised. They didn't expect Fang Chen's strength to be so tyrannical. Not only is Fang Chen's swordsmanship exquisite, but even his palm technique is so exquisite. This kid is not simple. His palm technique just now is very strange. Maybe he can win against Lu Yang. I wonder if he has any other tricks up his sleeve. While many of the higher-ups were surprised, Shu Feiqi, who was in the martial arts arena, smiled. He is indeed a grade 4 sword principal genius. Not only is his swordsmanship exquisite, but his palm technique is also exquisite, said Shu Feiqi. In the crowd, Zhuge Yuan and the other three were filled with excitement. Fang Chen is too powerful. It hasn't been long, but he can already fight Lu Yang to this extent, said Qing Fei. Yeah. If someone told me a month ago that Fang Chen could fight Lu Yang to a standstill during the Disciples' Tournament, I wouldn't have believed it. Fatty Xiao Haobo grinned. Fang Chen's progress is too fast. He wasn't even this strong when we were in the ancient ruins, said Dugufeng. Yeah, Fang Chen is a monster. He can't be judged by common sense, said Zhuge Yuan with a faint smile. On the martial arts arena, the battle between Lu Yang and Fang Chen was getting more and more intense. However, as time passed, Fang Chen gradually gained the upper hand. Fang Chen had the upper hand in terms of weapon, swordsmanship, and palm technique. All of these allowed Lu Yang to be suppressed. Damn it, Lu Yang cursed as he attacked. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. He felt helpless. Clearwater swordsmanship. Lu Yang gritted his teeth and displayed the Clearwater swordsmanship. A green sword light attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen did not hesitate to display the Tai dispersing swordsmanship. At the same time, he also displayed the wild goose scar palm with his left palm. In fact, Fang Chen could use the solitary heavenly void fist. However, Fang Chen believed that this fist technique was his trump card. He could not reveal it in advance. He had to save it for the final battle with Shu Feiqi. Boom! After a series of collisions, Lu Yang's body was sent flying. When Lu Yang stabilized himself, Fang Chen instantly appeared in front of him. Fang Chen clenched his fists and sent one punch after another at Lu Yang. Everyone on the viewing platform was shocked to see Fang Chen's fist. What? Fang Chen's physical strength is actually so tyrannical! Exclaimed one of the higher-ups. As the higher-ups of the intermediate region, they were naturally able to see that Fang Chen's fists were filled with pure power. This kid really isn't simple. His physical body has at least reached the peak of silver body. Do you think he might be the one who reached the golden body realm? Asked one of the higher-ups suddenly. Hearing this elder's words, the other upper echelons were shocked. They all looked at Fang Chen. Now that you say it, it's very likely. If it was Shu Feiqi, he would definitely have broken through after completing his goal. But he hasn't broken through yet. That means he isn't the one who entered the 9th floor. Once the disciples' competition is over, we have to properly investigate. If the one who entered the 9th floor is Fang Chen, we have to nurture him. Bang! On the martial stage, Fang Chen sent Lu Yang flying with a single punch. Lu Yang fainted on the ground, and the referee announced that Fang Chen was the winner. Following Fang Chen's victory, the atmosphere was ignited. Countless cultivators were shouting Fang Chen's name. Even the top 10 disciples who had not approved of Fang Chen nodded to Fang Chen. Kamikaze Kenbu was a place where the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, you would be able to gain the respect of others. When Fang Chen came down from the martial stage, countless disciples greeted Fang Chen. Even Hong Yun and Yang Yong, who had a grudge with Fang Chen, took the initiative to walk up to Fang Chen and apologize to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, we were wrong in the past. We had a small conflict with you. I hope you won't hold it against us. Hong Yun lowered his head and said to Fang Chen. Yang Yong, who was beside him, looked helpless. When Fang Chen heard this, he grinned. He wouldn't hold it against them unless they wanted to kill him. Fang Chen, you're so powerful. You're now a famous person in the middle area. When Fang Chen came to Zhuge Yuan's side, Fatty Xiao Haobo punched Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen, congratulations, Qing Fei said with a grin. Fang Chen, you and Shu Feiqi will be fighting in the next battle. Are you confident? Dugufeng asked. Zhuge Yuan and the others also looked at Fang Chen. When Fang Chen heard this, he said, My goal is to take first place. When they heard Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Yuan and the others couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. It seemed like Fang Chen's ambition wasn't small. If someone else said this, they would definitely think that the other party was arrogant. However, it was different when it was said by Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen had the qualifications to say it. Kamikaze Kenbu, the middle area's grand competition, was bustling. In the Holy Wind mountain range, Yuan Batian walked with a gloomy face. His goal was Kamikaze Kenbu. The current Yuan Batian gave off a gloomy feeling, but no one could tell what had changed. Fang Chen, this time I will definitely kill you, Yuan Batian said in a low voice. The current Yuan Batian was no longer the Yuan Batian of the past. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th realm, and his strength was very strong. Yuan Batian was confident that he could kill Fang Chen. The reason why he wanted to kill Fang Chen in the Kamikaze Kenbu's grand competition was to let everyone know that he, Yuan Batian, was still the best in Kamikaze Kenbu. Just as Yuan Batian was walking, a demon beast suddenly appeared and attacked Yuan Batian. Damn it! Yuan Batian saw this and snorted coldly. He clenched his fist and punched out. After the demon beast was hit by his fist, it died instantly. If there was anyone present, they would have been shocked. This was because the demon beast that Yuan Batian had just killed was at the early stage of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. To be able to kill a 7th realm demon beast with a single punch, one could imagine how strong Yuan Batian was. Kill Fang Chen, then defeat Xu Feiqi and become the champion of the middle area, Yuan Batian said. Although Xu Feiqi's true strength was comparable to the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, Yuan Batian was confident that he could defeat him. Chapter 132. The intermediate area disciple competition had been going on for so long, and it had almost reached the most lively moment. The strongest dark horse, Fang Chen, had easily defeated Lu Yang, who was ranked 2nd. This scene had shocked many disciples. Xu Feiqi, who was ranked 1st, had also defeated Ao Tian, who was ranked 3rd, with his overwhelming strength. If the majority of the disciples had supported Xu Feiqi before, now some of them had started to support Fang Chen. Fang Chen's strength was enough to challenge Xu Feiqi. Of course, the higher-ups sitting on the main stage were paying attention to Fang Chen. This was because they guessed that Fang Chen was the disciple who had entered the 9th floor of the body refining tower. Amidst the commotion, Fang Chen and Xu Feiqi stepped onto the martial arts stage. Fang Chen, your strength has improved a lot compared to a month ago. I am looking forward to fighting with you, said Xu Feiqi. I also hope to fight with you, said Fang Chen. Xu Feiqi nodded and said, in that case, let's not waste any more time. Let's each use our strongest moves and decide the winner in one move. Hearing Xu Feiqi's words, Fang Chen nodded. All of a sudden, 2 wild auras appeared on the martial arts stage and engulfed the entire martial arts stage. Fang Chen and Xu Feiqi's auras were extremely dense. Countless disciples opened their eyes wide and looked at the two of them. They did not want to miss such an exciting battle. My strongest sword art is the long sky sword art. I have a total of 9 swords. When I fought with Ao Tian, I only used 7 swords. This time, I will directly use 9 swords, said Xu Feiqi softly as he held his sword. Hearing Xu Feiqi's words, the disciples below the stage were in an uproar. Xu Feiqi had actually hidden his strength when he fought with Ao Tian. Oh my God, how strong is Xu Feiqi's true strength? He only used 7 swords when he fought with Ao Tian. This time, Xu Feiqi is going all out. With all 9 swords, even Fang Chen might not be able to stop him. I wonder if Fang Chen has any other tricks up his sleeve. If he only has the same sword technique as before, I'm afraid he won't be a match for Xu Feiqi. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Xu Feiqi gripped his sword tightly and tapped the ground with the tip of his feet. Eternal Sky Sword Art. All of a sudden, Xu Feiqi bellowed and unleashed the Eternal Heaven sword technique. A series of sword hums erupted from the long sword. In the next moment, 9 extremely powerful sword lights emerged from the tip of the long sword. The 9 swords of long heaven was Shu Feiqi's strongest attack. He was confident that even Fang Chen wouldn't be a match for him if he used the 9 swords of long heaven. When Fang Chen saw the 9 swords of long heaven in the sky, his face turned solemn. 9 swords of long heaven? Fang Chen's face turned solemn as his eyes flickered. In the end, he slowly kept his hidden dragon sword. Seeing Fang Chen keeping his hidden dragon sword, the disciples in the martial arts practice field were in an uproar. They were puzzled as to why Fang Chen kept his hidden dragon sword. Could it be that he knew that he couldn't defeat Shu Feiqi and was giving up? Fang Chen put away his sword. Is he going to give up? Shu Feiqi is too strong. Fang Chen knows that he can't withstand the 9 swords of long heaven. I guess he's giving up. Fang Chen can't be blamed. After all, he hasn't been in Kamikaze Kenbu for as long as Shu Feiqi. Yeah. If Fang Chen is given more time, he might be able to surpass Shu Feiqi. Many disciples had different opinions. At this moment, on the martial arts practice field, Fang Chen kept his hidden dragon sword. He clenched his fists tightly and a terrifying aura emerged from his body. That aura directly entered Fang Chen's fist. Heavenly Void Fist. Fang Chen gave a low cry and executed the Solitary Emptiness Fist. The Heavenly Void Solitary Void Fist, a third-grade cultivation technique, was much more powerful than the Tai Diffraction Sword. When the upper echelons on the rostrum saw the fist technique that Fang Chen had executed, they were shocked. What fist technique is this? Why is it so exquisite? Asked someone. This kid really isn't simple. Not only is his sword technique exquisite, but even his fist technique has reached such a level. It's hard to say who will win. On the martial arts practice field, Fang Chen's fist fiercely shot out. An incomparably powerful fist light appeared in the sky. This was Fang Chen's first time using the Heavenly Void Fist. This was the Heavenly Void Taoist's signature move. It was his life's lost technique. It was extremely powerful. There were a total of 3 fist techniques, and Fang Chen had only mastered the first one. Rumble. The instant the Heavenly Void Fist appeared, the entire sky darkened. The sound of thunder instantly rang out. What fist technique is this? At this moment, even Shu Feiqi's face was filled with shock. He could clearly feel that when Fang Chen used this fist technique, his body seemed to be imprisoned. Suppression. After Shu Feiqi recovered from his shock, he increased the power of the 9 swords of the long heavens. The 9 sword lights in the sky fiercely pierced towards the fist light. At that moment, everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the scene. After this battle, no matter who won the battle, they were destined to be recorded in the history of the Divine Wind Sword Mansion. Boom! The entire sky seemed to have collapsed. When the 9 sword lights pierced the fist radiance, a deafening sound erupted. Break! Under everyone's gaze, the 9 sword lights pierced the fist light. Shu Feiqi's face was filled with joy. He roared, wanting to completely destroy Fang Chen's attack. However, before he could celebrate, something strange happened in the sky. The strength of the Heavenly Void Fist was revealed at this moment. Crack! The fist light in the sky shook slightly, instantly shattering one of the sword lights. However, at this moment, Shu Feiqi still believed that his 9 swords of the long heavens could defeat Fang Chen. Crack! However, when he heard the continuous cracking sounds, Shu Feiqi's face finally turned serious. Boom! When the last ray of sword light was shattered by the fist radiance, a shocking aura instantly engulfed the entire martial arts arena. In the next moment, Fang Chen's Heavenly Void Fist exploded in the sky. Countless disciples quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. The battle between the two was too intense. Even a Qi Transformation Realm disciple would not be able to cause such a huge commotion. Crash! When all the aura on the martial arts arena dissipated, Fang Chen and Shu Feiqi stood quietly on the martial arts arena. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was calm and expressionless. On the other hand, Shu Feiqi's face was filled with helplessness. After a long while, Shu Feiqi opened his mouth. "I've lost," Shu Feiqi said softly. Only Shu Feiqi knew that Fang Chen's fist technique was too overbearing. His 9 swords of the long heavens was no match for it. If Fang Chen had not controlled the fist light to explode in the sky at the last moment, Shu Feiqi would have been seriously injured if the fist light had hit him. As he spoke, Shu Feiqi clasped his hands at Fang Chen to express his gratitude. Then, Shu Feiqi's body flashed and he left the martial arts arena. "Fang Chen, I will not give up so easily," Shu Feiqi said before leaving. The entire martial arts arena became silent in an instant. All the martial artists were shocked as they looked at Fang Chen on the martial arts arena. Even the many upper echelons on the rostrum were staring at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was not only talented in swordsmanship, but he was also extremely talented in martial arts. Such a genius was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime talent in kamikaze kenbu. After a long while, the referee finally reacted. "Fang Chen wins," the referee said excitedly. Following the referee's announcement, the entire martial arts arena was in an uproar. Countless disciples were discussing the fact that Fang Chen had defeated Shu Feiqi. "Oh my God, am I dreaming? Fang Chen actually defeated Shu Feiqi," Cheng Fei said as he shook his head. "I thought Fang Chen's swordsmanship was already powerful enough. I did not expect his fist skill to be even more powerful than his swordsmanship," Dugu Feng said as his eyes were filled with passion. "I'm so envious. If only I was as powerful as Fang Chen, how great would that be?" Fatty Xiao Haobua shouted. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan looked at Fang Chen with his deep eyes and finally nodded his head heavily. "Ha ha ha, this guy is too talented. He will definitely be the one to enter the 9th level of the body refining tower," someone on the VIP stand said. "That's right. From now on, all the resources of kamikaze kenbu will be given to him. A once-in-a-lifetime talent. With his potential, he will definitely be comparable to the 8 great kings and the 4 heavenly kings. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since such a genius appeared." Fang Chen defeated Shu Feiqi and successfully won the first place in this year's Disciples Grand Competition. From now on, Fang Chen was destined to be a famous person in kamikaze kenbu. Although the first and second place had been decided, the Disciples' Grand Competition was not over yet. There was still one more battle between Ao Tian and Lu Yang. They were going to fight for the 3rd place. However, after seeing the battle between Fang Chen and Shu Feiqi, no one was in the mood to watch this battle. In the end, the two of them fought casually. Lu Yang defeated Ao Tian and won the 3rd place, while Ao Tian became the 4th. Initially, they thought that Shu Feiqi would remain in 1st place without any surprises. However, they didn't expect Fang Chen's group of dark horses to be so powerful. This year's Disciples' Grand Competition, Fang Chen is in the 1st place, the referee said loudly. At this moment, Fang Chen was the focus of everyone's attention. He had become the absolute king of the Disciples' Grand Competition. However, just as the referee finished his sentence, a sound came from afar. "Fang Chen is in the 1st place. I'm the first to object." After hearing this voice, everyone was surprised. They turned around and saw that the person who had come was Yuan Batian, who had been missing for a long time. Chapter 133. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he looked at Yuan Batian. "Yuan Batian." Fang Chen's voice contained a trace of killing intent. Yuan Batian arrived at the martial arts practice field and stepped onto the martial arts practice field. He glanced at Fang Chen and then turned to look at the VIP stand. "Elders, am I considered a middle disciple?" asked Yuan Batian. "Of course," said an elder. "Since I'm a middle disciple, then do I have the qualifications to participate in this year's disciple competition?" asked Yuan Batian. "Of course. But I haven't even participated in the disciple competition." Why did the judge announce Fang Chen as first place? Asked Yuan Batian. Hearing Yuan Baishan's question, the elders on the rostrum frowned slightly. One of them explained, Yuan Batian, although you are an intermediate disciple, you missed the time of the competition. Moreover, Fang Chen defeated Xu Feiqi. The first place belongs to him. Yuan Batian shook his head and said, Elder, I, Yuan Batian, am not convinced that Fang Chen is the winner. Then what do you want? Asked an elder. Only if he can defeat me, said Yuan Batian. As soon as Yuan Batian finished speaking, before the elders could say anything, Fang Chen spoke up. Yuan Batian, since you want to fight, then I'll fight you, said Fang Chen icily. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The elders on the viewing platform discussed among themselves. In the end, they unanimously decided to have Yuan Batian fight Fang Chen. Although they didn't think Yuan Batian would be able to defeat Fang Chen. Alright, if that's the case, then Yuan Batian will fight against Fang Chen. After the battle, we will announce the winner of this year's disciple competition, said the elder. Following the elder's words, Yuan Batian walked to the center of the martial arts arena. His body emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, let's settle the old scores between us once and for all, Yuan Batian said in a deep voice. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He felt that Yuan Batian was strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange about him. All right, let's settle it, said Fang Chen. Boom. Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, Yuan Batian directly released his tyrannical aura. A shocking aura swept through the entire martial arts arena. What? All the disciples exclaimed in surprise. From Yuan Baishan's aura, they could feel that Yuan Baishan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Yuan Baishan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th realm. Fang Chen might not be his match. An elder on the main platform said worriedly. Elder, don't worry. Have you forgotten how Fang Chen defeated Xu Feiqi? Comforted another elder. On the martial stage, when Fang Chen sensed Yuan Baishan's aura, he nodded. So this was the source of his strange feeling. Yuan Batian, I don't know what you've been through, but I do know that even if you're at the peak of the 7th realm, you're still no match for me, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Crash! The hidden dragon sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Without hesitation, he used the Tai dispersing sword. Whoosh! The sword trembled. Rays of sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword, floating in the air. Under Fang Chen's control, they rushed towards Yuan Batian. Bang! Yuan Batian clenched his fists and threw a wild punch at the incoming sword light. With a cracking sound, the sword light was completely shattered. Fang Chen, is that all you've got? Yuan Batian sneered. Are you sure you want to compete with me in fist techniques? Asked Fang Chen. No matter what move you use, you're not my match. As Yuan Batian spoke, he waved his fist and punched Fang Chen again and again. His attacks were filled with murderous intent. The reason Yuan Batian had returned to Kamikaze Kenbu was to kill Fang Chen. Annihilation Fist. Yuan Batian roared. The Annihilation Fist smashed out. A fist the size of a head appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen used the Tai dispersing sword and the Solitary Emptiness Fist at the same time. Rumble! The Solitary Emptiness Fist was too powerful. As soon as it appeared, countless disciples in the martial stage felt their hearts palpitate. Boom! When the Solitary Emptiness Fist and Annihilation Fist collided, they immediately exploded. Fang Chen and Yuan Batian both retreated several steps. How can your fist technique be so strong? Yuan Baishan's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seems I'll have to use my trump card, thought Yuan Batian. In the next moment, Yuan Batian used the Annihilation Fist once more. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but Fang Chen's Solitary Emptiness Fist was stronger than his Annihilation Fist. Rumble! In the sky, the two fists continuously collided. Just as Fang Chen unleashed the solitary sky void fist with all his might, a small round ball suddenly appeared in Yuan Baishan's left hand. Then, Yuan Batian shook his wrist and the small round ball shot directly towards Fang Chen. On the rostrum, many of the upper echelons who were watching the battle between the two suddenly noticed the small round ball. Their expressions changed drastically. "Not good, it's the golden fragment sphere," shouted an elder. The higher-ups knew the power of the golden fragment sphere. Only now did they realize that Yuan Batian wanted to kill Fang Chen. "Let's attack together." Suddenly, several elders took action, trying to stop the golden shards from hitting Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen seemed to have noticed this as well. He performed the solitary heavenly void fist again, and punched the golden shards directly. "Fang Chen, you're dead." After throwing the golden fragment sphere, Yuan Baishan's figure flashed and left the martial stage. He quickly escaped from Kamikaze Kenbu. At this moment, the martial stage was in chaos. All the higher-ups were rushing towards Fang Chen. They had no time to care about Yuan Batian. Rumble! Fang Chen's solitary emptiness fist directly hit the golden fragment sphere. Suddenly, the tyrannical energy within the golden fragment sphere exploded. Crash! At this critical moment, several elders joined forces and directly cast a formation. In an instant, the wild energy was sealed within the formation. Boom! Even though they were sealed within the array, they were still able to see the wild energy vibrating within it. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If the elders didn't join forces to set up the formation, once he was hit by the golden fragment sphere's energy, he would definitely die. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Damn it! Fang Chen could not help but curse. He glanced at the few elders on the martial arts stage before looking into the distance, after which, his body flashed and he quietly left. "Yuan Batian, this time, no matter what, I won't let you leave," Fang Chen said coldly. In the Holy Wind mountain range, Yuan Batian was running wildly. He didn't want to die in Kamikaze Kenbu. "Haha, Fang Chen, you're dead." Yuan Batian laughed wildly as he ran. However, just as he was running, he suddenly sensed an aura behind him. His face slightly changed. "Someone is chasing me," Yuan Batian said in a deep voice and increased his speed. However, Fang Chen's speed was faster than his. In a short while, he caught up with him. "Yuan Batian, you can't escape." Fang Chen roared in anger. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Fang Chen's body approached Yuan Batian, he suddenly swung the solitary emptiness fist at Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian was forced to stop and turn around to block. In a flash, Fang Chen caught up with Yuan Batian. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. "Yuan Batian, if I don't kill you today, I, Fang Chen, swear that I'm not a human," Fang Chen said coldly. "Fang Chen, you're really lucky. Even the golden fragment ball couldn't kill you," Yuan Batian said in a deep voice. Solitary emptiness fist. Fang Chen didn't want to give Yuan Batian a chance and suddenly used the solitary emptiness fist. Rumble, the two instantly engaged in battle. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger, so his attacks were very fierce. In a short while, Fang Chen completely suppressed Yuan Batian. "Go to hell!" Fang Chen roared and pushed the first punch of the solitary emptiness fist to the extreme. It directly smashed on Yuan Baishan's head. "Save me!" Yuan Batian was suppressed by Fang Chen's aura. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. With a kacha sound, his annihilation fist was shattered by Fang Chen. Yuan Batian roared when he sensed danger approaching. Just as Yuan Batian said that, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared. With a flick of his wrist, a gray ray of light collided with Fang Chen's fistlight, causing the fistlight to explode in the air. "What a piece of trash!" The black figure glanced at Yuan Batian and coldly said, "Oh, Yuan Batian, you actually colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect." Fang Chen looked at the black figure and coldly said, "Brat, you know quite a lot. You actually know about our Yellow Spring sect. Since that's the case, I can't let you live." The black figure coldly said. Cough cough. Yuan Batian slowly stood up from the ground. His face was pale as he angrily looked at Fang Chen and said, "Help me kill him and I'll agree to all your demands." "All right," the black figure eerily said. In an instant, the black figure used a fierce attack and attacked Fang Chen. Solitary Emptiness Fist. Fang Chen used the Solitary Emptiness Fist and collided with the black figure's fist. His body was forced back. "No wonder that trash Yuan Batian lost to you," the black figure eerily said. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the black figure. At this moment, he was racking his brains to think of a way to stall for time and wait for the Kamikaze Kenbu's higher-ups to arrive. Chapter 134. "I know you're stalling for time," the black figure suddenly said. Fang Chen was startled when he heard that. "However, I won't give you the chance to stall for time. Before the old man from Kamikaze Kenbu arrives, I'll kill you," the black figure said. "In front of absolute strength, you're just an ant," the black figure said. As soon as the black figure finished speaking, a strong black aura suddenly appeared around him. The black aura directly merged into his fist. Then, the black figure threw a punch at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression changed. The black figure's punch was too powerful. He couldn't block it at all. "Am I going to die here?" Fang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. At this moment, on a mountain peak not far from here, an old beggar was walking leisurely. Suddenly, the old beggar's expression changed. He said, "Why is there such an aura?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old beggar's figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak in an instant. When the old beggar appeared again, he instantly noticed Fang Chen and the black figure. When he saw the black figure, his expression changed. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. As soon as the old beggar finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. He waved his hand gently and blocked the black figure's powerful punch. The black figure was forced to retreat. He stabilized his body and looked coldly at the old beggar who suddenly appeared. He asked, "Who are you?" "I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be remnants of the Yellow Spring sect," the old beggar said with a smile. "Since I've met you, I'll just take care of you," the old beggar said and pointed his finger. Although it looked like a simple point, the black figure's heart was filled with horror when he saw it. "No!" At this moment, the black figure couldn't move. He looked at the old beggar in horror. Boom! When the finger touched the black figure's body, the black figure instantly exploded. Even his soul was blown to pieces. After doing all this, the old beggar prepared to leave. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked the old beggar. "You don't have to thank me. I attacked because the other party is a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect," the old beggar said. "Senior, could you tell me your name?" "I will definitely repay you for your kindness today," Fang Chen asked. The beggar old man parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. Immediately, he shook his head and said, "When you are strong enough, you will know who I am. As for repaying your kindness, let's talk about it in the future." After the old beggar finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Fang Chen was stunned. His heart was in turmoil. Even a Chi-Hai warrior would not be as strong as the old beggar. It must be a reclusive almighty who just happened to pass by, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Looking at the black figure that was blown to pieces, Fang Chen looked at the injured Yuan Batian. "Yuan Batian, you colluded with the Yellow Spring sect. Dying 100 times won't be enough," Fang Chen said coldly as he walked towards Yuan Batian. "Fang Chen, let me go. I was also possessed." Yuan Batian begged for mercy. Fang Chen shook his head and waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand, killing Yuan Batian in a single strike. "People like you will only be trouble if left alive," Fang Chen said softly. After Fang Chen killed Yuan Batian, the upper echelons of the Kamikaze Kenbu hurriedly rushed over. When they saw the scene, their faces were filled with complex emotions. "Fang Chen, are you all right?" an elder asked. "We were on our way here when we sensed a strong aura. We were worried that something might have happened to you." Another elder said. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Yuan Batian colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. I almost died, but I was saved by an old beggar." After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, the upper echelons were furious. Yuan Batian actually colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. He deserved to die. But now that he was killed by Fang Chen, it could be considered as cleaning up the mess for the Kamikaze Kenbu. However, they were a little confused. Who was the old beggar that saved Fang Chen? After thinking for a while, they could not figure it out. In the end, they gave up. "Let's go back." After that, everyone returned to the Kamikaze Kenbu. On the way back, the elder explained to Fang Chen about the golden shard ball. The golden shard ball was a very terrifying weapon. During the refining process, the golden shard ball was injected with strong power by an extreme refiner. Once it exploded, the power was unimaginable. At the very least, a warrior in the Qi transformation realm would not be able to withstand it. This time, it was fortunate that there were a few elders. Otherwise, Fang Chen would have met with a disaster if he had encountered the golden fragment ball. After returning to the Kamikaze Kenbu, the upper echelons left one after another. Fang Chen also returned to his residence. The news of Fang Chen defeating Xu Feiqi spread throughout the intermediate area. Countless disciples were talking about it. 3 days later, Fang Chen received news that he did not need to continue cultivating in the intermediate area. He could enter the advanced area. After receiving the news, Fang Chen bid farewell to Zhuge Yuan and the others. Then, under the guidance of the elders, he entered the advanced area. As for Xu Feiqi, after being defeated by Fang Chen, he had been cultivating in seclusion on the 8th level of the body refining tower, hoping to break through to the 9th level. Once he broke through to the 9th level, he would break through to the Qi transformation realm and become an advanced disciple. The advanced area was located on the highest peak of the Holy Wind mountain range. The entire peak was where the disciples of the advanced area cultivated. When Fang Chen arrived at the advanced area, he immediately felt the rich spiritual qi. The spiritual qi here was twice as rich as that of the intermediate area. This was the best place for warriors to cultivate. "Elder Shiha, this is Fang Chen," the elder who led Fang Chen in said to an elder in the advanced area. "Oh, he is Fang Chen?" Elder Shiha's eyes lit up when he heard the name Fang Chen. Disciple Fang Chen greets Elder Shiha. Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Obviously, Elder Shiha had heard about Fang Chen's victory over Xu Feiqi, so he attached great importance to Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, from today onwards you are an advanced disciple. I will bring you to your residence," Elder Shiha said. After bidding farewell to the elder who led him in, Fang Chen followed Elder Shiha to the residence of the advanced area. "This is your residence. If you need anything in the future, you can look for me." This booklet introduces the situation of the high-class area. Take a good look at it. Elder Shiha handed Fang Chen a booklet and turned to leave. Fang Chen looked around, then sat on a stone bench in the courtyard and flipped through the booklet. On the first page of the booklet was an introduction to the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 kings of the advanced area. In the advanced area, there were 12 disciples. They were the top disciples in the entire Kamikaze Kenbu. They were called the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 kings. The 4 heavenly kings were all in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, and they were all on the Xingfeng nation's Qi ranking. According to the rules of the Xingfeng nation's Qi ranking, one had to be under the age of 25 and be in the Qi transformation realm to be qualified to be on the Qi ranking. There were 30 spots on the Xingfeng nation's Qi ranking, and the 4 heavenly kings occupied 4 of them. The 8 kings were disciples in the Kamikaze Kenbu, who were second only to the 4 heavenly kings. They were also very powerful, but none of them were on the Qi ranking. The first page introduced the personal situations of the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 kings. From the second page onward, it introduced some of the training places in the advanced area. Before Fang Chen could finish reading the introduction in the booklet, he heard shouting outside the courtyard. Then, Fang Chen saw the door to his courtyard open, and a few disciples walked in. "You are Fang Chen, the new advanced disciple?" asked a tall and skinny disciple. "That's right. I am Fang Chen. What business do you have with me?" asked Fang Chen, puzzled. "I heard that you defeated Shu Feiqi in the intermediate area. Your strength is comparable to the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, but your cultivation is only at the 4th realm," said another disciple. Fang Chen frowned but did not say anything. "We 3 brothers don't have any other intentions. We just want to see if you are as strong as they say you are. We won't bully you. As long as you defeat one of us, we will acknowledge you and won't disturb you in the future." Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. It seemed that these 3 had bullied the new advanced disciples quite a bit. Chapter 135. Lei Hong's cultivation had reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. In the advanced area, he was considered to be at the bottom. However, Lei Hong often bullied the new disciples with his status as a senior in the advanced area. There had been a few disciples who had been bullied by him before. This time, when they found out that Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, Lei Hong and the other 2 were prepared to extort Fang Chen to see if they could get anything out of him. Thus, this scene unfolded before their eyes. Fang Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him with a strange smile in his eyes. Naturally, he could see through their cultivation. With his current strength, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would not be his match. Originally, Fang Chen felt that it was beneath him to take action. However, after giving it some thought, he decided that since he had entered the high-level area, he should properly intimidate these players. Otherwise, any random Tom, Dick, or Harry would come looking for trouble in the future. "You 3 can come at me together," Fang Chen said indifferently. "What? You want us 3 to come at you together? Kid, are you looking for death?" Lei Hong sneered. The 2 disciples beside Lei Hong also had mocking smiles in their eyes. A new disciple like him actually dared to challenge the 3 of them. "If you don't attack, you won't have a chance," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lei Hong and the other 2 were furious. They were seniors in the advanced area. To be mocked by a new disciple was a humiliation. "Fang Chen, don't regret this," Lei Hong said coldly. In the next moment, Lei Hong and the other 2 attacked. They used all their strength to surround Fang Chen. Lei Hong thought to himself that he would definitely teach Fang Chen a lesson he would never forget. However, a minute later, 3 loud sounds rang out. Looking over, Lei Hong and the other 2 fell heavily to the ground. Their postures were extremely unsightly. "Damn it!" Lei Hong cursed as he fell to the ground. His arms were sore and his body was weak. "Scram," Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lei Hong and the other 2 were so scared that they pissed their pants. They immediately fled from Fang Chen's courtyard. Lei Hong and the other 2 had kicked an iron plate this time. However, Fang Chen didn't really make a move. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have lost their lives. In the time that followed, Fang Chen worked hard at his cultivation. Finally, after a month of hard work, Fang Chen broke through from the peak of the 4th realm to the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. After reaching the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen's Tai diffraction sword had also reached the 9th tier. Furthermore, Fang Chen had already cultivated it to the perfect realm. "Right now, I don't even fear a disciple at the 8th tier of the Qi transformation realm," Fang Chen said softly. One day after Fang Chen came out of seclusion, a group of people came to his courtyard. At the front of the group was Lei Hong. At this time, Lei Hong stuck his head out and looked around. He was deeply afraid of Fang Chen's attack. Senior Brother Pring, this is Fang Chen's residence, Lei Hong said in a low voice. Hearing Lei Hong's words, Pring Fei narrowed his eyes and roared, Fang Chen, get out here. Fang Chen, who was resting, was suddenly startled by this voice. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately walked out of the courtyard. You're Fang Chen? Ping Fei asked coldly when he saw Fang Chen come out. Who are you? Fang Chen asked coldly with a hint of displeasure between his brows. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that Lei Hong is my brother, Ping Fei said with a savage expression. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. He immediately said, So you're here to help Lei Hong get back at him? That's right. You injured my brother Lei Hong. You have to give me an explanation for this matter, or I, Ping Fei, won't show you any mercy, Ping Fei said. Looks like the lesson from last time wasn't deep enough. Fang Chen looked at Lei Hong with a grin. Seeing Fang Chen's smile, Lei Hong's body involuntarily trembled. His footsteps were light and he stood behind Ping Fei. Ping Fei's cultivation had reached the early 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. He was very strong, and although he wasn't considered much in the high-level area, at least no one was willing to provoke him. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ping Fei's eyebrows raised slightly. His expression was cold as he said in a low voice, Kid, looks like you don't intend to give me an explanation. So what if I don't give you an explanation? Fang Chen said. You're courting death. Ping Fei snorted coldly. The tip of his foot pushed off the ground, and his body instantly pounced towards Fang Chen. At the same time, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. As Ping Fei roared, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from his body and drilled into the long sword. Crash! Wherever the long sword passed, sword light flashed, and its power was extremely strong. Scram! Seeing this, Fang Chen instantly exploded with the power of the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. In the next instant, the hidden dragon sword in his hand directly displayed the 9th level of the Tai dispersing sword art. The tyrannical sword light directly slashed onto Ping Fei's sword light, instantly shattering it. Then the sword light carried a tyrannical aura with it as it struck Ping Fei's arm. With a miserable cry, Ping Fei's body fell to the ground. His long sword fell to the ground, and blood continuously flowed from his arm. Ping Fei felt as if his arm was about to be broken. His entire body was in pain, but at the same time, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. A disciple at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm actually had such combat power. Before this, he was a martial artist at the early 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, but he had been defeated by Fang Chen in one move. Monster! This was what Ping Fei thought. Seeing that Ping Fei was injured, Lei Hong and the others quickly ran to Ping Fei's side and asked worriedly, Senior Brother Ping, are you alright? Can't you see my arm right now? Ping Fei's anger was all vented on Lei Hong and the others. Fang Chen stood quietly, holding the hidden dragon sword in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd. Lei Hong and the others helped Ping Fei up. They had originally wanted to turn and leave, but Ping Fei refused. Ping Fei slowly walked to Fang Chen's side. Looking at Fang Chen, Ping Fei said in a low voice, Fang Chen, this matter is my fault. Kill me if you want. You can leave. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He would not go so far as to make things difficult for Ping Fei and the others. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ping Fei bowed deeply to Fang Chen and turned to leave. After Lei Hong and the others walked out of Fang Chen's courtyard, Ping Fei said in a low voice, In the future, no one is allowed to provoke Fang Chen. Ping Fei's matter was just a small interlude, but it was also because of this small interlude that Fang Chen's name gradually spread in the advanced district. All the disciples knew that although Fang Chen was a disciple in the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm, his true strength was comparable to the 8th realm. On the third day after teaching Peng Fei a lesson, Elder Shiha of the Advanced District came to Fang Chen's courtyard. Fang Chen. Elder Shiha looked at Fang Chen and said, "Elder Shiha." Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Fang Chen, after a unanimous discussion among the higher-ups, "We are prepared to give you the resources," Elder Shiha said. After that, Elder Shiha explained to Fang Chen why they were giving him the resources. It was all because of Fang Chen's monstrous performance. Fang Chen's talent in the way of the sword was enough to amaze everyone. In addition to his exquisite sword and fist techniques, all of this made Fang Chen the hope of Kamikaze Kenbu. Therefore, the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu wanted to nurture Fang Chen, hoping that Fang Chen would be able to enter the Qi ranking in the future. "From tomorrow onwards, you are free to enter and exit the Sword Will Canyon," Elder Shiha said. "Thank you, Elder Shiha." Fang Chen grinned. In the advanced area there was a mysterious canyon. This canyon was called Sword Intent Canyon. This was because the canyon was filled with dense sword will all year round. As long as a disciple entered, they would be tempered by the sword will in the canyon. It was very difficult for warriors to condense sword will, and the Sword Will Canyon was a shortcut. Fang Chen knew that even for advanced disciples, it was very difficult for them to enter the Sword Will Canyon. It seemed that they only had one chance to enter every month, and they also had to pay a large number of spiritual stones. Now, the Sword Will Canyon was completely open to him, and he could enter it at any time. This was definitely a great benefit. "Well, you should prepare well and try to enter the Sword Will Canyon as soon as possible." Elder Shiha left after saying that. The next day, Fang Chen chose to enter the Sword Will Canyon. When Fang Chen walked into the depths of the Advanced District, he instantly saw a canyon that towered into the clouds in the distance. The middle of the canyon was split open by a long sword. It was said that there was once a powerful swordsman in Kamikaze Kenbu. In order to allow warriors to quickly comprehend sword will, he displayed his tyrannical ability and split open a mountain peak with a sword. Then, the Sword Will Canyon was formed. The Sword Will Canyon was very magical. After so many years, the sword will in the canyon had always been very rich and had not dissipated at all. "That is the Sword Will Canyon," Fang Chen said softly. The second step of swordsmanship was to condense sword will. Fang Chen had already comprehended the sword force to the perfection realm, and he was only one step away from condensing sword will. However, it was this small step that troubled Fang Chen for a long time. Now, he finally had the opportunity to condense sword will. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before arriving in front of the Sword Intent Canyon. In front of the Sword Will Canyon, there was a very wide plain. On this plain, there were many disciples sitting cross-legged. Of course, Fang Chen carefully observed that there was a pattern to the location of these disciples. The stronger they were, the closer they were to the Sword Will Canyon, and the weaker they were, the further they were from the Sword Will Canyon. As soon as he came to the plain outside the Sword Will Canyon, Fang Chen felt a strong sword will rushing towards him. "Is this sword will?" Fang Chen was very excited. As the sword will passed by, even the golden heart in Fang Chen's body rapidly beat a few times, and then it continued to be silent.